A unique, online event with enticing high stakes, the inaugural season of the Rapid Chess Championship delivered its fair share of big names and big moments.
And Hikaru Nakamura is going to win? How did he do that?
With more than 50 grandmasters claiming cash prizes over 6 months of weekly competition, it was also home to a healthy helping of big surprises.
E6, blundering F7!
This has been such a roller coaster.
Awarding over $500,000 in cash money. But year one of the RCC is not done yet. The Rapid Chess Championship is presented by Coinbase, and the finals are finally here. The brightest stars from the regular season, including Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Alexander Grishuk, and more, are back to take a run at a fresh $150,000 and the very first Rapid Chess Championship title. Also in the mix, the familiar faces of top players known for dominating elite online chess events. How will they handle the pressure of chasing a championship? And crashing this party as wildcard invites, some of the most famous names in competitive chess drop in to stake their claim to the $30,000 first prize. My friends, it's the inaugural Rapid Chess Championship final. Who will make history as our first RCC champion? What surprises are still to come? We are soon to find out.
Welcome to the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase. It is day 2. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, my partner in commentating crime, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, you had the call for day 1. What a fun day it was.
Yeah, and as commentators, we're paid to say that that the tournaments we're commentating are fun. Yesterday, you couldn't pay me to have said it's not fun. I mean, every single game was topsy-turvy. Nothing was predictable. You know, all of the games were incredibly competitive. And if it's anything like what we're going to see today, we are in for another 4-5 hours, maybe even, of intense, amazing action.
For sure. I mean, there were blunders, brilliancies, and swindles. Oh my. But all 16 players who entered the field yesterday are still playing in this event because it is double elimination. So let's remind everybody of the format here at the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase. You see here 16 players, 12 were qualified from their performance over the RCC season. And then there were 4 wildcards. And Danya, the list of wildcards, pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the list period is incredibly impressive. And, you know, the greatest tournaments are those in which you can do an eeny, meeny, miny, moe. You can point to anybody in the field and you can say they can win. You can make a case for them to win. This is that kind of tournament. And the double elimination bracket, the fact that you have a 2-game match, you have a little bit of a higher margin for error. I love the format. I think this caters to the most amazing kind of action imaginable. And so do, of course, the prizes.
Yeah, there's a mouth-watering $30,000 up for grabs for the first place finisher. And as we've been talking about, it is double elimination. So even if somebody has already lost a match, let's say a Fabiano Caruana losing to Jan Nepomniachtchi, or Ding Liren, who disconnected, was the recipient of a very gentlemanly act by Jeffrey Zhang, but lost in that Armageddon tie-break. So Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, and everybody else, all 16 players have a shot at $30,000 in cash.
Yeah, that's a couple cars. You know, it's a couple DoorDash orders these days. But minimum prize of 5,000 is also very, very handsome, and nobody wants that minimum prize. And we're going to be watching the losers bracket today. We are going to be watching people and grandmasters fighting for their lives.
We certainly will be, and none of this would be possible without our presenting sponsors. So we do want to thank Coinbase for their generosity, and there's nobody better to do so than our Chief Chess Officer, Danny Wrench.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today. and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Day one in the books, as you can see on the screen in front of you. There are already names well into the winners semifinals, but we're starting our day in the losers bracket in the first round. And Danya, you don't expect to see somebody lose a game and still have an opponent like Alexander Grishuk or Ding Liren or Fabiano Caruana or Dmitry Andreikin, but those are the higher rated players in the 4 matchup we're going to start with today.
Yeah, the World Championship Challenger is in the losers bracket, and some of them, Parham Maksulu just played a classical game against another grandmaster. It's like 12 a.m., and now he has to face Alexander Grishuk. We live in an amazing time, so this is going to be an incredibly difficult ride full of trials and tribulations, especially for those who have to advance all the way from the first round. And then, of course, not only do you have to advance all the way through the losers bracket, you then have to beat the winner of the winners bracket. But hey, at least you can die trying.
That's right. And the benefit of not losing until you get to those grand final stages is you have 2 lives, right? That's the point of a double elimination bracket. So everyone that's down there in the gray, you have to win your matches. You have no choice. If you're up there in the green, let's say you're Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, who will face off later today, you can lose that matchup and then still get a rematch later, but you don't want to slip up. That's the key here because everybody is so strong, and losing twice, that's not going to be easy to force someone to do. But let's start with somebody who did not lose today. And you may be thinking, well, what do you mean did not lose today? This player is playing in the Turkish league. So our first hired player resume of the day is Parham Maksulu. He won a game against Clementi Saichev in the Turkish chess
queen.
No, he won his opponent's queen, and then he won the game. So Parham was able to take that one home. But Danya, we know how great of a player Parham is, and he's just hitting his stride as a chess player, crossing 2,700, well over at this point, the 3-time Iranian champion and former world junior champion. Hey, he doesn't take these matches lightly.
No, he does not. And we see in our special talent section, anybody who's watched him really for more than a couple of minutes, maybe, knows that he enjoys listening to music and dancing during the game. But that does not diminish the intensity of his approach. To him, every tournament, whether it's an online tournament, over the board tournament, he is a consummate chess professional. And we are going to see Parham bring his A game today, especially after a performance that he is most certainly going to be disappointed with yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura.
For sure. And just because I'm sure you missed me yesterday, I'll start with the pun. I would hire him for any chess team that I was running. You know, he deserves it. He's such a strong player, very charismatic, loves rap music and the NBA. But you know, the hired, we want to thank them, of course, for helping us bring this action here. So if you're tired of cover letters, applications, and hidden salary ranges in tech, Hired empowers software engineers to manage their own hiring path with a marketplace of over 10,000 employers worldwide. Hired's candidates, experienced managers will help you navigate incoming employer interview requests, giving you back the control to land a tech job you'll love. What's not to love? Create your free Hired profile today. So Danya, we're just getting set here. 4 games at once, 4 matches at once.
We got hired to commentate this tournament.
Well, you certainly did. Danny, whether he'll pay me or not, it's always up for debate.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if you deserve it. I mean, especially after you missed yesterday,
I hope you'll forgive me eventually, Danya. You had a great partner in Eric Hansen, so you really shouldn't be complaining very much. You had an upgrade, in fact.
Yeah, that's exactly how I wanted you. See, you've already passed your first test. So
okay.
You're very close to receiving that paycheck.
Great. Well, I'll go to the next round of interviews, I guess, and then we can see how it goes from there. But the players, they have one task ahead of them. There is no choice but to win their matches. And we really are spoiled, Danya. We have 4 mouth-watering matchups in the losers bracket. You just don't see that very often, but that's what happens in a 16-player field that's this strong.
Yeah. I really have no words for the quality and the average ELO of the losers bracket. I think this might be the first time in history, first of all, that we even have a double elimination chess tournament. I think that format is greatly underutilized, but obviously perhaps the first time that the world champion challenger and loser are included in the same sentence. So I'm very excited to watch Ding Liren, especially after the way that he lost yesterday. And Jeffrey Zhang again has to be commended for that incredibly gracious move, doing everything to level the playing field despite Ding Liren's connection problems. If Ding Liren can resolve them, mark my words, he is going to make a serious run at the title.
And the problem for Ding wasn't that it was evened up, is that he should have had a 1-0 lead after winning with the black pieces. So Jeffrey did such great sportsmanship yesterday. Everyone was applauding him on social media, and we, of course, talked to him personally. But still, for Ding Liren, he should have had that matchup. So he's probably not thrilled about what happened yesterday, but he's got a second live, and we'll see how he's able to handle that today.
We will indeed, and we remind you of the time control 10+2 that caters to a lot of players' desires. Alexander Grishuk doesn't have to worry quite as much. It helps players like Ding Liren, who are not the greatest fans of time pressure and time scrambles, and it gives everybody a chance.
It certainly does. I mean, I'm really looking forward to today's action because I don't even know how to choose a favorite matchup, right? When you're telling me that Parham is taking on Grishuk and, Ding Liren just happens to be taking part in this field too, and Jose Martinez is among the names, how are you just supposed to choose your favorite matchup?
Well, we're going to have to try. And yesterday it was difficult. I compared it to walking into a restaurant, seeing filet mignon and sushi and dessert all laid out perfectly. And we're going to have the same problems today because the games are underway. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. We have Grishuk against Parham in front of us with an Italian to kick off our day.
Yes, and we'll see if we get some of the spicy ones. We see a C3. Will it follow the D4? No, we get D3. So, of course, just protecting the center. Danya playing a little bit of a more slow, methodical game is Grishuk. And let me ask you something. With Grishuk yesterday, he was fortunate to make it to the tie-break, the Armageddon against Serrano, that rook endgame that he was able to win because Serrano just didn't push his H-pawn. How do you think he's feeling leading into today's action?
And bad. Alexei Serrano is amazing, but, Grishuk probably watched Serrano miss queen takes g2 against Hikaru, and he probably had that incredibly annoying, irrational voice in his head say, wait, I couldn't beat that guy? I couldn't beat Alexei? Now, obviously, Alexei might be listening to this and, booking a ticket to Charlotte right now. He's an absolute beast. So Alexander Grishuk has incredibly high expectations for himself. And those expectations are going to get even steeper today. B4, by the way, not every day you see this move played this early in the Italian.
Yeah, just forcing that bishop back. And now Parham, you can tell he's not so familiar with this move. He's already spending time. Maybe that's just because he's burnt some energy winning a classical game of chess over the board against a very strong grandmaster. But the question becomes what to do about this E5 pawn. B4, yes, it attacks the bishop on C5, but B4 to B5 will kick that knight away from its defense of the E5 pawn. And this can get very sharp because you can give away the pawn on E5, go knight A5, take the bishop on C4. But then do you have full compensation for the pawn you're sacrificing?
Well, traditionally, yes, you do. What you tend to do is take on C4 and quickly strike with D5. When you have the bishop pair, you often want the center to be opened up. Also, the D3 pawn, we often forget it is technically a backward pawn in the Italian. So positionally, black often benefits from opening up the center. Okay, so the position has calmed down. White has decided against grabbing that pawn. And I think we're moving back to more traditional kind of Italian boundaries with the black bishop sitting on E7 instead of the more typical B6 square.
Yeah, no, it's a bit passive for black. White has gained space over there on the queen side. At some point, black is probably going to play a move like bishop E6 just to trade off the light square bishops because the bishop on C4 is such a nice piece. But I do like Grishuk's position at the opening. And I also like the fact from his perspective that Parham has spent quite a deal of time because Parham usually is one of the fastest players on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. And B4 might have caught him a little bit off guard. He has to decide where to put his light squared bishop. Bishop B6 is the kind of stock developing move. We're probably going to see Grishuk continue advancing on the queen side with A4 at some point. Knight BD2 looks pretty typical. Still well within theoretical lines.
Right. This is nothing too major, nothing like you think that black has any sort of major disadvantage, but I tend to prefer these positions for white. Yes,
it's pleasant. Now, why does it pull here? I've never liked my bishop being on e7 in Italian positions. I've never liked this pawn on b4 sticking out and restricting my queenside movement. The blood circulation is a little bit more restricted here if you're black.
Right. And as you're saying, the bishop on e7, it sort of clogs the position up.
Tabasco sauce.
But isn't this usually played when the bishop's on the a7 g1 diagonal, and then you play like knight g4, pawn f5, and you make things sharp? This feels like you're just hoping for anything, any sort of play here, and it just seems slow to me.
Man, you don't really like black's position, do you?
No, I don't.
But I agree. Also, white can play knight f1, and if you stubbornly play knight back to g8, which is the traditional way of preparing f5, white is in time to move into g3, and you might say, well, no big deal. 2 attackers, 2 defenders. The problem with the move f5, if we pull up the analysis board here, is that, and you'll back me up on this, Robert, you cannot afford to give away your light squared bishop in the Italian when the center opens up. You're going to get burned on the light squares.
No. In fact, this is starting to remind me of the game that Nordibek Abdusattorov, who we'll see later in the losers bracket of round 2, he won a game like this in the Turkish chess and just controlled the light squares and dominated because f5 weakens the kingside squares.
And Nordibek won a game?
Shocking.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, he's never done that, many times, especially leading Uzbekistan to the Olympiad gold. But he is not playing just yet. We do have other matchups down here. I don't know if you want to head on over to one of those because I think we've talked about the early stages here. Wow, what is happening? And that's the exact game I was pulling up as well, where Dmitry Andreikin currently up 2 pawns. I mean, you could take the pawn on d5 to cut it back to 1, but what a strange position this is. Very aggressive play from Paravian.
Oh, and Dmitry played this b4 variation very, very quickly. Let me rewind. Knight bd2, d5, and b4, which is more common than it might appear. If you're seeing this for the first time, you just might think that Andreikin is trolling, but this is a legitimate system, and it's quite similar to a Grunfeld. So Paravian eventually strikes with c5. He picks up the c5 pawn, and black is banking on the fact that white is 2 steps away from castling. Black needs to whip up counterplay in the center before Andreikin gets his bishop out and before he castles. Otherwise, he's going to be up a pawn.
And if we can bring up an analysis board, there's a very forcing sequence of moves.
Let's see it.
At first glance, I would like white's position, but this is the notion of counterplay at work. So if you take on g7, the king has to take back. You take on e4, the knight takes. You play queen d4 check. I think that black is best off playing queen f6 rather than knight retreat, and that way you trade the queens off because you can't take the knight on e4 with the rook on a1 hanging, so you trade the queens off. And after d6, bishop e6, I mean, white is up a pawn. There's no debate about that fact, but look at how ahead black is in terms of development. A rook is coming to c file, a rook is coming to b file, the rooks will start infiltrating, and I don't really feel like white is actually particularly happy about what's transpired.
Who's the prophet here? Queen d4 check is on the board, and Paravian is thinking in this exact moment, tons of people would automatically play knight f6 because we are trained. When we're a pawn down, avoid the queen trade. But actually, after knight f6, white can force the queen trade with d takes c6, and I completely agree with you. Queen f6 is a much better version of that endgame than stubbornly retreating with the knight. Black is worse, but there's definite compensation in that endgame.
And you know how these.
And he plays knight f6, and I don't like it.
I don't like it either because you just made a retreating move.
Is also an option,
right? But like now, the queens are coming off, and it's a worse version for black because you're less active. The knight was on e4, could have jumped to c5 or c3, things like that. Now the knight is retreated back to f6. So, Daniel, what I was going to say is before knight f6 was played, actually, that these top GMs, they love to defend actively. They'd rather be down a pawn with open files and control of many important squares than to be even in terms of material and passive. So Paravian, he actually kind of has the worst of both in a way. He went a little bit passive for a moment there, and now he's also down a pawn.
No, at this point, there's no redeeming quality to black's position. I mean, white's going to castle. White's going to do the same thing black was planning to do, put rooks on d1, c1, maybe b1, whichever open file is the center of the battle. And David Paravian has a incredibly arduous defensive task in front of him against an angry Dmitry Andreikin, who blundered a piece twice in a row. Dmitry Andreikin blundered a piece twice in a row. Those words never go in the same millennium, much less in the same sentence. And yet he did. So Andreikin is itching to prove himself today, and he's off to a great start.
He really is. I mean, his position is wonderful. And it's a Draken type of position. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's my type of position too. White's up a pawn for no compensation. But I see what you're saying.
I mean, we know Dimitri very well. We've played against him. I grew up playing in the World Youth against him, actually. And he's always loved these slight advantages where with best play, maybe you hold, but it's playing for 2 results. And right now it's more looking like he's playing for 1 result, and that's a win.
God, I'm just thinking about playing Dimitri Andreikin in a World Youth. That sounds like a nasty pairing.
It didn't go well for me. Let's put it that way.
Oh, you actually played him?
I did play him.
Where
yes.
was it? In Belfort?
Yeah, maybe it was in Greece when we played. Actually, one of those like 2003, 2002. Yeah, one of those long time ago that I don't want to remember because he did in fact beat me. But Dimitri is such a strong player. I think he's actually underestimated. Like he's overlooked often when you think about top GMs. But he was second in the RCC for a reason.
Yes, second in the RCC after Hikaru. You know, unbelievably consistent, over 2,700 FIDE. He's never mentioned in the same breath as Levon Aronian and Nishigiri, et cetera, and company. Yes, he's one step below them, but, you know, put him in Tata Steel, put him in, the tournament that's going on in Miami. He would acquit himself very handsomely. So yes. Dimitri Andreikin is not to be underestimated. Shall we have a look at our 2 remaining games?
Sure. Let's first go to the Dingley Ren game. I feel like that makes sense just because it's kind of a static position. We don't see any aggressive intentions from either side. We did just see the move Rook E6, which it's a kind of nice rook lift, but there's no checkmating attack. So I just feel like this position is one where Dingley Ren is definitely not worse despite Jose. What happened?
I see the 1 bar of connection.
Oh, no.
I'm getting worried. But fingers crossed.
It's a good thing he's ahead by 2.5 minutes because otherwise we'd be really concerned for Dingley Ren right now.
Yeah, anyway, that's not salient to the position, but after yesterday, we're keeping a close eye on that. I think Black is doing completely fine. I see the eval bar is throwing a small plus for White, but if anything, Black's pieces are a little bit more active. I mean, Black's trained on the G2 pawn. It's not easy for White to make any appreciable improving moves. If you push the D pawn, you create massive weaknesses in the center. You allow the Black Queen to infiltrate to C2. So my question is, how is Jose going to make any improvement at all? Black can just go between F6 and E6 with his rook. I think a draw is the likeliest result here by far.
Yeah, and I don't think Jose was particularly optimistic when he came into this particular game. I think he wants to keep the score balanced and then make Ding beat him. He doesn't want to beat himself. And after Queen G4, this knight on D6, which is dominated by the pawn on D3, it can hop on over to F5 perhaps, but I just don't see where that piece is going either. So I don't actually see a plan for either side, if I'm being honest. And that's why I think the position is just completely level.
It's almost like it came from a rookie 1 Berlin.
If I had to guess, that's definitely where it came from. Yeah, for sure. We know this symmetry here, and then the weird kind of situation, the bishop on C6, but the pawn still on D7, it got fianchettoed.
Yeah, you almost... No, I guess you do see that, but rarely. Ooh. Knight on D6 and the pawn never moves, but a little spice in life. F5.
Mm-hmm.
Not King F2, Knight G3. We're going to get an opposite lord bishop position. Provided that White doesn't blunder F3, I think we're still well within the bounds of a draw here.
Yeah, I think we can scoot on over to another game. Yeah, this one is not too interesting at the moment. The Fabi game, yes, that's a good one to look at for sure because look at the position done. The bishop on B3, staring at F7, that could be a bit annoying for the Black King. But let's not discount the possibility bishop takes H3 for Black. I don't think that it's in the cards right now, but you know that if you take your eyes off that side of the board for just even a millisecond, you may be hit with that and then get checkmated.
Yeah, all that has to happen is the resolution of tension on the E file in some way. White's never going to play rook F1, but yeah, for instance, that happens, bishop takes H3, Black drags the rook in through E4. You can get checkmated in a millisecond, as you said. So a weird kind of standoff in this position, a lot of tension in the center, and it's not quite clear what either side's goals are. It's kind of an amorphous position, if that makes sense. I struggle in these types of positions.
I think everyone struggles in these types of positions. I mean, look at the pawn on a5, right? It cements the pawn on a6 in place. It leaves the pawn on b4 detached from one of its little friends over there. So maybe you can go after it, but at the same time, a5 is a pawn that's potentially wandered too far. So it opens up the a4 square for the bishop, things like that. But as we see liquidation, pieces get traded, you may regret having your pawn on a5 for white.
Yeah, and rook b8 lending further support to the b4 pawn. Maxime already down to 2.5 minutes after only 17 moves. And now Fabi has to find another way to improve his position. Rook e2 comes to mind. Maybe you can try to build up a little something on the e file. Eventually go after the a6 pawn. But it's unclear how to do that. Bishop c4, another candidate move. But you're not really threatening anything. Not easy. Not easy to generate anything here with white.
Not at all. And one of the questions, should white push another pawn to d5? But we can see the clear drawback is it allows the black knight into e5, but then the white knight dances into d4. So who does that favor? I'm really not sure, because you close off your bishop on b3 as well. But that pawn on d5 certainly is a bit of a thorn in black's side. But I don't know, Danya. Like you, I struggle in these positions quite regularly.
And Fabi discharging the e file. I like what he's doing. Queen f1. That's a nifty little move. He's created a threat. He's attacking a6. And if black passively defends it with queen c8, he loads up the bazooka on the a2 g8 diagonal, forcing the knight back to d8. And once you get the e-file, you're making serious progress.
Wow, I love decisions like this. And the reason why is we were just saying it looks complicated, don't see a clear plan. And then all of a sudden he trades rooks and plays queen f1, which isn't the most intuitive variation. And then we see exactly what's going on. a6, that's why he played a5. Let's leave that pawn as a target. And as you were just pointing out, queen c4, forcing the knight back to d8 in some of these variations. It's wonderful for white.
It's like that scene in Good Will Hunting, where the 7 mathematicians are gathered around a problem, and then he comes in and with a flick of his wrist, he solves the problem. Same thing. We're hunched over. What's the plan? Fabi just takes the rook. He shifts his queen 2 squares to the right. Boom. The pieces start breathing again.
And, queen d7. He's giving up the a6 pawn. Donna, that seems a bit strange to me, but maybe the queen on a6 is off the beaten path over there, not helping the rest of the board. As you're pointing out, maybe bishop e4. I don't quite believe
not bishop h3. No.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking at this point. But bishop e4, on the other hand, hits the knight in f3, tries to remove the defender of the d4 pawn. But that a5 pawn becomes a clear strength. I would snag on a6 in the next maybe 30 seconds.
Completely agree. And one more conservative approach to this position, if you're worried about your king safety, you can drop your queen back to e2. And you could say, okay, I'm going to give away the d4 pawn, but I have a great asset here. The passed a pawn, it's well protected by a rook that stands behind it. No question that at this point, white's essentially playing without risk. And Maxime down to a minute 40. He's walking on hot coals now.
He certainly is. And speaking of a player with the white pieces playing without risk, one of those players is, there are actually two of them, but I would say Dmitry Andreikin, because that game has changed a ton. And we're in an end game where we saw Dmitry was up a pawn earlier. He still remains up a pawn. And will that a pawn just run and become a queen?
Well, the thing is, if Dmitry doesn't win this, he's going to be incredibly disappointed.
Yeah.
So psychologically, these kinds of games are dangerous. If you fail to win them, it's very difficult to recuperate. But I don't know. I'd rather eat dirt and something with mayonnaise than have this position against Dmitry Andreikin. And I think he can safely push the pawn up 1 square. You don't have rook d4, obviously.
Yeah, just keep pushing that pawn. I don't see the problem with a4. I'm guessing the knight will come back to c5, just trying to help out in the defense. But it feels like with accurate play, there's no way that black can stop the a pawn and defend the f7 pawn. That's on the light square. The bishop will like to reroute itself to the a2 g8 diagonal, as you're indicating. And so how is black going to deal with both the runner and the pawn that's stuck on f7?
Well, you could try to situate your knight on b4. It's not a particularly safe square, but at least it covers d5 and it covers a6. The issue, of course, is that white will have rook b7 dislodging the knight once again. I would be surprised if David saves this, but we know how resilient he is. And those are not empty words. He is an incredible defender. We've seen him pull off some crazy comebacks in the RCC. Knight c5, a5, the eval bar didn't like that move. Why not?
I don't know. Maybe some kind of rook d3 just to tickle that pawn on e3 because king f4 is met by knight e6.
Oh, that's a problem. Rook d3. Now you can't, obviously e4 is out of the question for many reasons. King f4, knight e6 check, and you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either you give up e3 or you allow repetition of moves after knight c5 check.
Wow. So that means the king would have to retreat initially to f2, but then that rook slides over to a3, it looks like, and that knight on c5 may find its way to e6 and take on g5, or afterwards, yeah, I feel like...
Division of labor. Rook stops the pawn, knight wins g5. It's still scary, but it appears that Parabian is a very narrow path here towards saving the game with rook d3.
Yeah, wow. I mean, rook d3 actually, can you think about a rook c7? But that walks into knight e6 with tempo. So it's one of these situations where maybe just rushing that a pawn up the board, even though that's what you're told to do, is push your darn past pawns, it started a little bit too soon.
But after a long think, knight e6 straight away, also approved of by the eval bar. And it does appear that Dimitri might have underestimated the weakness of his kingside pawns, or conversely underestimated the speed with which his passed pawn moves toward promotion. That darned rook is in the way, and Black's rook is nicely positioned to stop the pawn from behind.
Wow, this is a close one because I would just play king g4 here as white. Then that black rook has to go up to d3, I feel like, to create some play against white's weak pawns. But a6, I mean, it just feels like it feels so
There's
close.
There's just nothing. But rook a2?
Then
and I guess Dimitri... bishop b5?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. But then...
Or maybe bishop d5 to limit the knight. By the way, Jose against Ding made a draw, as predicted.
Shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Breaking news.
And, well, also, speaking of past 8 pawns, we have one in this game. We also have one in the Caruana game, which comes as no surprise. So, I mean, this is looking like a good round for the players with the white pieces. Because
For sure. Grishuk, he's got 20 seconds. Big surprise there to Parham's 3 minutes.
But Parham's doing this thing where he's like playing bullet chess when he has more time. So I actually feel like Grishuk is going to pick up a dub.
Shall we?
Yes, let's get here.
Rook c6. Yeah, I feel like Grishuk is on the path to winning this game. He's up a pawn, up a passer on d6. He's about to take b6. Parham will have a passer of his own. This definitely feels lost, but anything can happen in Grishuk's time pressure.
Right, and that's what Parham's playing for. But I think in doing so, he didn't find the best defense, and it's a really crazy position here. But can you just start pushing this b pawn up the board?
So what, rook b8?
Yes.
He plays it. Knight g6, b6.
Yeah,
you've got forks galore everywhere. Like the black rook comes to b6, it'll be forked on d5. That might be forced.
So b7, there's
7 king b6.
Wow, if this holds miraculously,
4 seconds.
Oh, what a move! Knight e6.
Oh, king
king 6, knight d4.
Knight d4, knight d. I was thinking even he wants maybe b7 because the pawn will be untouchable. What's the follow up after b7? I think it's knight d8 check.
Wow.
I think he wants king c6, b7, and then stick a knight on d8, and you can finally move your rook away from b8.
That's actually amazing geometry, and it's winning. No, you're absolutely right that once the pawn on b7 is defended by the knight, the rook is free to move. And Parham, he's realizing it now. And Grishuk, down to his remaining 5 seconds, doesn't matter. He's too good at blitz. He's a 3-time world blitz champion.
Yeah, but now he needs one more accurate move. What is it? He's down to 1 second. Is it rook a8?
It is.
No,
it's not.
He gives up the pawn.
Oh, my goodness.
And now he's worse. Oh, he's down a pawn. He's going to lose.
No way.
Knight c4. He just... Have you ever seen a turnaround that quick?
And I'm now only realizing what the actual right move was. And it was so difficult to play with mere seconds on the clock. Commentator's curse. I jinxed him. I'll admit it.
Oh, my God.
But,
we can show it now, or we can stick on the game because now Parham is very close to he's completely winning. Knight c4 and a3. There's no way Grishuk holds this with 2 seconds left.
No, well, let this one play out.
What a disaster.
And you could see it on his face. When he's winning, he's mean mugging. He's getting ready for the Thug Life compilation.
Oh, Knight c5.
Exactly. You drag the king out to a checkable square. And that's
or the
always
rook to a checkable square.
Right.
Yeah.
That's always what's important in these kind of positions. When your rook is in front of the pawn, you need to be able to move that rook with check. So unfortunately for him, he could not find Knight c5.
That's such a heartbreaker. And that's amazing. Amazingly resilient defense by Parham. Don't get me wrong, but That's so sad. And in the meantime, one game still remaining with Fabiano Caruana winning his game against Malakov. Dimitri is very close to finishing this one off.
Wow, he just needs to get his bishop to the h1, a8 diagonal, and then he can promote that pawn. And he's bringing his king in, right? This is the problem with knights versus bishops. Is bishops are long-range pieces. So that bishop, first of all, the g-pawn's not going anywhere anytime soon. But even if it started moving, once that bishop gets to a square like c6, it covers that pawn's progress while going for the a8 push.
The final obstacle is actually getting the bishop onto a square like that. The alternate method is staking the bishop on a6, which he's going to do right now.
Yep.
And I think that's going to end it. Yep. Just a spite check. Where do you go? Maybe king c7, king b8, and cover with b7?
You can promote, but I don't think you need to promote. Why don't you just move your rook to g7, a safe square? And
I will give you a check on b. No, he wants to be safe.
Okay.
He wants to be safe.
It's funny because sometimes getting the extra material actually makes your life harder. Here it seems like with the bishop and the queen, that black king is not going to be very happy.
Queen takes g5. So family fork right there.
Yes, and I think David, he's usually twirling his hair. I think he wants to rip all of his hair out right now because that's not the finish he anticipated when he brought his knight back to e6 and took the g5 pawn.
That was such a heartbreaking loss for Grishuk. He did absolutely everything but that last step and to lose that game. And now to have to win with the black pieces is an incredibly tall order. Fabiano Caruana, by the way, we didn't get as much of a chance to look at his entire game, but rook takes e8 and queen f1. That was amazing decision making. And he puts himself into a great spot. All he needs is a draw with the black pieces in game 2.
Yeah, no, that was really something because Daniel, you and I, we went back and forth. Like, we feel like there might be some ideas here, but we're not so versatile to, we're not so well versed, I should say, in that kind of position. And Fabiano gives up the open file, brings his queen to f1. Just he put a target on the board in a6, and he won it in like 3 moves.
Yeah, and I can really briefly show that moment before the next batch of games begins. Rook takes c8, ceding control of the file, but realizing that the real target in the position is the a6 pawn, and he finds a way to engineer his way toward winning that pawn. And symbolically, fittingly, the a pawn actually decided the game.
Yeah, no, this is amazing stuff because we were talking about how queen c8 ran to queen c4, things like that. So in just like the snap of your fingers, Fabiano went from what looked like a complicated position to one where we're like, wow, this is just much nicer to play from the white side. Even if the evaluation says black is only a slightly worse, finding those correct moves was immensely challenging.
Yeah, and he put Malakov in a situation where he had to find an only move to avoid being much worse, not a task that he was prepared to solve in a position that seemed very, very calm. Okay, game 2 is underway. We have Ding Liren with the white pieces here against Jospem and a symmetrical English to kick off game 2.
Yeah, and Ding Liren, since the candidates, he's been playing a lot of the English, seems to be his opening of choice. And he's such a strong, practical, positional player. We saw his last round win against Hikaru Nakamura in the candidates. It looked like almost nothing, right, Danya? We were commentating that live, and one move after the next, we felt like Hikaru's position was tougher and tougher to play. That's what Ding Liren wants to do to Jospem here.
It was amazing watching that live. I really never had that experience. I've seen these games in recording, but that's like getting courtside seats to a display of mastery that really has no parallel in the modern chess world. That was very, very memorable, and it's great to see Ding in the RCC, but he's got some very stalwart opposition. Jose in a rapid game, he's clutch, and he's got nothing to lose, really. I mean, Ding's the obvious favorite, and Jose is in a good spot, but I think he's pretty uncomfortable right out of the gate here.
Right.
Seems like White's got a pull.
It's a matchup not just of a high-rated player over 2,800 versus someone who's 2,600 in classical chess, but a clash of styles. And that's really important in quicker time controls, because if you can find your comfort zone, even if you're slightly worse, you can make moves quickly and neutralize whatever slight edge your opponent has. But here the edge is slight, maybe not even real, but finding a plan for black isn't easy. The knight on e7, is it going to hop out to f5? Does black have to worry about the move d4 to d5 at some point? What is black's plan?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. I think that's what's giving him pause. Knight f5, d5. How do you evaluate that position? Jose didn't sign up for a Benoni structure.
Nope.
And that structure is going to be made even more unpleasant by the fact that white can quickly push the e-pawn up to e4. He's spent 90 seconds in the time that we've been talking. b6 might similarly run into d5. In fact, d5 is almost a positional threat here, and rook b8 is Jose's eventual choice.
So I think we know what move we want to play for white because we've been talking about it. D5.
Could it possibly be d5?
And Dingley ran. I mean, the only time he took there was probably for whatever internet issues he's been having. That's why it took him even more than a millisecond to play d5. No, this is really up Dingley Ren's alley. And for Jossum, yeah, he's got some active play here. The c4 pawn is a potential target. a6 followed by b5 is a typical plan for black. But look at Ding. He quickly brings the bishop back to f1, which is not a move you think you'd want to make, but with that pawn on d6, this Benoni structure. And I really like how the opening has gone for white.
Yeah, he's got a slight advantage. He clearly knows what he's doing. Unfianchettoing the bishop always gives me anxiety. There's just something about it that's unpleasant. But, the necessity to stop b5 outweighs any aesthetic considerations here. Ding with a slight advantage out of the opening. Shall we take a tour around our other games? What catches your eye?
Well, if you want a Berlin, then we should go to the game between Andreykin and Paravian.
Anything but that. It's
well,
it's like when my mom would ask me what food I want, like anything except Italian. I don't know.
Wow, what do you got against Italian food?
No, I love Italian food.
Oh, so then you didn't give a real example. You lied to the audience.
But there have been cases where I've grown tired.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna
in Madrid. Because my mom visited me in Madrid, and I was so tired of Spanish food and tapas and all the fried, croquettes, and the food is so heavy that I had Indian food the last 2 days in Madrid, Spain. Anything but Spanish food.
Well, I think the people of Spain are going to rebel. They're going to be saying, Donna, you were my favorite commentator until you started talking about the food. But no,
all you had to do was keep your mouth, and in what state you had to keep your mouth.
Well, I'm just going to let you keep mouthing off while we go to a different game. Let's go to the game between Matlikov and Caruana, because Matlikov, he lost the first game. Sorry to bring us around the horn.
I'm good with that one.
He lost the first game. Now he has an extra pawn with the white pieces, but look at how much space Fabiano has claimed here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his pawns on a4 and b4. The knight on b1 hasn't put its clothes on in the morning, and it's already it's just getting harassed. Wait, but white's up a pawn.
Right. So is it worth the pawn?
Right? I just realized that. Okay, because I was still counting the material. You were already making insights about the position.
Well, I was
probably not objectively worth it, but it's understandable why Fabi's going for this.
Well, there you go. You answered. You said objectively not worth it, because when I look at positions like this, I'm kind of like, wait a second, where's my pawn on d5 for black? So I'm just even in material. Well, the knight's on that square, so I'm down a pawn. But what is white's idea? Because sometimes you play e4 and let me kick that knight out of there, gain some space, and then you immediately regret it because your pawns on d4 and e4 become quick targets.
Yeah, and the e4 pawn blocks in your bishop. So if you play e4, if we can approximate the course of events here, black will probably play knight f6. I suppose white can play knight b to d2. How do you increase the pressure dial here with black? That's what always worries me about these positions. Yes, you have these pawns on a4 and b4, but how do you increase the pressure?
I guess the a4 pawn is kind of hanging, so maybe I should play like a bishop b5 type of move just to make sure that's safe. And then, ask white, well, how are you going to get an advantage here? Yes, you're up a pawn.
How are you going to untangle?
Look at that bishop on e1. What's it doing there?
I'm looking at it. I don't know. It's staring at the b4 pawn, which is well defended. I catch your drift, though. And I think that a point I made yesterday, all coaches worth their salt always tell their students, when you need a draw, play for a win. Do not alter your opening repertoire. Do not alter your playing style. Play the same way you would have had to play if you would have had to win, for example. And I think that's exactly what Fabiano Caruana is doing.
And speaking
like
of coaching, I just had the pleasure of working with Fabiano and the U.S. team at the Olympiad. And something that Fabiano does really well and all the players respect him for is he comes up with creative ideas, because some players, they just sit, I need a draw. Let me just play a slightly passive position with no real weaknesses. But that's not your style. That's actually probably the worst type of position to play. So Fabiano is saying, let me get that activity. And Matlikov obviously up a pawn. We've done the math. We counted well. But what from there? Knight d2, sure, you're protecting your center, but where's your actual winning punch? What's your plan? And I think Black's plan is easier despite the material deficit.
I think this is one way that chess has changed in the modern era. E5, that's a big move, by the way. Very committal, giving up the d5 square, but trying to clamp down on some of these dark squares, maybe getting a knight to e4. But players, they don't mind playing long games down material. It used to be the case that if you sacrifice something, you had to show direct compensation for it in the next couple of moves. Nowadays, you can get a position like this. Yes, you're down a pawn, but you're staring at your opponent in the face and saying, queen takes a4, really?
Wait, that's 2 pawns. Now I'm a little worried.
That's not what I planned to say, but I'm going to change my sentence because he just took.
Wait, I was thinking 1 pawn, okay, you have the compensation, but 2 pawns.
It's very, very committal, yeah, but okay, this is getting serious.
Ooh, is there... Okay, you can play a move like bishop f1 or bishop e2 or something like that, because queen takes d7 is not available.
That is gorgeous. Bishop b5 traps the queen. Now, this is not the end of the story. White can give the queen up for another minor
piece. Oh my
piece
gosh.
and another pawn. And now you've got, a veritable army of pieces and pawns for the queen. How do you evaluate this position?
So what's the material count? It's 2 minor pieces and 3 pawns for the queen?
You don't say that every day.
I'm taking white. No, I like the pieces against the queen, for sure.
Totally. I mean, 2 passers, bishop on g2 is beautiful. You can stick this bishop on c5.
No. So everything I was about to say about this activity and the compensation, I'm going to say that for Matlikov. I think what he's doing here is perfect in a must-win game. And what a fantastic sequence.
But I don't think he's going to take on d7 if Fabi plays bishop e2. I think he's probably relying on queen c6. It's very hard to convince yourself to go for that queen sack line, because there's this temptation to reject the line after you see bishop b5. Oh, my queen is trapped. That's it. You have to keep calculating. Not easy to do. But here, the black queen can drop back and leave white's queen marooned in the middle of black's position. That could get really uncomfortable really quickly.
And bishop takes f3, you felt like queen takes d4 at some point will be an idea, of course, for black. So yeah, I'm with you there that it looks like maybe it's the safer option in a sense, but it might be riskier. And hey, you're the prophet for a reason. Look at the position on the board.
Queen c6 is on the board?
It is, in fact, on the board. So I usually like tactics that stop 1 square short of expectations. This was not a tactic. It was just, I guess, in a way, inaccuracy. And now what we were talking about before, we can say, oh, we were right the whole way, that Fabiano has so much activity for a bit of material here that he should have sufficient compensation.
Crazy how much remains behind the scenes in a chess game. We would have seen a completely different game if Maxime had gone for the queen sack. We'll see if Fabi plays queen a7. Yes.
Oh my gosh, sorry. I was going to say we should go different game. Before we do, let's say in that position, right, queen a7, and you play like knight b to d2 to develop, to get your knight out. Does bishop d3 trap the white queen there? So my next move is going to be knight to b8?
Knight b8! Oh.
Wait, that queen is stuck.
What? And bishop d3 isn't just a gimmick. I think that's the best move.
I was just looking at that queen. I'm like, it's running out of squares very quickly.
Is so lovely. And by the way, this is a must, because rook c8 allows queen takes c8, giving up. White gets two rooks for the queen. Knight d7 to b8. Amazing. And that's going to remain behind the scenes as well, because Fabi actually took on c6.
Oh, wow.
Surprising.
That's very surprising, but maybe he's claiming that he has a clamp on the position, and for the 2 pawns, there's no easy progress for white. But of course, trying to retreat the queen to a7, we could see based on the eval bar was a better option. But I could see why he went for this. I just think he's going to lose the game.
But 2 pawns are 2 pawns. That's a lot of material. You say what you will. Yeah, you've got the d5 square. If white can untangle the queen side, if white can prevent rook c8 to c1, which is a huge threat right now, then Fabi could end up in very serious trouble with clearly insufficient compensation in this endgame.
For sure. Well, we'll see if Matlikov can get that full point. But the game between Grishuk and Parham, that one was catching my eye a bit, just because I feel like I'm looking at a checkers game, two separate boards of checkers all on the same chessboard here.
Heck.
But how do you have H3, G4, H5?
Yeah, how does that even arise, even with cooperation? Well, I can rewind to the salient moment. Well, just like that, H5, G takes H5. Then he played G4 to lock up the king side.
Okay, now I get it.
The pawns with H3.
But Grishuk has to be better here in this position, right?
Yeah, but how does he...
Slightly better?
Slightly better, yes, but can he ever open up the position? Or make any progress?
Well, we know that...
Is he going to sack a queen on H5?
One pawn break he has is C7 to C6. So not immediately, but at some point he's going to have to play for that if he's trying to win this game. But I just... How is he going to orient his pieces? Maybe he'll go with his queen somewhere, like queen H6. That frees up the rook on G7. It just feels very slow.
You know what's instructive? Why knight takes C5 would be a mistake. A lot of players would be tempted to go for this and say, okay, takes. Black would play BC toward the center. White would come back to E2. Looks like a complete fortress. But you have opened up another file, and on that file lies another weakness. And Black has the very clear plan of putting the rook on B4, navigating the other rook to B8, and if your rook ever moves from E2 to B2, then Black's pawns are set in motion. So that is not the defensive prescription that will save the day for White. Parham instead biding his time, looking at Grishuk and saying, what are you going to do to me?
Well, he wants to also bring that king maybe to C2. If there is that end game, the king on C2 will make sure that B3 pawn is defended a second time to put a rook on E4, and then no progress can easily be made. But I'm still looking, Danya, at C7 to C6 at some point, because the position is locked up for now and will remain locked up for a while. But Black needs to open that position, and the only way that I can see to do so is to push the C pawn.
No, I mean, literally nothing else you can do. B5 is not serious. You can't do anything on the king side. You can't do anything in the center. If only you had a bishop to put on H7. But this is going to be incredibly hard. I mean, he's also up 5 minutes on the clock, if you can believe that.
Yeah, it's not a good...
I feel like Grishuk's days in the RCC might be numbered.
Well, while we still have him, we can show his hired player resume, because Alexander Grishuk belongs in every top level event. And, he's a 3-time World Blitz champion, but most importantly, he brings it to every single interview, Danya. He's always so fun to have.
Yeah, and everything he says is instantly quotable. And I haven't come across a single person who doesn't value Grishuk's contributions to the chess world, both on and off the board.
Well, I think that he would like us to move off from his board right now. As he's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this away from all your eyeballs. I'm going to win this game, but you just can't look. The game between Andreykin and Paravian, that one is about to end in Andreykin's favor. He is just completely crushing Paravian. He won that first game with his A pawn. Now he's up like how many pawns? Only one for the time being.
I mean, he won a piece. Knight D5 check, discovery. He completely outplayed him on the black side of a Berlin. It wasn't even close.
Yeah,
Bishop
now
C3.
Just take D2, take C4, so he'll be up.
He only needs a draw, so I'm pretty sure he'll make it.
You think if the position, if he's offered a draw, do you take it here? I feel like I would decline.
Well, Hikaru had that situation yesterday. A lot of people in the chat were going crazy. He had mate and 5 in his final game against Alexei Sarana, and he took a repetition. And Eric and I thought that was the professional way, because there's always a chance that you've miscalculated. Whereas a 3-time repetition, there is no chance that you've made an error.
Right.
But yeah, I guess it's a judgment call. But I think Dimitri's going to win this. I don't think he's offering a draw here.
Okay, well, we'll see if Dimitri can take this one home. We'll see if Grishuk can bounce back. But since all the games are underway and still everyone is in this field, Coinbase wants to hear from you, chat. I don't want to hear from you, but Coinbase certainly does. So who will make it out of the losers bracket? Will it be 1, Fabiano Caruana? I guess actually 1 is Nordibek Abdusattorov. 2 is Fabiano Caruana, Jeffrey Zhang, or Alexander Grishuk. So please, you could pick somebody else as well, but make your answers known in chat. Coinbase is giving away Diamond membership to a few lucky winners.
And by the way, there's the answer. Dimitri Dragon did take the draw against David Paravian. And in the meantime, Ding Liren, calamity has befallen.
Wow. What?
Ding Liren. Can you believe that this comes from the same game? That stems from that symmetrical English?
Why is his queen on h1? I mean, it looks so nice.
Knight on d4 and bishop on e5.
How in the world did this happen? So Ding Liren taking like 5 steps in the wrong direction. Doesn't mean the game is over. Not even close, because Black's king also is a little bit breezy, but the bishop on e5 down here. What an amazing piece.
Oh, and does that allow a queen trade? Queen g2, and white might be emerging from the dead all of a sudden.
And by the way, white is up a pawn, and it's an A pawn. We've already seen here in day 2 of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase what those pesky A pawns can do. So Jose needs to be careful.
All he had to do, I'm pretty sure, is take on f4 with the queen. And the point is that after queen g2, the black king is completely safe on h8. The bishop does a great job of covering g7. White's king is not going to survive this for more than 5 moves. I mean, the knight's coming to f3, rook to g8. The other rook is going to join the attack. I think Jose just either forgot that the queen trade is possible or underestimated its impact on white's defensive chances, which is tremendous.
Wow. I mean, I'm just looking at this position, and once the queens are swapped here, white's definitely not worse. And
I'm watching his camera. You could see it in his face.
Yeah. It's just one of these positions where now he's also down on time, Danya. So it's not just the position. It's not just what could have been. He is down on time.
This was a big miss. And I think after the queen trade, it almost becomes a 3-result game. And white's knight from e3 has a great parking spot waiting for it on c4. And if you can dislodge the bishop from e5, that means the d6 pawn is going to get weak. With 1 minute on the clock, absolutely anything can happen. Crazy turn of events here. Jose was 1 step away from defeating Ding Liren and knocked him out of the tournament.
I'm sorry to change games so quickly.
No.
Maxim Matlikov just blundered a piece. I clicked on the game, and as soon as I did, look at the last move from Matlikov.
What?
He went knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5? Did he think rook a8 was... Oh, he thought rook a8, bishop f8, bishop b4. He forgot that Fabi can block the check with a rook on d8.
And
that's crazy.
I just had clicked on the game, Danya. Like, I pressed on it, and then I see the move knight takes d5 played, and I'm like, wait, that can't work.
Let me look at that again. Knight. He's basically winning here. I mean, he's up 2 pawns. Knight takes d5.
Yeah, that's a move that you obviously would like to take back, because look at this. He has some passed pawns, but they're being chipped at here. The king is running right to e6.
Over.
Completely over. The knight on e1 dominated. By the e4. Yikes.
Maxime, that is not a great way to fly on out of the RCC. Knight takes d5. Shocking blunder. And Fabi with a big win.
Yes, and I think there are a lot of fans out there who are supportive of Fabi Caruana based on his World Chess Championship commentary and, of course, his championship match against Magnus Carlsen. But I think Fabi will be shaking his head after this one, because he was much worse.
Oh my God!
And just what?
Sorry.
No. It's good that you came here. I think we can trust
Fabi to win that position.
Yeah. What is that move?
Rook takes f2 check with 27 seconds left.
Can you just take it with your king? What's going on here?
Rook f8 check.
King g1.
Knight f3 check.
King h1.
That's where I'm at. I think he wants bishop g3 in that position.
Oh gosh, it's too messy for me.
And Ding with a minute and a half. I think Jose is playing hope chess.
Wait, Danya.
Ding panics.
He plays in this move order because if the other move order, I think there was a clear win for white, which maybe we can show on the analysis board if possible. But he plays in this way because let's say it started with knight f3 instead of bishop g3, right? This line you're just talking about. King h1, bishop g3. Is it queen takes g3?
Oh, that's gorgeous. And rook g1.
Yeah.
Knight takes g1, rook takes g1. And the 2 pieces for a rook is going to be totally overwhelming on account of the passed a pawn. That's a great catch. But Ding apparently has a win here. I think he just found it. Rook takes d4 and knight d1 covering the f2 square.
Oh, and the rook cannot be captured because the queen is loose in g5. Oh, what a wizard. And we know from firsthand experience, Danya. Remember when we had him for an interview after his game against Richard Rapport? where he was like talking about these like bishop f7 lines, and we're like, I don't even know when that was a legal move. But the guy, just because he likes positional, incremental progress, I mean, he's also a tactical wizard.
But this game is far from over. I know it's +6 or whatever, but rook g8 is coming. Bishop h2 and bishop f2 are going to be threatened. 40 seconds for Ding. Buckle in, because he needs a couple more accurate moves to ward off Black's attack. And I don't see exactly what he does, but he does.
Yeah, that's all that's important. Rook e8, trading off an aggressive piece, and that means that Black is just running out of firepower.
He's got to trade the knight on d1, an amazing defender. It covers the e3 square. That would have led to checkmate otherwise. And just 2 or 3 more moves. Move the bishop back to b5, stopping the d pawn. Look how clinically he's playing.
And watch out for a back rank checkmate against the Black king. The pawn on h6 is still alive. So queen f3 type of moves. There's step 1, and queen f8 is going to be
surgical. Absolutely surgical. It's over. And Jose flags.
You got to feel for the guy. I mean, there is a consolation. He just won $4,000. So congratulations on that achievement for Jose Martinez. But when you're a chess player, in this moment, you don't give a hoot about the prize fund. It could be $1 million. You're like, how did I just blunder away that game where I had the upper hand against Dingley Rent?
And not just the upper hand, a completely winning position. Underestimating the queen trade. Rook takes f2 was an admirable, gutsy attempt, but he was up against a Dingley Rent who was determined to get back into the game. An amazing finale. And that, I believe, concludes the first round of the loser's bracket.
It does indeed. So we have our matchup set in stone. We're going to have our losers round 2 in the lower bracket, because we now know who will square off. And wow, that was a really exciting, I guess, opening round. It's kind of weird to say that in a double elimination, but the opening stage of the losers bracket, no less exciting than our day 1 action.
No. And we had Ding just pulling off an incredible comeback against Jose. We had Grishuk squandering an amazing position and getting knocked out by Parham. This bodes very, very well for the rest of the day's action.
It certainly does. So I know I always feel spoiled when I get to watch this kind of high-level play. And yes, there are going to be a fair share of mistakes. It is a speedy time control. But the players, I mean, Alexander Grishuk knocked out of this field. That's how strong it is. Parham Maksud, what a day he's had, Danya. He wins a classical game in the Turkish league. Then he comes on here and beats Alexander Grishuk in a match. Yeah,
you can imagine his to-do list. Defeating a grandmaster in classical chess, check. Defeating Grishuk at 11 p.m. from my hotel room, check. Will he keep going? Well, we'll see.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Danya and I will take a short break, but more here from day 2 of the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase when we return.
you know you can get an entirely ad-free experience on Chess.com by subscribing on Twitch? It's as easy as dropping a sub, which helps us bring you shows like this and includes all the great subscriber benefits like ad-free viewing on Twitch, emotes like Chess.com Brilliant, Chess.com Hype, Chess.com Love, of course, the Chess.com OMG, and all the rest. All you have to do is connect your Twitch account to your Chess.com profile and voila, you're done. Type the command connect in the chat today and say goodbye to ads for good.
In return here to day 2 of the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase, we have our losers bracket round 2 matchups in store. Danya, as we look here from top to bottom, we start with Dubov against Magsudlu. That's an excellent matchup between two very sharp players.
Yeah, super exciting matchups all around. Dubov, Magsudlu, Abdusatorov, Ding. I don't think these two players have faced off very often, if at all. So I'm very excited to see Noterbeck in action once again. Zhang against Andreykin, and then Alexei Serrano. He will have a chance to redeem himself after yesterday's incredibly disappointing match against Hikaru Nakamura, but he will have to do it against a resurgent Fabi, who just defeated Maxim Malikov with a score of 2-0.
And I think Fabi will be particularly motivated in this matchup. I don't know if you remember this, Danya, but there was a pro chess league game where Fabi was absolutely crushing Serrano, and then he blundered, checkmated, and won. So I think that when Fabiano plays against Serrano, he's not going to forget that moment, and he's saying, I want to crush this guy and continue my path here in the Rapid Chess Championship Finals.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have a chip on his shoulder. The second round of the losers bracket is going to be fascinating, and I'm excited for the prospect perhaps of some Armageddons today. I feel like these are, I mean, Zhang and Draken, for example, both of them are so evenly matched, so solid, that we might see some matches going all the way down to the wire.
And of course, for the many people who are watching and waiting for certain names like Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Vladimir Fedoseev, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the next matchups after this round of action will be the winners semifinals. And I mean, Nakamura, So, with no disrespect meant towards Fedoseev, Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru versus Wesley has been the final of Speed Chess Championships of every major classical tournament. They've clashed. So that one is really exciting, Danya.
And talk about a chip on his shoulder. The final weekend of the RCC, nothing was at stake in terms of the overall leaderboard, but Wesley defeated Hikaru Nakamura, and Hikaru is not going to take that loss lightly. So it's a perfect opportunity for him to avenge that loss. And for Wesley, an opportunity to extend his dominance. He has been in absolutely superb form on and off online tournaments. He's been a force to be reckoned with. I'm very excited for that. That's coming your way after the losers round 2.
Yes, and Wesley, so he loves chess, and I just had the privilege of being the USA team coach in Chennai for the Olympiad, and Wesley's always enthusiastic to analyze positions. He had great team chemistry with the others. So Wesley So, I mean, he's just a very friendly face in the chess world. And here's his hired player resume to get to know him a little bit better. He is a world champion in Fischer Random Chess.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that. I knew that he was good at Fischer Random. Didn't realize he was the reigning world champion. He's obviously a 3-time U.S. champion. His curriculum vitae could take up an entire book. So these are but 2 sample achievements. And yesterday, Eric and I were discussing a photograph of his Chess.com setup. He's got the computer on a chair. He's got the board made as small as possible. It was giving me nausea, so we went away from it pretty quickly. But Wesley has a very, very unique setup, and he's gotten a lot faster over the years. He's gotten better at bullet, much like Fabi, and that's made him a force to be reckoned with in online chess. I mean, oh no, here it is again.
You're not a fan of this setup, Danya? You don't do the same?
Yes, I don't have my laptop on my armchair. Like, that's the perfect spot to put a laptop. And what is Wesley sitting on? Is there another chair that's behind him? Is he sitting on his bed?
I mean, throughout the years, we've seen different setups from him, including the one we're about to show you, where his monitor is quite large, but his Chess.com view is small. And actually, he's not the only person to do this. During the puzzle battles, the championship, I've seen other people do that. Yes, Jimis does it as well, because the smaller your Chess.com, the quicker you can move. Just because, think about it, if you're moving from one side of the board all the way the other on a big screen, that takes time. Whereas if you have a shrunken screen like this, it allows you to play quicker moves.
I don't do any of that, and I've done not too shabbily, in bullet chess. So it is possible to move it from side to side, but to each their own. Whatever floats your boat. Wesley and Hikaru are going to face off in the winners bracket, but right now the players in the losers bracket making their preparations. God dang, against Abdusattorov. I'm just so excited for that clash of generations.
And Abdusattorov is such a kind person. I got to catch up with him at the airport in Chennai. We were on the same flight to Delhi, actually. And the whole Uzbek team was there taking photos with everyone, whether it be other chess players, airport security. I mean, they were the celebrities, of course, after winning the gold medal at the Olympiad. And I spoke with him for a while. He was super appreciative of being able to play in all these different online tournaments. He's said he was thankful to be invited to the Rapid Chess Championship finals here, because he couldn't play the final week of the RCC season, where he probably would have qualified in terms of points over the series. So, he's just a very gracious person, a very humble individual, and I'm just so excited for him and also the Uzbekistan chess team.
And he's over 2,700 live after the first 2 games of the Turkish League. I'm not sure how he did today, whether he played today.
He won.
He won again?
Yeah.
So he's 3 out of 3 again. I mean, he's pulling a Gukesh now in the Turkish League.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of shenanigans are those?
He's having a good time. It's clear that
he's on fire.
These youngsters, their age belies their strength. And I mean, nobody's surprised anymore. And well, Dingley Ren, he's not exactly, an old man, but he is a veteran of the chess circuit. And he's getting his first shot at a World Chess Championship match. We talked to him how excited he was to finish second place in the candidates. And now he gets a chance to play against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it's good to see Dingley Ren here playing in this event, because he's had a really tough time throughout the pandemic, unable to travel to many over-the-board events.
He really has. So it is a great privilege to watch Dingley Ren when he gets a chance to compete. And obviously his wholesomeness and his personality has been discussed so many times. It makes him incredibly easy to root for. He's a class act in every way, and he is a modern day Anatoly Karpov. He's a positional master, and the games are underway.
Okay, so I see that you've taken us here to the players we're talking about: Dingley Ren, Nordibek Abdusattorov, and these types of positions, Danya, I've always found them very interesting, but also difficult, because look at White's setup. You want to push your F pawn at some point, F3, and then play E4. But with your pawn E3 under attack, it's going to take a bit of time, some untangling, maybe knight C1 here.
Yeah,
but
I've played that move before.
I don't usually love bringing my knights back to C1 like this.
Yeah, because the knight doesn't have too many prospects. I mean, it can maneuver to B3, but even if you reach C5, as long as Black's pawn remains on B7, you could push it up to B6 at the right moment. So I don't think White has all that much. I would prefer to play White if I had to have a choice of colors here, but incredibly solid opening choice by Nordibek.
Yes, I think that if the knight does go to c1, he has a bunch of options he could think about. I don't think black really wants to move f5 and whoa. Knight f4.
Knight f4.
I don't want e4. I just want to open the e file, and black is a little bit lagging in development.
That's quite the structural transformation. It's a very committal move because after knight takes f4, e takes f4, the d4 pawn is going to be isolated and weak. But you're right. When you have a lead in development, the typical prescription is you want to open files and infiltrate as quickly as possible. And Noterbeck actually declines the trade. He drops his knight back to f6. And f3 is now possible if white wants it.
And I mean, it does look completely reasonable at this point, and that's why Ding Liren goes for it. I'm starting to really like his position. The one thing for Noterbeck is you can't just sit and wait for e4 to happen. You might need to strike with a move like g5, because where is that knight on f4 going?
Well, would have gone to h3, and if you would have captured on h3, I think white would have burned black on the newly weakened light squares on the king side. So Noterbeck strikes on the other side of the board. Same idea, different flank.
Okay, but can white just play e4 here? Just blast the center open. We're talking about how the bishop on c8, the rook on a8, there's no coordination for black's pieces right now. So I'm very tempted by the move e4, because look at white's pieces. They're so harmonious.
And what could happen is, well, the e file is going to open for sure. C takes d4, knight takes d5. We're going to have a mass trade on d5. And at the end of the day, Robert, the d4 pawn, I think this is what you're saying, is going to be cut off from the rest of civilization. Not to mention that white's going to grab control of the e file. This is a really bad position. But Ding has decided on g4.
Oh my gosh. I love how this game is going thus far. These players are holding nothing back.
Living up to its expectations, and Ding saying, hey, I want to play h4, g5, and I want to kick your butt in the center.
Oh gosh. And they say that, players like Ding Liren, they got a decade on Noterbeck Abdusattar, maybe even more, a dozen years. But he said, I'm going to be the one who's challenging you tactically in this game. Let's go for it. But it does make a lot of sense. Look at the bishop on c8. It is restricted. The bishop on d3, the far superior minor piece at this point in time. So I really like Ding's position.
Yeah, and a lot of people, I think, would look at this move and say, I would never play a move like g4. It seems way too weakening. But it's not like white's king is in mortal danger, right? It's not like black has all these pieces gathered on the king side and, he's going to counterstrike. White's got plenty of pieces surrounding his own king. So this is not a very big risk. And what I like here is the move queen d2 to h2, because when you play g5 later on, the queen is going to be perfectly poised to exploit the opening of the h file.
Wow, I just love this position for white. Not to mention, Danya, that knight takes e6 might also be possible, because it might force f takes e6. Because if you take with the queen, maybe I could win that c5 pawn. So it's not looking very pleasant, the light squares for black. You called it. You had a very prudent approach to analyzing this position. So I'm with you, Danya, that no matter what black does right here, it feels like white has the upper hand.
Yeah, right now Ding he's outplaying him, and Noterbeck had a very, very difficult Armageddon yesterday against Vladimir Fedoseev. Just a brutal field at the RCC, and he gets rewarded with a match against Ding. He's off to a great start. Let's see if Ding can keep his foot on the gas pedal.
Okay, so why don't we head on over to some of our other games. We do have 4 matches going on at once. I think Parham stepped out for some food, so maybe 3, and then Parham's match will start as soon as he gets back. It's only fair to a player who played a classical game over the board, then immediately played
food?
played a rapid chess championship match. So he's easy. But let's take a peek at the position between maybe Caruana and Serrana. I think 2 major happening right here. It actually looks like Alexei has done quite well out of the opening on the clock, on the board, and Alexei's in great shape.
This just looks like a dead draw. I mean, the center is wide open. Trades of every kind are happening. Queen c5 to h5 is a great move, because if Fabi takes on h5, he's going to find that both of his bishops are in trouble, and white's much worse here. So if anyone has to tread carefully, I actually think it's white.
Yes.
I actually think it's white.
And it may just mean you have to play like rook a to d1, and perhaps the pieces will just get traded off in short order, and no one really has to be worried. But if I'm 500 Caruana, I'm disappointed that I had the white pieces in game 1, and I got absolutely nothing against a very strong and determined Alexei Serrana, but somebody that you outrate and have much more experience than. So a great showing thus far from Alexei.
Yeah, and Fabi has to avoid getting into further trouble. Rook AD1 looks like the best way to secure a draw, and the move is on the board.
Okay, so we'll go away from this game. It looks very level, but a game that I have no idea what's going on in is one between Andrakin.
There's a rook hanging
Jeffrey
in this
Jones.
game for like 4 moves now. No, for 2 moves. Queen A4, Jeffrey calmly playing B6, and after knight D2, how many people would automatically play rook B8? Wait, no, I'm sorry. I thought that Andrakin had made a different move, but he still might. He might castle here.
Yeah, no, black can castle. Also, black can play A6. There's a pinned pawn on B5. So please go ahead, take my rook on A8. No, I think that favors black, right? Like if you take on A8, queen takes A8 in that position, this looks very suspicious for white.
And Andrakin played rook B8. I think A6 was the best move because not only do you threaten A takes B5, you also have bishop H3 on tap. No, the compensation here, it speaks for itself, but Dimitri playing the less adventurous move, giving Jeffrey a chance, or Jeffrey playing the less adventurous move, giving Dimitri a chance to complete his maneuver. And now I think white's better. I didn't like rook b8 at all from Jeffrey.
And we say this often, it's easier to sacrifice other people's pieces than our own. It wasn't that clear that black wouldn't necessarily have full compensation long-term for the exchange, even though in the short term with the weakened light squares on the king side, we of course like black's chances. So this position is clearly nice for white though, because if you take on C4 here, that might just have your whole position collapse in a few moves. Just, knight C4, D takes C4,
Ooh, and there's another tactical detail which Jeffrey might have overlooked. If you play A6 here, the idea being if white plays knight takes A5, then black can take on B5 first and then recapture the knight. But if I did my, ate my tactics cereal this morning, I think knight takes B6 is an incredibly nasty shot. Because now if you play A takes B5, you drop the knight and the knight on B6 is defended. If rook takes B6, queen takes A5, and black has to settle for this incredibly miserable type of position.
Yeah, that's a really nice tactical sequence there. The rook on b6 being loose meant that black couldn't take on b5 and fix the pawn structure. So anytime you see a position like this where black doesn't have connected pawns at the end of a tactical sequence, things have gone wrong. Now, it looks like Jeffrey is thinking here after knight c4. He may, in fact, castle kingside. I don't know if it works out, but I'm just claiming that after knight takes a5, b takes a5, maybe with my king castle, I'm getting enough activity. Your b5 pawn is loose. And so I'm not thrilled about my damaged pawn structure. I'll give you that, Danya. But I feel like black being ahead in development and just kind of having a situation where the pieces are working together quite nicely.
And at least black still has, the clamp on the center is still intact. And it's not aesthetically pleasing, but I agree. I don't think white's winning or anything like that. I think white's got a pleasant position. But if Jeffrey is careful, he can leave it at that.
Right. So he's going to have his work cut out for him, but he isn't doing so badly out the gates.
We need to go back to the ding game because this has gone completely into the toilet for Noterbeck. This is over.
Gosh, no, it's completely over.
Holy smokes, what a game. 23 moves.
G4, H4, and automatic destruction.
This.
No. Everybody at home, okay? You watch Dingley Ren do it. You don't necessarily do it yourself because you're going to push those pawns at the wrong time.
Bang.
But
bang.
Look at that. Knight takes one pawn. The other knight takes another. The queen on D6 is loose, and it's a goner.
Oh, and rook takes C5.
Oh.
There's knight G to E7 check. Now, you can't take that knight with either piece. The knights are connected. King F8, rook takes C5. The position speaks completely for itself. And Ding is up 2 pawns on top of everything else that's wrong with black's position. And you could fill up a volume with that.
It's bully chess. And this is what we love to see from Dingley Ren, right? We just love his ability to play all sorts of positions. If pawn takes G6, you think, great, I got your knight. Look at the queens. They're on the same diagonal. What happens when a piece moves out the way? With check, the queen on D6 is loose and it's going to be captured. So I agree with your sound effects, Danya. This is just done. This
is resign time. This is literally, and knight takes D5, same thing, rook E8 check. Noterbeck's just going to resign here. There are no moves.
And what a I would say almost a rude
What a
awakening.
game.
But yeah, Abusatar, he's been awake all day. He played an over-the-board classical game. But Dingley Ren, he is somewhat fortunate just to be in this round after Jose Martinez had him on the ropes. But he said, I'm not going to be fazed by maybe one slightly bad or inaccurate sequence, of moves. I'm just going to go ahead and crush one of the hottest players on the planet in Nodirbek Abusatar. That guy had a blazing path towards Olympiad gold. He's winning all his games in the Turkish league. He and Gukesh, right? They're the stars, not of tomorrow, but of today. And so Dingley Ren said, not so fast, young fella. To take one from James Canty. I'm here.
H5, we live. Queen F4, queen takes H6 is coming. And I think it's knight F5, more rookie 8 action.
Oh my gosh.
And I think Ding, after bishop takes F5 here, he might not even want to play rookie 8 check. He might even just take on F5. Let's not forget that he's up 2 pawns and Black's entire position is destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay, moot point. It's completely winning. And resignation is going to come really any second.
Okay, so he moves.
Or maybe not.
It's just
maybe we shouldn't shovel dirt on him yet.
Oh, I was going to say, can you play knight c3? But the f3 pawn is suddenly hanging. So you do have to be a bit careful. I think this is the problem. When you know you're winning, sometimes you take your foot off the gas pedal, so to speak, and like, yeah, I'll just make some move. And then you drop one pawn, then your position gets a little bit more dangerous. So Dingley Ren, he's not that type of player. He's always looking out for the possibilities here. And the one thing I'm looking out for, I'm looking at that internet connection, 4 bars. He's good. Come on, Ding, don't lose that connection. If you're going to lose, okay, that's your problem on the board. But as long as he doesn't disconnect and have to forfeit the game, then I think that he's okay.
The other problem in these types of positions is that when you're completely winning, your tolerance for allowing counterplay is greatly diminished. So you're always looking for that option which doesn't allow a single annoying line, which doesn't force you to calculate. And sometimes, as my coach used to tell me, you have to allow counterplay. It's not an inherently bad thing to allow counterplay. You know, you can't always skirt the need for calculation. And knight takes b6 is on the board. If a takes b6, I think Ding should just bring the queen up to f4.
Right.
And, you know, it's time to administer the last rights here. Queen takes h6 is coming.
It's a really good illustration of what you were just talking about. That point is well taken because rook takes a2. A lot of people are like, no, I can't allow that. But then Black has back rank problems. Is probably just getting checkmated after rook takes e6. So I do
a nice move.
I think that your point is actually a really, really excellent one. And this is a great illustration of that because your point is that when you're up material, when you have an attack, you don't have to count every single piece on the board. You're up multiple pawns here. You're about to checkmate your opponent, for goodness sake. So who cares about the a2 pawn unless it comes with some kind of checkmating attack? Then whatever, have it.
Yeah, leave it. Yeah, exactly. G5. Ooh, there's a nice mating pattern. If Nodirbek takes, the queen could swing from h3 to h6 with checkmate. If Black plays rook g8, the simple king f2 ends the game on the spot.
Yeah, what a nice game from Dingley Ren here. So it doesn't count as a miniature because it was now 30 moves, but it felt that way.
Dude. Jeffrey is down to 25 seconds.
What?
What's going on? Is this an internet issue?
Did he disconnect? Because how could he possibly be down to...
Did he catch the internet plague?
But I see all 4 bars for him.
No, I think he just doesn't see a move. It's over. He's just completely lost. Because here's the thing, Robert. If you play queen c8, I snapped the pawn on d7. He just resigned. And that was not premature resignation. A 16-move game. He took on c4. He played a6. And he simply underestimated the immense power of the pin along the d file. I think he missed this idea in particular.
Oh, that is brutal.
Queen takes bishop c6 and bishop h3 and ba. Oh, Queen, you're tearing Black apart.
No, that's just me and poor Jeffrey.
My lands.
And if you try to castle out of the pin on or king on7, bishop c6, the pin is alive and you're losing your queen for just the rooks or just losing a piece directly.
Yeah, you can't even get a rook and a piece for the queen because White's going to recapture the bishop, as you're saying. What a heartbreaker for Jeffrey. And rook b8, that's where his troubles began.
Yeah, and after knight c4, he took on c4. So
yeah,
mistakes often come in pairs, and rook b8 was already inaccuracy, and then knight takes c4 was just incredibly dubious. So you got to feel for Jeffrey. He still has the opportunity to strike back with the white pieces, but when you play a game like that, Danya, you often feel like you're just out of it. I mean, maybe Jeffrey will be cool. He'll just manage his emotions, but I always feel like when I lose a game like that, I have no chance, even if I get the white pieces in game 2.
It was a sucker punch, and Dimitri is one of the worst people. Not that anybody over 2,700 is a good opponent to face when you have to win on demand, but given how solid he is, this is going to be an incredibly tall order for Jeffrey. But we know how level-headed Jeffrey is. We know what he's capable of, so he's not going to go gentle into that good knight.
Speaking of good knights, the knight on f4, right. I mean, that knight can head to e2 with check.
Good. I liked that transition a lot.
Well, rook takes g7 is a blunder here. So you may think
how cool I am.
Yeah, you're getting a nice tactic, but at the end, there's knight e2 check, and you lose the bishop.
Who's laughing now, huh? Yeah.
No, this is actually starting to be a little bit problematic for Fabiano. He is getting active, and this may seem strange to say, Daniel, but now we're getting into a position all 3 results possible, because the g7 pawn may not be that easy to defend.
No, totally. And 44 seconds for Serrano, which is rare for him to be in this kind of time pressure. He is, along with Parham, one of the fastest players on the RCC tour. And Fabi has to find a way to engineer the move bishop d4. It's so annoying that black has that knight on f4. Maybe king h2. But moving the king away from the center in an endgame, it kind of goes against her instincts.
Yeah, and the problem for white is that there's always like knight d5 to f6. You can always just park the knight in front of the pawn and say, you probably will make a draw each and every way, but black is the one ahead by this b5 pawn for the time being. And
I think we're going to see knight d3.
Oh, okay.
Alexei playing ambitiously. I think he's playing for a win.
But this could backfire. Look at king e2, king f3, king e4. Like, you have to be careful that this king isn't going to walk up to g6 at some point.
Well, king e2, I think he's intending for himself to play for. But then already bishop d4 needs to be reckoned with. Oh, there's knight f4 check in that position.
Aha. Wow, actually, this is getting really tricky.
No, he plays b4. So he allows king f3.
But he wants rook b1, b3. That feels slow from black's perspective.
Yeah, because once the king reaches e4, it's making contact with the knight. If you move the knight, you give up e5. If you move the rook, you give up the knight. I think Fabi should play king f3 and...
he goes the other way. King d2.
His foot on the gas pedal, it goes the other way.
So rook c3, there's even rook takes b4 there. He goes knight f4, makes sense.
Good move, attacking g2 and h3.
Yeah, maybe just...
That's a nasty move.
Maybe just throw in some checks like rook b8 and take on f4 and then king c2. I think that's objectively just a draw on the spot, but white needs to be careful.
Wait, it is?
Well, because
it is. It is.
You can't keep your b4 pawn defended.
Because the king reaches d3 when the black rook reaches c4.
That's right. So I'm going to keep attacking your rook.
I can really quickly make these moves. So takes king c2, rook c3, king d2, and the problem is that the f pawn... Ooh, but you have f3. Oh, and then white plays g3. Look at that line.
I didn't even see f3, but that's a beautiful try, especially if Fabiano was the one in time trouble. That could
imagine if you had 5 seconds and you faced this move. Yeah,
you freak out. No, you just get frantic and you lose the game. But no, Fabiano has much more time, and he has been impressive in that way in particular throughout the Rapid Chess Championship season. He's been very good on the clock, because remember, the Swisses on Saturdays were 10 minutes with no increment, and Fabiano was making his way through most of them and then doing very well when the increment was put in place on Sunday knockouts.
But he has to avoid freaking out here, because if not for bishop takes f4, if you lose another pawn on the king side, you could end up in very serious trouble, as he is. Oh, my lands.
He's playing to win. He is trying to win this game down a pawn.
Or he missed bishop takes f4, or he didn't consider it seriously.
Well, knight h3, king c2 is probably his plan.
But how can black, even if black just plays rook c3 and rook c8, black's never going to lose that.
Oh,
and Alexei finds an even better move.
Oh, because king c1, there's knight d3 check, and then down goes f2.
Knight takes f2.
So Fabiano's king goes to
d1, but now he can come back to d5.
Yeah, or d3, or take on h3. Do what you want.
Knight d3 is his choice.
Is there f4 here?
f4, e4, bishop d4.
You have to be very careful.
Still a 3-result game, by the way. Black can overpress here.
Yeah, I think F4, maybe just take on F4. That way you feel pretty safe as Black. I think that Alexei should just, really avoid blundering.
F4 is on the board. That's an excellent defensive move, and you caught it.
Yeah. So he takes. And now he has Rook G2 as well. So he's just playing it safe. Smart play by Alexei.
Still really unpleasant for Fabi. He's down upon the Rook coming back to G3. Bishop D4 blunders F4. So maybe F5.
Lovely move there. Really strong move.
H4, anchoring the G5 square, should you need it.
Both these guys are playing really well right now.
Given the time pressure and the complexity of this endgame, absolutely. And I would consider going Bishop G5 right away.
Mm-hmm. Because Rook D7
Rook
first.
D7.
He wants a Bishop C5 check.
Aha. Now this looks like it's heading toward a draw, but you never know.
Okay, where's that knight going to E4? So Rook D4, there might be... No, it's not B3.
Oh, Rook G4?
Oh, Rook E2 check.
A fork.
Watch out.
Okay, Bishop F2. Bishop F2 and just take B4 and play a pawn down.
Okay, yeah, that's a very easy draw. Good call by you.
Oh, knight E2. Oh, he blundered B3.
Oh my
God. The pawn reaches B2 and there's Rook G1 check.
What a find by Alexei.
If you take G3, the Rook ignores the Bishop, but where's the win?
Just take on F5 now.
Knight E3.
He's trading rooks.
Beautiful. Knight E3.
Oh,
Robert, he had knight E3 instead, winning on the spot because
he has it.
To his mate.
No, but here knight C4 check.
Oh my lands. It wins. King B2, knight C4 first, then you take the rook and you take the bishop. Unbelievable.
Alexei Sorana, never count that guy out from his winning chances. He was always the side to be preferred, but to win that position, I think that Fabiano, he didn't find bishop takes F4, the immediate potential for a draw there. It was a bit of a long line, but yeah, he missed that chance.
But he had to see that was pretty easy to calculate. That was 3 moves and you can sign the score sheets. That's the problem when you let your opponent hang around and hang around, eventually you get a problem that you don't solve correctly. And Alexei with a win with the black pieces, Fabiano is on the ropes here in the RCC finals.
Okay, well, we have one game still from the first set of games in the match in the losers bracket second round here. We have Parham with the black piece against Daniil Dubov. Parham, he needed to get some food. Thankfully, he was able to do so, and now he has a tough task here. He's just worse. I hate these positions for black. The bishop on B7,
the worst.
Such a bad piece.
It's like this is Catalan torture written all over it. It's got the fingerprints of the Catalan, that knight on E5, the bad bishop, as you're saying, the pressure on the queen side. Except I'll put it this way: when I have these positions with white, I feel like my advantage evaporates within 5 moves. When I'm facing Dmitry Andreikin, I want to resign within 5 moves.
I feel the same way, but one plan that I see here for white is you'll play E3 at some point, but bishop D6, queen D6, and play B4, knight D3, knight C5. Just like put your pieces forward on the queen side, and you're always going to be better. That said, winning is a whole different matter altogether.
Yeah, you can maybe play knight D3 first, but then you'd have to reckon with rook C4. So keeping the knight on E5 for as long as possible sounds like a good strategy. I like the idea. If you can get a knight to C5, I mean, if you win A6, then black is in mortal danger. You also have this idea of E3 bishop F1, which I've seen in these positions. Dubov is having himself a good time.
In fact, I like E3 most because it's the most flexible move. You're defending your D4 pawn. So even if you go knight D3 and allow a rook C4, who cares? The bishop's coming to F1, as you mentioned. You can play B4 next. These positions, I always find myself struggling to come up with a single plan for black, but Parham is ahead on the clock.
As usual.
Yeah, as usual. And by the way, the second games are underway from the other matches. So
okay.
I don't think some of the players know that, though, because Caruana and Andreikin have not moved.
Neither of them has, actually, yeah. Jeez. This is bad. 2 minutes have passed and they're not moving.
Okay, so this is a big moment here in general for Parham because he's looking like he's going to get squeezed. Dubov, he didn't even play E3 first, Danya. He goes bishop F1. I think we know what he's going for, but I guess I don't quite understand why that move first. Maybe it's because it looks clever.
He wants to be cool. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. He wants to look cool. Ooh, look at me, play bishop f1, putting the bishop on a closed diagonal. But he's going to play e3 next. And the eval bar actually did not take a liking to that move. Maybe because of queen b6 hitting b2 and disallowing b4. I don't know.
Oh, that's a really good point. And maybe he was too clever for his own good, because after queen b6, maybe to make a move like rook a2 or something, but that's not a move you want to make.
But then already rook c1?
For sure.
No, I think Daniel Dubov outfoxed himself there.
Yeah.
And he might have just lost a lion's share of his advantage. And if you have to play b3, Robert, you create a gaping hole on c3, and then black gets activity.
Yeah, bishop f1 was too smart. Like, that's what my coach, Miron Cherry, he always used to say that when I would suggest some sort of outside the box move, he goes, that's too smart for me.
Right, that is way too smart. It was way too smart for Dubov. And now he's paying the price. Speaking of Dubov, let's take a very quick look at his hired player resume. He really needs no introduction, Robert, does he?
No, he does not. I mean, he is just 26 years old. And in 2018, 4 years ago, he won the World Rapid Championship. That was an amazing accomplishment for him. He was the youngest in history, if I'm not mistaken, at the time, before Nordibek Abdusattorov stole that historic achievement. And he has been Carlsen second. His preparation is well known and respected. And he is like a kind of like an Olympic level gymnast. Not actually, but if you haven't seen that video.
I never knew that.
But you're friends with him for a long time.
Yeah, but I never knew that.
Have you seen the video?
I have not.
Oh my gosh. There's a video of him doing like pull-ups and all sorts of just like, you know, he looks like he could do a pommel horse with the best.
Jeez Louise, I had no idea. I know what I'm doing after the show.
Eating food.
That too. By the way, we have a crazy opening in the Serrano Caruana game. Shall we take a quick look-see? What in the world are we looking at? No, exactly.
Is this real?
I've never seen this position in my life, and it's 5 moves in.
I love it.
I play this line with black, bishop f5. I play this in blitz a lot. g3 is considered the best move. It gives white an advantage. Knight e4 I've never seen before.
Okay.
Queen d3 is a typical response. The problem is that black has no discoveries. Knight takes g3, queen takes g3. And if knight takes f2, you'll lose the knight on h1. Typical stuff.
Right.
d5 by Fabi. What is that?
Okay, I actually see the point.
What if CD? Explain. Enlighten the ignorant souls, please.
If we go back a half move, right, before d5 and took on c3, white takes the bishop on f5, and black is toast because the knight is trapped. So this just miserable. Even if you don't lose a piece, you're just done for.
No, you do. You lose b7 and then you lose the rook on a8.
Yeah, that's actually the worst possible scenario.
Or get mated on c8. Anyways.
But after d5, cd5, now after knight takes c3, queen takes f5, you can take this pawn on d5.
And what, is this such an amazing position?
You'll play e6. You'll actually get some quick development, maybe a bishop b4 check. And I'm not saying it's amazing, but it's clearly causing Serrano some confusion here because he's never seen in his life, which makes it a good practical try.
Yeah, Fabi played the King's Indian yesterday in a must-win situation against Nepo. Did not go well. Here, choosing something a lot more offbeat. I agree completely. This is what you have to do when you need to win a game with black. And if white takes on d5 with the knight, that loses. Why does that lose?
Could be like
e6.
E6, bishop b4 coming.
Oh, and the bishop's defended, so now you can play knight takes e2. I forgot about that.
It's really funny when we overlook like the simplest of ideas. Right. Like, wait, why would this be good? Bishop b4 check would have also been absolutely crushing.
Even better. Look at good.
Oh gosh. How not to play chess.
Right, exactly. 8 moves in, you're losing your queen and your rook in succession. Okay, d5. And Alexei has burned through 3 minutes trying to puzzle out the complexity of this position. He's going to play c takes d5. I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah,
and then Fabi will quickly respond with knight takes c3 and take on d5, and it's just a game. And we can see the eval bar saying white is significantly better. We don't know exactly how to do so. Maybe it's a simple move down it. Maybe just like develop with bishop g2, saying that there's no immediate threat. Now I'm putting pressure on your knight e4, and if your best move is knight takes c3 or something like that, well, that doesn't look all that appealing. So I guess knight d6 after bishop g2. That's the way to go. But what a weird game.
G8, f6, e4, d6, and we're 6 moves in.
I don't get it.
This is how the young boys play chess. Bishop g2, you called it.
And did you see Fabiano? Wait, did you see that, by the way? He had his hand up. Bishop g2 was played. He immediately went to grab his mouse. So he's in some kind of obscure preparation.
Continue.
He's in some kind of obscure preparation. And I think he's going to make the move bishop c8 here. It's, I think, forced at this point because otherwise e5 wins the b7 pawn. And Fabiano is undeveloping, but he's up a pawn.
Bishop f5 to c8.
Like, this is not how we teach our students to play chess.
He's got one piece developed. It's a knight, and it's on d6. It's not on f6. This is the most obscure preparation I've ever seen in my life. We're going to have to ask him about that at some point.
And we have to acknowledge, though, that it is so incredibly difficult to get a win out of thin air against a grandmaster like Alexis Serrano, right? So you have to take risks, do obscure things, kind of tie yourself in knots and just try to wriggle out of them to get the upper hand. And let's not forget, he is up a pawn, this pawn c4. So if Alexei just dilly-dallies and develops and does nothing, maybe Fabiano can say that I'm going to play e6, bishop e7, with g6, bishop e7 is probably even better in castle, like you were just showing. And then I have an extra pawn, and it might be a healthy pawn at long last.
And it's a defended pawn. That knight on d6, I'm laughing about it, but it's not such a bad knight. And the other thing is White's constantly going to have to decide whether to play e5. And the move e5, as we know, is very committal in these types of positions. So I'm definitely, approving of Fabi's opening choice. I think this is as good of a choice, as good of an attempt as any. This is what you got to do, as you're saying.
Yes, I mean, you can't just get an opening advantage out of thin air with the black pieces against anybody. So for Fabi, he's just trying to keep that pawn, cling on to it. Yes. And look, the Eva bar, it was up and it's starting to come back towards the center, which is good news for Fabiano, and he just has a little bit more knowledge because this is the weirdest opening I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, that was quite the wild ride. Speaking of other wild rides that we have in this second round of the losers bracket that we are watching, what game catches your eye next? There's Ding against Noterbeck, which seems to be pretty unbalanced.
Okay, let's check that one out then.
Let's check it out. And Noterbeck has a phenomenal position here in this must-win situation against Ding, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I had to count the material because black is up one pawn over there on the F file.
+4.
But look at this position. Look at White's pieces,
Bishops.
Danya. The second bishop doesn't move that way, but it might as well. That's
No,
what it feels
does
like.
not. Yeah, both bishops are attacking F7.
I'm sensing a rook lift, but I don't know if it works. Like rook e3, h3 first. Okay.
Ugh.
So rook e3 maybe?
I would also consider rook a d1 in order to set up some sort of bishop takes f6. But I'm not sure, how do you squeeze the most juice out of the position? I think you're right. Rook e3. Oh, rook e3 and rook g3 is definitely best.
Well, you know why I have a problem with rook to d1? If we think about it conceptually, no, not at all. But if we think about it conceptually, I don't care about the a3 pawn, anything like that. But what I care about is that when rook d8 happens, there's a potential for a rook trade. So bishop takes f6 might have the sting taken out of it in some position. So without the rooks staring at each other in a line, keeping more pieces on the board is generally speaking good for the attacking player.
Knight d5, trying to put the body of the minor pieces in between White's bishops and Black's king. I don't want to. This is disgusting.
How did we get like this role reversal where Ding just crushed him in 20-something moves with White, and now it's moved 23, and this is as horrific of a position as you could possibly see.
No, and Noterbeck is almost doing to Ding what Ding did to Noterbeck in the previous round.
Exactly. What move do you make here for Black? Because bishop takes d5 is already a winning threat. Do you have to make a move like knight h5? I say with no comment.
Oh, bishop e6, bishop f6, and queen f6.
Oh, gosh. Cutting off the circulation of your pieces.
Knight h5, probably, yeah.
So what's the refutation knight h5?
Okay.
I want to play like a rook g7, but I don't think it works.
Rook f1, bishop b6, maybe. Okay, let's start with rook f1.
Oh, rook f1's a great move. So you're threatening rook g7 now, and you took away any sort of knight f6 retreats.
So now you're telling me that rook takes g7 is the winning move?
I'm hoping so, but I'm not positive.
It might be something more, you might want to accumulate the pressure on g7 in some other way. Not sure exactly how.
Looks so
Knight
good.
f5, bishop takes g7. I mean, there's all sorts of sacrifices, but I will put it this way. Noterbeck still has to,
Oh, knight f5 is an excellent move. No, you found it. For sure it's knight f5.
Because if knight takes g3, then queen takes g3, and the pressure on g7 from 3 different sources. No, this is crushing.
Yeah, that's no good. If you take on f5 instead, the queen takes on f5 initially, and f7 falls, and then g7's next. d5's under attack if checkmate wasn't on the board. So this is just absolutely brutal for Dingley Ren. Look at him. Like, you can see it on his face.
It's like, I hate my position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa. He blundered 92 and knight takes d4.
Oh, no.
Oh, my lands.
Oh, no.
Or no, is it that? Or is it something else?
No, it must be that.
No, knight takes g3, bishop takes d5, knight e2 check. No, but here you go king h1.
Because your queen takes f7 check.
Knight takes d4, attacks the queen, but you take. But why is the eval bar at -2 all of a sudden?
I have no clue. Oh, wait a second. This is what I was just talking about before, where the rooks in a line with each other. Now the queens are in a line with each other. Knight d5 to f6.
Okay, so you're defending the f7 pawn. I agree. The rook hangs.
The queens are being traded.
And White's just caught with his pants down. White has no moves.
Wow.
White has to trade queens, and that means the entire attack evaporates, and black is left with an extra pawn.
Yeah, and now maybe an attack for black.
Oh my goodness. Knight df6, that's all it is.
I really didn't expect what I was saying before about the rook d1, rook d8. No, Dingley Ren, I mean, you don't give him these opportunities, and poor Nordbeck here, because he was clearly playing a great game to this point.
And the problem is just that he didn't bring that last attacker into the game. That final piece had to participate in the attack just because of the amount of pieces that black has in the defense. But Noterbeck getting a little bit impatient. He thought he had the game in his pocket, and now he's going to have to scramble to save this.
And this position would be so different if the queens were not in line with each other, right? Because that would give white some kind of move, whether it be a rook f1 or anything. The point is that you just are not capable of making such a move. So how about rook takes g7 here? I mean, it's a desperado, but maybe it gives white the best chance.
It's like what Jospin did against Ding, but your knight takes g7.
Yeah, the queen f6. I mean, I'm worse, obviously, but you need to win, so you need to do something.
Oh, yeah, he does need to win. I forgot about that. No, this is looking really grim. He takes on c6 out of necessity. Now black's pieces are returning to their rightful squares. Knight f4, rook e4, rook e2. I don't see Noterbeck winning this.
No, this is going from a winning position to just one that he might lose, because he has no attacking chances whatsoever. So, Danya, maybe we can look back later at this game, but I'm still eyes on this Fabiano game against Serrano, because Serrano actually has won the pawn back. But what is happening with all of these pieces, like d4, e5, f4, g5? These pawns look really good. So the dark squares are under white's control, but that means the light squares might be under black's.
Well, they definitely are. The knight on d5, the bishop on e6, the knight on f7. Maybe you should put something on g8 and something on b3 and a2, which I could potentially see happening.
Is there a knight g5 tactic here with f4?
You want to... I mean, I'm not surprised by anything in this game, so I wouldn't rule this out. f4. Great call by you, I think. f4 and f3.
Yes.
Bishop moves back, and just to illustrate the point, you play f3. I'm not sure what the best order is, but this is the point. The queen is overloaded in the end.
Right.
White's king is pretty weak as a result.
So he didn't play that, and now it looks like white's pieces are just hopping into black's position, and oh, there goes the eval bar up. Still not I mean, the thing is, this position is closed, right? So even
it's still, some chances,
right? But it is. It's one of those situations where obviously white is better now, has so much control over this board, but there's no immediate knockout. And so that can be a little bit frustrating. And Alexei is down a little bit of time here, though I'm liking what he's doing. H4, here comes the pawn.
Fabi keeps rearranging his pieces on the last two rows. Like Bishop G8, 96, so cramped.
It's starting to look pretty miserable for Fabiano. So his opening adventure, it didn't backfire, but he didn't get the optimal activity from it, that's for sure.
But you never know. I mean, this is not the same as like Grishuk's game against Parham, because the queen side is still a little bit open, and 3 minutes on the clock left for Alexei Serrana. Fabi's not totally out of the game. Is he loading up? Bishop takes h5.
Yeah, I think I would stop that with Bishop f7, because your idea is very clear. Let us not fall for an immediate loss.
I wonder what the idea of Bishop g2 to f3 is. What could it be?
Just clearing the second rank and protecting the queen on
King g2, preparing to bring the rook to the h file.
We laugh at King g2, but King g2, King g3 would probably be something that should be considered. What's funny, Danya? I just said, was thinking, that Bishop d2 weaken the d4 pawn, but that's a knight on d8, not a rook.
Oh yeah, it is a knight on d8.
I was
no
like, wait,
piece in this game is on the place. I'm surprised that there's a fianchettoed bishop on his normal square. It's not like on c7 somewhere.
No, nothing looks normal here. And speaking of c7, knight c7 for black now, jumping over to b5, things like that. I mean, it's such a weird position that white could go wrong in 80 different ways. Black could get checkmated in 5 moves. I wouldn't know how, if I didn't have the eval bar just telling me for sure that white is a bit better, I would say this is a mess. I love white's space, but I don't see a plan.
It reminds me of those studies they did where they test chess players' memories. And when they set up a position where the pieces are placed irrationally, like there's 4 queens and the kings are touching each other, chess players don't have a better memory of the position than non-chess players. And this is the same kind of position. I'm short-circuiting. Like, I have no idea what's going on. Where are the pieces located, and what are the threats? Yeah,
it was the de Groot study from like the it was like a long time.
Oh yeah, de Groot study from the 40s or 50s. Yeah.
Okay,
Adrian de Groot. I'm impressed. You know who that is?
Well, sometimes I guess I can say impressive things, but look, Fabiano has traded a piece
very often,
which thanks, buddy, which is really good for him, because when you have less space, you want to trade pieces. And Daniel, look at this game. All of white's pawns are in dark squares.
That's hilarious. And if black plays a6 and e6, all of black's pawns will be on light squares. Oh my gosh.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I think a bishop d5 and things like that. And I mean, this is the best position Fabiano has had in like
96
20 moves.
I mean, the only problem with black's position, what makes this so difficult to win, is the fact that this bishop on g7 is such a runt.
Yeah. You need to put that bishop on like the light squares.
G3 or G3. No.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no dark square on this board. I like how you're looking around the board. Can I find a single dark square where the bishop would be good? Nope.
No. The pawn structure for white is just dominating the position here. And this knight on e6, it can't get to b5 anymore, but that's where I think I want my knight.
Or d5. But it's already been to d5. It looks nice, but doesn't really produce much effect.
No, Alexei's done everything you could ask for in this game. He just shut everything down.
He's just sitting on him. Knight c7, rook takes b7, and Fabi's just too cramped. Queen c8, a6. This is getting really, really unpleasant, let alone the fact that Fabi has to win this game.
I think black has to play a6 here.
Yeah, I agree.
What I would try to do, and do it quickly for Fabi, is a6, queen c8, knight c7, knight b5. I just need to organize my pieces in a way where white no longer has threats. But now, oh my goodness.
Knight b3, though. The eval bar keeps going up and down. Maybe b6? No.
Whoa, that's an adventurous move.
No. That doesn't work, as white is d5 in the end with a discovery.
Okay, so Fabi goes queen c. But we were talking about this, right? That the evaluation was very high for white, but it's not obvious how or why. So like, I think both players acknowledge that the position should objectively be good for white. But here, all of a sudden, a6, knight b5, Danya. And I mean, this is how black can strike.
But the other problem for black is that if you ever play e6, you create a gaping hole on d6, which white's knight is perfectly equipped to exploit. So I just can't get past the fact that I don't see Black winning this game without the services of his dark squared bishop. Not that White's dark squared bishop is winning any beauty contests, but at least it's doing something.
How about knight c3 now? Let's reroute this pony.
Knight c3 is an excellent move.
And I don't know where I'm going.
That was a big chance. Knight c3, knight c5.
Yeah, just reroute that piece. Start attacking some of White's loose pieces there.
And now White has this idea of knight d2, knight c4, knight d6. Black has to keep him anchored to the d4 pawn. Fabi's making progress. Serious progress.
Suddenly, I like Black's position.
No, totally. I would play Black here.
And you have to be very careful for a b6 move. You mentioned that earlier. Just opening up more avenues. Oh,
by the way, updates. Ding won his game. Parham beat Dubov with Black in that position.
No way.
Yes, he did.
What?
And it all started with Bishop F1. That's where his troubles all started.
I cannot believe he won that game.
We'll update you on that a little bit later, but we can stick to this one for now. This has been unbelievably entertaining.
And b6, here's your move from earlier.
Finally.
And if CB, maybe even a takes b6. Okay, it takes the queen. But I was thinking you could possibly play a takes b6 and then just try to win the 8. Oh, so the eval bar
didn't like it. Knight a3 maybe.
Oh, wow.
Opening up direct contact on the white knight on b3, and then
oh my gosh,
can infiltrate maybe even to e2.
Look at the eval bar. It's going up and down. It's working out over here.
Too passively there with rook c8, defending c6.
And we see both players, they're locked in here, and the position is locked up. So what does White do here? I haven't found a plan.
Whoa, fork!
Knight a3!
Fork!
Oh my gosh! He walked right into it.
And he found it.
And let's see Serrano's reaction.
Right into the fork, but he's not totally lost yet.
No, and he didn't react at all. And rook b5, the e6 pawn will be hanging. So, well, actually, rook b5.
The problem is White's rook is going to sink its teeth onto the b7 square. So maybe you do play rook b5 while it's not too late. No, but then rook takes b5, queen takes c6. That doesn't look appealing at all.
Well, I think I have rook b5, cb5 and protect. Oh, wait, I hung my rook.
Yeah.
Not that. Just kidding. Nobody heard it. Nobody saw it.
No, but no, you didn't say anything. Rook b7.
Is there like is there?
C5?
That's exactly what I'm wondering about.
Rook b7, c5. No, c5 looks totally devastating.
This is
White's
messy.
position collapses. Fabi has a huge chance of winning this game.
And it all stemmed from the opening. And that sounds ridiculous in one hand, but the position was closed. There was no, it was like ambiguous, the plans. And so right now, Serrano needs to find something to force Fabi into real-time trouble. Okay, bishop f8, I would play pretty quickly, I think. There it goes.
And again, c5. Once c5 comes, White's entire position is pulverized.
No, this is now just
CD. Okay, but still a passer, still some chances for White.
Yeah.
Rook b7 and a7.
Is queen a5 a move here?
d3 instead.
Oh.
Rook b7. To go back to b7, shove the pawn down. And say, you know what the problem with move d3 is? Unless you play bishop c5, White's bishop is going to cover the a7 pawn, making it very hard to bring down.
Okay, but now queen a5. I really want to play queen a5.
Yeah, you want the queens off the board.
Wow, what a risky
eliminate
move to play.
uncertainty. Ooh.
Like, I'm worried about the black king now.
I'm worried about the a pawn. Bishop takes c5 and a7. a7 immediately.
So take on f2. You have a queen b6 check.
Queen b6 check.
Or rook a5 first might be the way to go. But rook a5, there's rook f8 check potentially.
There's also queen d7, although there the queen trade should give a winning position for black. Queen b4. Oh no, I'm afraid Fabi's going to lose the thread here.
Okay, but rook a8. I'm just
queen
taking
b7. Queen b7. Is that a draw? Queen b7, queen d4, king f3. I think White escapes the checks.
And he had rook a8. And actually, we can show that after the game, but it was amazing why rook a8 worked.
Whoa, he goes king e3 instead, but I think Fabi's completely lost the thread. Queen b7.
But no, queen b7, rook takes a7.
Rook h7, rook g7.
And the king walks e8. Exactly.
Holy smokes.
This game is incredible.
And it's still going. Rook a5.
So there is a rook f8 check, but I think that might be wrong. Like if you freak out and try to do some of that, the queen takes and the queen will move up to win the a7 pawn. So
no, that's completely winning. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a mistake.
How does Alexei keep the a7 pawn protected? He has no squares with his queen.
I have no idea. Why is this even? It looks
queen queen d6 probably.
Oh my goodness.
Queen c6, that's not the right move.
Just take a7.
But he loses e6 in the end.
I don't think that's so important because his king is actually safe now.
And the D3 pawn is a monster. Bang.
Rook A3, Queen
King
D3.
E2, Queen D3.
That's got to be a win.
Just don't go Rook A2. Rook A1.
And look, you see
over.
Fabi? Did you see him? He's like, I can't believe I just won this game.
He's shaking his head. He's incredulous. And Alexei.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my lands, what a game.
That was an absolute brawl between these two. The position was so close. It wasn't clear who should be better or why. And you have to feel for Alexei Serrano because he did win game one, but you have to give so much credit to Fabiano just from the opening of this game. He'll never play that in classical chess, but it was a one-time thing and it worked.
He'll never play it again, even in a bullet game.
Yeah.
But I love the way that you formulate it. When you have those must-win situations, you often have to tie yourself up in knots. And then in the process of untying yourself, you're creating the imbalance that gives you winning chances. And that's exactly what happened here. I pulled up the last remaining game before the Armageddon.
We have to give a big shout out, by the way, to Jeffrey Zhang, who wins game 2 on demand. He beats Dmitry Andreikin.
Wait, how? He was it was worse in the end game, I thought.
No, he just outplayed him.
Oh, he outplayed him. Incredible. So we have 2 Armageddon games.
We will have at least 2, and we'll see what happens in Dubov versus Parham. But it's mayhem here at day 2 of the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase. We love it.
We absolutely do. And it looks like, unless we have more crazy happenings, Parham is not going to lose this game against Dubov. A heartbreaker there. Dubov losing that essentially unlosable Catalan position after getting a little too fancy.
Of all the shocking things we've seen today, Danya, whether it was Jose, with that advantage and immediately Ding Liren just fighting back, and the game between Grishuk and Parham where Grishuk was about to promote and then suddenly he loses. I think that game 1 in this match, Dubov losing that game is one of the most shocking things ever because he had a position that was just in his wheelhouse. It's the type of games he wins against every player in the world, and somehow he just lost.
Yeah, he's usually just a tank in those positions, but no better way to put it than Pippi and Pampers in the chat. Poggers, poggers, poggers. That's exactly right. Couldn't have phrased it better myself.
I haven't read chat a single time today, but now, honestly, that made me want to look. I'll just take a glance.
Once in a while, some insights can stem from.
Hey, look at that. Wow, man, this format is playing great, and I'm a hard public to satisfy. Hey, so that's a complimentary thing. Now I'm back to not reading anymore. By the way, this game ended in a draw by...
Yeah, there's no winning. Zero
agreement.
Winning chances here. It's +6.
Right, so Dubov, he is gone from the Rapid Chess Championship. Parham Maksudlu wins a game against Grandmaster Clementi Saichev in the Turkish Chess League. Then he goes on to beat Alexander Grishuk, Saichov. Then he beats Daniil Dubov. What a day that guy's had.
Incredible. And Parham has so many lives. Yeah, Grishuk was beating him in that first game. Parham turns it around and actually wins. He turns around the first game against Daniil Dubov. Incredible.
Yeah, can we just see how that happened, by the way? Like, how in the world...
their first game. Yeah.
How did Parham win that game?
I will gladly pull it up. Parhamov, this game. So where did we start watching? Bishop F1, right? Move 25. Still, right. I mean, just because he played it doesn't mean that white is worse. So knight d3, rook c4.
Okay.
Queen a5. So his point is if black takes on d4, he wants knight c5 and to go after the a6 pawn. Okay, knight e4.
Yeah.
e3. Black starts getting active.
How does white... Oh, the f2 pawn is now a problem.
Knight d2. Rook c5 still doesn't look visible. I still don't...
Oh.
Ooh, the rook is trapped. You have to trade. Still looks good.
Okay, but I can see now how black would win this game.
Oh, he blunders with e4. He blundered c3.
Gosh, what a blunder.
He takes d5, and look at this
position.
That's
beautiful.
Bang, bang. Goodbye.
Wow. That's actually really great awareness by Parham.
Just a one-move blunder. But that stemmed directly from the way the game was going. I feel like the game was somehow going in black's favor. Yeah,
it seemed like Daniil was floundering a bit, and Parham, he made the most of his chances, so credit to him. But we have 2 Armageddon bidding tie breaks in store. So the way this works, everybody, is the player who bids the higher time. So let's say Danya and I are doing this. All right, Danya, I'll pick my number and you be honest with what you're going to say, right? Okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll say 7.5 minutes.
I was going to say 8 minutes.
Okay, so then that means that I would get 7.5 minutes with the black pieces. Danya gets 10 minutes with white. If I draw with black, I move on. So Danya has to beat me with a massive lead on the clock, but there's a lot of pressure on the board in that case. So the players, they're choosing, and it looks like...
Looks like Jeffrey's going to get black.
Yes, with 8 minutes and 8 seconds. What a curious bid. And Fabiano Caruana will get black with 7 minutes and 35 seconds. So just to give you the full picture here, Jeffrey bid 8 minutes and 8 seconds, while Andrekin bid 9. And then Serrana bid 8 minutes and Caruana bid 7:35. So Caruana gets black, Jeffrey Jean gets black. This is going to be so much fun.
These games are going to be competing for our attention. What's better than one Armageddon game? Well, 2 Armageddon games. Oh my goodness. Deep breaths, because the games are about to begin any second now.
I don't know.
Armageddon is amazing.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay calm. This has been so much fun. And we still have Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So and Vladimir Fedoseev versus Jan Nepomniachtchi after this. So this is not the end of the day.
No, it is not. We still have our main course. And Benjamin Benoni says, I'm late for my dentist appointment. Might as well watch. Well, you can't miss the Armageddon. Your dentist can wait. Maybe you can watch with your dentist.
And if you have a Benoni structure, you definitely need the dentist. So I understand.
Right. Yeah, more like the orthodontist. But
Step 1, dentist, then they'll go and get the braces to get that pawn structure fixed.
Yeah, to get that D6 pawn corrected.
All right. So I'm curious in your take, Danya. So we now know the bids. We know who gets the black pieces. Fabiano down nearly 2.5 minutes to Serrana. Fabiano isn't always the quickest player, but 7.5 minutes is a lot of time, right?
It is. I mean, if you compare that to the regular blitz time control, right? You play a 3-minute game and you feel like 3 minutes is a lot of time. 7.5 is plenty. I feel like Armageddon is usually decided by the position on the board. One may think that it's always decided by the clock, but it actually isn't. It actually tends to resemble a normal game where, you know, the clock really only becomes a factor in all-out time scrambles. We need to remind you, there is no increment in Armageddon. Flagging is very much on the table, and here we go.
And Caruana and Jeffrey Jean, they were the latest winners, and Jeffrey won with the white pieces, but here he gets black, and he blundered right out of the opening. He made that rook b8 move in a pretty fascinating position. So I don't think we will see that kind of mistake again from Jeffrey.
No, and we see a somewhat different pawn structure. I usually like this structure. Pawns on c3 and d3. Obviously, you have an isolated pawn on a2, which could be a problem in some endgames, for example. And Andrekin pushes his pawn to c4. Again, he has this stronghold on d5. He's got the clamp on the center. Probably about balanced, though.
Yeah, but he has the lead on the clock, and he feels comfortable in these types of positions. So what's the plan for black, you might ask? At some point, you're going to play pawn to f6 just to solidify your e5 square and play bishop e6, queen e7 as you're showing. So it's very solid for both. And I think solid positions that don't have a clear ability to trade is good for the side with the lead on the clock.
That's a great point, because you can make a lot of moves. You can pose a lot of problems to your opponent. Ideally, white would want to transfer this knight from d2 to e4 back to c3 into d5, but that's incredibly cumbersome.
Here it comes.
He's doing it. There he goes. Maybe black should move his knight away from c6 and say, okay, I'll let you play knight c3, but under the condition that you trade light squared bishops and weaken your king. And I'm sure that's a good thing for black, though.
No, I don't. I feel like Jeffrey made a slight inaccuracy that he's upset about, putting his queen on c7, because when the knight comes to c3 and d5, that costs black a tempo, and a pretty important tempo, where white can throw e4 in, then f4, and start pushing forward.
That can get really unpleasant really quickly. Jeffrey needs to come up with something. I'm thinking of playing like bishop d6, knight e7, somehow rearranging my pieces to control these key central squares. But black's uncomfortable here all of a sudden.
And look at the clock. Already, Jeffrey has spent about 1.5 minutes. Dimitri spent 28 seconds. So already starting the game with a massive lead on the clock. Now it's growing. This is problematic for Jeffrey. He needs to find a plan right now.
He has struggled against Dmitry Andrekin's English. He's looking over all his options. f7, f5 could be considered. But he cannot let this get out of control in the next 3 or 4 moves. He needs to keep white's advantage at bay. And he chooses knight d4.
Okay, I don't mind that move one bit.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, white can chase the knight away with e3, but the drawback of that move is always that it weakens d3, or Dimitri can go knight c3 straight away, and he does.
No, this is, I mean, look at this. Ideally what white wants is knight d5, and you can even consider bishop takes d4, claiming that your knight on the light square is untouchable. The only way you get out of there is if you sacrifice a rook for that knight. But at the same time, you open up the e file, which would leave you with a backwards e2 pawn. So that is not advisable, I don't think, for Andreykin.
Yeah, and the other thing, and you're basically spoiled for choice. You can go e3 and f4, more tactical approach, trying to go after black's king eventually. But it is very much consistent with his style to go for a long-term positional advantage. I think he's seriously considering bishop takes d4.
Well, while he considers it, let's go to the other game between Alexis Serrano with the white piece and Fabi Caruana with black. I think that Alexis is in big trouble right now. Look at the hanging pawn structure. C4 is under pressure. D4 is under pressure. I actually think that white might just be losing in a few moves.
A Nimzo Indian gone completely wrong. That's the danger of the hanging pawn structure, as you're mentioning, let alone the fact that white actually needs to turn this around and win this game. No, this is absolutely miserable. There's nothing going on the king side. Fabi's pawn on f5 is amazing because it's completely immobilizing. It's rendering harmless this battery that usually is the entire centerpiece of white's plan.
Yeah, and I mean, look at how quickly Fabiano's playing, by the way. He is about to be even on the clock with Serrano. Now look at black's options. Rook c8, pawn to e5 is possible there. Knight to a5 at any moment. So f4 played to stop e5, but this apparently was a bad move. I think rook c8 is just a great choice for Caruana, and they're already just game-winning tactics.
The worst thing about this position might be how easy it is to play with black. That's what we're implying. Black has a very clear plan. It's obvious what you should attack. And there's multiple candidate moves on every turn. What do you see?
E5!
Yeah! Holy smokes. Takes. Bishop c5. Oops, sorry. Knight e5d and bishop c5 check. Wins everything.
Yeah, you're going to stop at queen and you realize you had to keep going because all the minor pieces fall after that. And look at how confident Fabiano has been in this game ever since he was able to convert that advantage in game 2 once he was able to win the exchange. Now he's feeling really good. And that bishop on b3, that's a pawn over there. E4. And then, oh my gosh, the hanging pawn structure is stuck. It's not, you would like to push that pawn back to d4 now. You can't do that. And c4 is just an easy target.
Wiggling his way out of this position is going to take divine intervention. Queen g3.
Knight a5 here. You don't care about the double pawns, and white is forced to take your knight a5 because the pawn's on d5, which means that black has all of the dark squares.
Yeah, and once the center collapses, white can basically resign. So knight a5, in the event of a trade on a5, the queen also has b6. It's like every move creates new prospects for black's pieces. Maybe somehow try to get your knight through d4 to e6, but you can't even do that because you're going to have to shift your king to h1. That's another tempo that you cannot afford to spend because you're going to drop c4.
And Fabiano still has 5 minutes, 44 seconds remaining. And this is what happens when you're well prepared, when you understand the openings very well. You can say, what?
No. I don't think that's necessary because there's a check on c3. And it gets a little bit dicey. You see what I was trying to do, though, right?
Of course, just steamroll white with your pawns. But g5 feels like a move that if you're in a must-win, you do that. And now in a must-draw situation, oh my gosh, that poor bishop on a2.
that is worse than Fabi's bishop in the last game on g7. Queen b6 check, queen b2. Every move intensifies the pressure.
E2, and look, it takes away knight d4, knight e6 as well. a3 is hanging, that bishop on a2. Well, it's not really much of a bishop at the moment. Yikes.
Yeah. Calling this a bishop be an insult to bishops. This is textbook. This is absolute textbook. Fabi is locked in completely. And Alexi's position is getting worse and worse and worse. Queen e1 says it all.
Yes, and well, meanwhile, on the other board, because we are juggling 2 Armageddon games, Jeffrey Zhang is trying to strike with the move b5 here. The knight on d5, well defended, but if that c4 pawn, if it's not connected with the pawn on d3, maybe you can attack the defender of that knight on d5, and it won't be on an outpost square.
And Draken has positioned all of his pieces ideally, but how does he proceed, right? Nice pieces don't win games. He actually has to get to black's king. And he decides to leave the b file alone, entrusting the protection of the b2 square to his dark squared bishop, and rightfully so.
And I guess, is he just going to play rook e2, rook e1, and so on? Because black does not have rook e8, thanks to that queen on h5.
And black doesn't have g6 for obvious reasons. Queen back to d7 goes Jeffrey. I think he's trying to get a rook to e8 desperately, but you can't do that even now because there's going to be tactics with queen takes h6.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful spot by you.
But maybe black can recapture with a queen. So Andreykin definitely has to, whatever Andreykin does, he has to make sure he has a response prepared to rook b to e8.
Oh my gosh, no, this is one of these moments where Dimitri up on time, he's doing the right thing. So many players try to blitz their opponent and just win on the clock, but he knows he's better here and he is laser focused.
And he's not just better. If he gets a rook to e2, if he gets a rook to e6 or even e7, Jeffrey could just get squashed on the king side. The bishop on h6 today has been a tale of terrible bishops. Every game seems to feature a bishop that looks more like a big pawn.
Yes, both games here in Armageddon has that exact scenario. And I mean, this game, look at Jeffrey's trying to get some play on the queen side. The other game, I mean, that one is just getting from bad to worse to probably just lost for Alexis Serrano.
Yeah. He's down, what? He's down 2 pawns. Fabi's got the massive pawn armada on the king side. This should be essentially unlosable.
Yes, and you also have this a pawns. He went a6 to win the c5 pawn.
Such a calm move. Rook b6, queen d4. The wheels they're off a long time ago.
Yeah, no.
The chassis, the entire car everything is broken.
Yeah, it's like a scene from Spartacus, you know, when the wheel is just stabbed and that way the cart starts to fall.
Yeah,
and
it starts to fall apart. Exactly. Yeah. The horses fall and
nothing remains here. And unfortunately for Alexis Serrano, who, you know, had a very good day one beating Grishuk, and then he lost the second match to end up here in the loser's bracket. Fabiano Caruana, I mean, the guy was living on the edge. He needed to win with the black pieces. He played one of the weirdest openings I think we've ever seen, and yet he is going to live to see another day in the Rapid Chess Championship.
And I think once Fabi was able to win that game, he basically told himself, I am not missing this opportunity, not after what I just did, not after the heroic act the stunt I just pulled with that old Indian D5 variation, and Fabi delivering with a brilliant game here. Serrano is at a complete loss, and for good reason. Shall we check into the other game?
Let's
go. It continues to percolate and heat up. Andreykin has succeeded in doubling his rooks. Where is the crushing blow? That's the question he needs to answer in the next 6 minutes.
Whoa, rook e7.
And there it is. Queen takes h6 in the end.
Oh my gosh, felt like rook g7, and then it's not just the wheels coming off, it's the pendulum.
It's mate on g7.
Yeah,
this is the main line. The bishop on a1 is the hero. Again, it's a tale of good and bad bishops.
It's just done. Wow, rook e7. What move can you even make here? You can throw in a check, but it's just a spite check with rook d2. The king just runs away to h3.
h3 is such a beautiful hiding
spot. How about rook takes d5 in the position right now?
And
great choice.
Great minds think alike. Okay, but CD.
Oh, you're just mean. I mean, if you take the queen, I'm not even sure white's better there. Oh, he does it.
He is still, the EVOP bar is still at +5.
Why though?
Yeah, it looks defensible. Like black can put a knight on d4, and if you can stabilize the king side, you've got a passed a pawn. I agree with you. I think Andreykin might have been a little hasty there.
Well,
rook e8 maybe.
Jeffrey is down under 2 minutes, so maybe he was hasty in terms of objective evaluation, but he's also been speedy, which is very good news for him. It's even if he spoiled some of his advantage, which he has not objectively speaking, but practically this looks a little more difficult. Perhaps he's just going to try to flag Jeffrey.
Yeah, and combine, just as long as he can keep the tension for long enough, eventually Jeffrey's going to run out of time. Rook e6, though, disapproved of by the bar. And there goes the rook to a6.
Is there going to be a rook? There's no rook takes h6 so long as the knight can be stabilized on d4. So for black, I think you just need to move, obviously. And for Andreykin, what's the actual plan?
Bishop c3, I think he's just going to bide his time, tread some water, keep creating threats and taking seconds off black's clock. The biggest problem for Jeffrey is that this position has no, white can just move forever. And white's king is perfectly unassailable. Black's bishop is permanently out of the game. I just don't see this working out for Jeffrey.
I have one idea for you. Is knight e2, knight g1 check somehow a threat?
Oh, some sort of a mating net?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
I think that's why he played rook e7. But knight e2 might meet with bishop e5.
Ah, you're just mean again.
There's just too many active pieces on this position. Maybe bishop e5, rook d2. I don't know.
Oh,
and then
wow.
knight g1's actual mate threat. And how do you defend against it, by the way?
I am not sure. So at least we found an idea for Jeffrey, which is why Dimitri played the move rook a2.
He was afraid of it.
The eval bar went down a little bit, but I think it's the best option given Jeffrey's lack of time.
He has burned off 20 more seconds off Jeffrey's clock. He's got 90 seconds with no increment. If only Jeffrey could play g6 and bishop g7, the landscape of the position would change completely. I really think this is all about black's bishop. Jeffrey wants rook f6 and bishop takes f4, maybe?
Oh, that's actually a sneaky trick. You're right, though. If g6, bishop g7 is on the board, all of a sudden black has serious chances.
Yeah, everything's protected. Everything's in the game. And if he can play rook f6 and force Dimitri's king back toward g2, then maybe you generate other chances. Maybe you double on the e-file. If he can get Dimitri low on time,
did you just
never
see the
know
other?
what might happen.
Do you see the other board, by the way? Fabiano has a second queen.
Fabiano has a second queen. Why am I? And oh my god, he's up a gazillion pieces.
Yeah, no, he's up the whole world. So
okay, and Serrano decides that further resistance is futile.
So Jeffrey took the bishop on a1 with his knight.
Okay. So now it's all about whether black's rooks can hold white's rook and queen, as long as black isn't able to play g6.
And Jeffrey's just resorting to making passive waiting moves because he can't play g6. And he
still
no
can't
g6
play because of queen e5.
That was a clever move by Dimitri.
And I think Dimitri is going to repurpose his queen toward e5, and Jeffrey's going to lose one of the pawns.
Right. And then once that happens, the game is pretty clear.
But if he gives up f5, the silver lining is that he'll finally be able to play g6.
At long last, rook takes a7 here.
Oh, that's brutal. g6 takes queen e8 and queen e5.
Dimitri Andreikin is clinical. Yeah, Jeffrey's like, this is hopeless. I have no time. But Dimitri Andreikin, what a game by him. He probably was upset after losing game 2, having to go to Armageddon against somebody like Jeffrey Zhang, who beat Ding Liren in the Armageddon tie-break yesterday. And then what does Dimitri do? He plays a masterclass of a positional game, wins material, and then just doesn't stop. He pauses to make sure that he has everything under control, but doesn't relent. And so he wins this game and moves on in the loser's bracket.
His command of these English positions are just absolutely breathtaking. He won the first game in 16 moves, Jeffrey with an incredible rebound game. And that honestly is part of why Andreikin's achievement is so impressive. Jeffrey is such a beast. So is Alexei Serrano. Fabi just won a game on demand, then played a textbook Armageddon game. And this is just the loser's bracket. Who are the winners? If these are the losers, who are the winners?
Well, there are 4 people still in the winners bracket. We'll have Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So and Vladimir Fedoseev, the Big Fish, taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi, the previous World Chess Championship challenger and the next World Chess Championship challenger as well. So on the other side of this break here at the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase, we will have that action between those 4 players in the winners bracket. Stay tuned.
A unique online event with enticing high stakes, the inaugural season of the Rapid Chess Championship delivered its fair share of big names and big moments.
And Hikaru Nakamura is going to win. How did he do that?
With more than 50 grandmasters claiming cash prizes over 6 months of weekly competition, it was also home to a healthy helping of big surprises.
E6, blundering F7.
This has been such a roller coaster.
Awarding over $500,000 in cash money. But year one of the RCC is not done yet. The Rapid Chess Championship is presented by Coinbase, and the finals are finally here. The brightest stars from the regular season, including Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Alexander Grishuk, and more, are back to take a run at a fresh $150,000 and the very first Rapid Chess Championship title. Also in the mix, the familiar faces of top players known for dominating elite online chess events. How will they handle the pressure of chasing a championship? And crashing this party as wildcard invites, some of the most famous names in competitive chess drop in to stake their claim to the $30,000 first prize. My friends, it's the inaugural Rapid Chess Championship final. Who will make history as our first RCC champion? What surprises are still to come? We are soon to find out.
We welcome you back here at the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase. It's time for the winner's bracket. So if you didn't enjoy Fabiano Caruana just eking by Alexis Serrana, same deal with Dmitry Andreikin against Jeffrey Zhang, well, you're going to enjoy the matchups that we have next. To Danya, when it's Hikaru Nakamura taking on Wesley So, what more needs to be said?
Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, Murray, Djokovic. There's just certain matchups in the worlds of every athletic discipline. And one of those matchups in the world of chess is Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So. How many times have they faced off in over-the-board tournaments? In the RCC, back and forth they have gone. And what better way to resolve that rivalry than with a matchup in the RCC finals? I am so excited for this match.
Hikaru Nakamura streaming Wesley So. We've seen his setup many times today with his small chessboard just so he can play his moves as quickly as possible. He can be laser focused. And of course, later today, we'll have Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish, taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has won the candidates 2 times in a row. Really does not need any introduction whatsoever, but it's our job to talk about the players, even though you already know these guys. I'm excited for this one, Danya, because I think most of our chat will heavily favor Hikaru Nakamura. Anytime Hikaru plays, he is the favorite unless he's playing against Magnus Carlsen in these rapid and speed chess events. But Wesley So is an absolute beast. And if you can see that small print underneath their cameras right here, if you look at their ratings, Wesley So in Chess.com Rapid Chess, 2796. Hikaru Nakamura, 2788.
Wow.
One of the players is slightly higher than the other, and for once, it's not Hikaru.
Wesley gives everybody trouble. Like nobody likes playing Wesley in any time control. And a lot of it has to do with Wesley's immaculate opening preparation, his ability to steer the game in the direction that he wants to steer it in. Wesley's Italians with white result in the kind of slow, gritty maneuvering game that Wesley is so incredibly good at. So Hikaru, he's going to have to bring his A game. And like I said earlier, he's going to have a chip on his shoulder after what happened in the last weekend of the regular season of the RCC.
And there's something you said yesterday when you were commenting with Eric, the Hikaru effect, where Serrana didn't play queen takes g2 and win that game. You know who's not susceptible, who doesn't succumb to all the psychological stuff, is Wesley So. It certainly is. You read my mind there, partner. Wesley is unbelievably stoic. And like I said, I just had the privilege of working with the U.S. chess team at the Olympiad. Wesley was, of course, on the team. And yeah, he'll get tough positions, whatever, but he takes it in stride. He is very solid just as an individual. He understands that he needs to keep a calm demeanor in order to play his best chess. So Wesley So, he is not going to be scared. He is not going to shy away from complications. I mean, he can handle that element of a matchup against Hikaru Nakamura.
Shall we say he's unbelievably stoic?
Yeah, I actually kind of like
My
that one.
first punt of the day, and it's 2.5 hours in. I'm off my game, and the game is underway. Hikaru with 1d4 deviating from one knight f3, which he has stuck to religiously in the RCC and in most online tournaments. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder why he went for that. And Wesley goes for the Grunfeld. I don't think Wesley's going to play King's Indian against
or the King's Indian.
No.
Hey, you know who you're talking to right now?
But do you know who you're talking about right now? Because if you remember, one of the finest King's Indian victories of all time, it was Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces.
Against Wesley with the black pieces, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we're seeing a Grunfeld, but Hikaru plays knight f3 and e3 system, which is very tame, right? It doesn't allow the more traditional Grunfeld path where after the move d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, there's a knight to capture on c3. So that's the big difference.
Ooh, and a Benoni structure by Wesley. And the Benoni structure makes a lot more sense when white positions his pawn on e3. Now, it is entirely possible, and you will often see white playing e3, e4, and losing a tempo. That's how good the Benoni is for white. But with an extra tempo, the Benoni is a lot more justified, and Wesley making it very difficult for Hikaru to push that pawn to e4. Knight f3, d2, the most typical move in the Benoni that you can possibly see. The knight heading for c4. What do you make of this?
I think that, as you're saying, that this is a decent version for black. Knight a6 already is here. And normally when e4 is played, you want that bishop on c1 to have access on the dark square diagonal. But there's a knight on d2 in its path. And if you play e4 here for white, you can't move your knights, at least not for a turn. So after e4, the move knight c7 comes to mind. And I think that black kind of is getting exactly what you want in a Benoni structure.
Yeah, generally I agree. And I think it's very clear from Wesley's choice that he is already playing for a win. He wants to win the first game of the black and end this match right here and right now.
Whoa. You think so? You think he's really just in that kind of mood?
Well, move 5c5. I think that's pretty much an indicator that Wesley wants something unbalanced. If he wanted, something more tame, he would play the Grunfeld structure. He would play d5, which is a totally legitimate line against Hikaru's system.
Well, you ask and you shall receive. And what's he hesitating for here? Like knight c7?
Knight c7 is beyond standard. Like the knight never goes anywhere but c7. Let's put it that way.
Right. Is there another move that he's considering? Maybe rook b8 first for some reason? I don't really think so.
No, not knight. Of course not knight d7 because that allows knight c7. That's the whole point of putting the rook on e8 is to keep these pieces here until white goes f3. Then the knight has a new pathway through h5 potentially to f4. Robert Fischer, by the way, demonstrated a lot of salient ideas here in his 1972 match against Spassky. And you were right, there is another move.
They played a match? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was not very famous, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard of it.
So it
was in some faraway country. Yeah.
I feel like we're just transposing exactly into what we'd expect with knight c7 first. I just wonder what the subtleties are. And this is what we do, right, Danya? As grandmasters ourselves, we're like, wait, this move order seems curious to me. Why would they do that? But I guess it goes to the same territory no matter what.
But the fact that he's investing his time tells us that clearly Wesley there's something that either is bothering him. I was going to bring up bishop d7, but this move looked awkward to me. I had briefly forgotten that knight c4 is still impossible. The pawn on e4 still hangs.
Right.
Hikaru is one step away from being able to play knight c4, but if he plays bishop f1, then Wesley plays b5 just in time. Maybe Hikaru could play a4 there, and then things get very tactical.
Oh, that gets sharp. And if white plays a4 now to stop b5, maybe that knight ends up on b4 rather than c7.
Maybe that's why he didn't put the knight on c7 immediately. I think we've answered the riddle.
Okay. Well, riddle me this, riddle me that. I think the b4 square is what it's about. So I think that Wesley, he's done, pretty much everything normal. He's spending his time, but they're about even on the clock. And for Hikaru, is he going to play this f3 move to make sure that e4 is defended? But as you were highlighting, Danya, knight h5, those type of ideas can be difficult to meet because black tries to take over the dark squares.
And they could result in checkmate very, very quickly once the bishop lands on d4. The king is shoehorned to h1, queen h4 comes out. That's really scary, not Hikaru's style. He plays bishop f1. I think he is orienting himself toward the b5, a4 idea, trying to carve out the light squares on the queen side. For example, b5, a4, and if black plays b4, white doesn't take on a6, but rather ensconces the knight on b5. This looks really unpleasant for black. This cannot be what Wesley is aiming for.
no, this is terrible. And then you give the C4 square away as well.
Ooh.
That's not what you want. If you're going to play like this, you really have to play knight C7 and just sort of keep some of the tension alive, take over the B file. You don't want to close down the B file when your rook's on B8.
No. Knight C7 is definitely his idea. But Wesley can also delay the move B5. He can still play knight C7. But then that begs the question, why did you put the bishop on D7 so quickly? And that allows white the chance to play A4.
And knight C4.
Even knight C4.
Right. So this is what happens in these top level games where these are two of the absolute best players on the planet. And the reason why they're thinking here is because knight C7 is obvious 2 moves ago, but now it gives white that additional option of knight to C4, which means that maybe black would have to spend another tempo, which might be a wasted turn, and white gets to strike with bishop F4 and so on. So Wesley needs to be careful right now. I think that B5 made sense, but he instead chooses knight C7. I guess he's not afraid of knight C4.
Yeah, that's the big question. What is he intending?
Because B5, if you take on D6, is bishop G4.
Oh my Lance, that's gorgeous. Let me show this. Knight C4, B5 looks ridiculous. You're giving up the pawn. Whoop! Bishop G4, hitting the queen, exposing the attack on the knight. Now the game is not over. White can play F3, but for instance, queen D6, FG B4 looks atrocious for white. The entire center collapses.
Yeah, you don't want to hand the squares over like that.
No. This is out of the question. And if knight takes D6 doesn't work, then that begs the question, does white want to play knight C4 at all? Probably the answer is no. You don't want to go knight C4 and then, back to D2. So I guess that leaves A4. Is there, and he plays it.
No, this makes perfect sense. And after A6, nothing has changed, where knight C4 is still going to be met by B5 thanks to this bishop G4 tactic.
The open A file changes nothing. I think Hikaru is he aiming for A5? Or is he going for a queen sack?
What? Is there a queen sack there?
Well, knight takes E8 and knight takes F6.
Oh, okay.
And he gets a big center. I think, knowing Hikaru, I think that's what he's aiming for. He's going to open the A file, and then he's going to go for the queen sack.
Yeah, the queen sack does look much better with the rook on A1 actually having life in the position.
Bingo.
So this is clever.
But he's double checking, trying to figure out who the open A file favors. One would imagine it's white because white controls it. But these are big decisions from which there is no going back.
Right, and it's not entirely out of the question, even though at first glance I wouldn't love it. If A B5, black can technically play knight takes B5 as well. That's an idea that does happen in certain Benoni positions, just trying to trade off some pieces. E4 becomes a target.
Well, if Wesley's afraid of the queen sack, then he'll definitely play knight takes B5. There's no chance that Hikaru is considering anything other than taking on D6, because if you go knight A5, black plays B4, you drop the E4 pawn, you can eliminate that from your consideration.
Right. So it's just about, is A takes B5 going to be played? Knight takes D6. And Hikaru, he's really investing time here. He's down almost a minute at this point. So you said earlier, Danya, that Wesley, he's playing for a fight from the very first moves of this game, and he has himself a fight. Will we see knight takes D6?
I think we will. I think Hikaru has, there's the sunk cost situation where Hikaru has invested so much time.
Whoa!
No, it's not a queen sack. It's a knight sack. Holy
oh my gosh.
Folks, knight takes F7. What a move.
Love it. And I love the fact that he
approves of it. Look at his center.
Yeah, it's massive pawn center. And the open A file means a timely rook A7 could be devastating for black.
It absolutely could. The bishop coming out to F4, the zombies coming out of their graves with the pawn advancing to D6. I think Wesley probably only considered the queen sack. This has clearly caught him off guard. Now, he does have queen D7 here. But then I suppose white plays F3.
Right, and then white's not losing a piece.
Although queen takes F7 and B4, that gets really messy. Maybe this is better than taking the knight.
I guess after king F7, F3, bishop D7, it's not clear there either how white should proceed, because the 7th rank is closed for now. I like the pawn center for sure.
Maybe E5.
Okay.
Maybe rook A7. It's always hard to decide when you push the pawns and when you accumulate.
Right.
Apparently that's bad.
Maybe there's knight takes D5 somehow, and the E5 pawn drops as well, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's it. Bishop takes E5, and black gets a lot of activity. Anyways, Wesley decides to accept the Trojan horse. And where will he put the bishop? Bishop D7 does seem like the most natural move, just putting as much meat as possible in the center.
Yeah, although I would be nervous about this e5 move because you're inviting forks everywhere. So it's not an easy call because the bishop can also run all the way back to c8.
But then d6.
And then knight e. Oh, you can take b5.
I absolutely will. And then I'll try to drop my bishop back to c4. And at that point, white already has what? 3 pawns for the piece.
Yeah, that doesn't
so
look
what are
fun.
you suffering for if you're black?
Okay, so bishop d7. My first instinct seems to be better. At least it doesn't drop another pawn. And all right, but bishop d7, white has a number of options there. It's not like you have to play e5, obviously. You can play d6 and then e5, for example, and just push all your pawns forward.
Hikaru is such a magician, tactician, and apart from that, he's also made Wesley uncomfortable. You can see it in his body language. You could see it in his time usage. He's gotten Wesley into a position that Wesley did not sign up for, with a weak king, with a monstrous center, and with a 90-second and counting time disadvantage.
Yeah. Oh, Wesley, he loves these positional battles where he can slowly improve his position. Like, that's really his bread and butter. He's also an amazing tactician. He grew up as a player who just left and right was sacrificing pieces and winning important games. And he went very far in the World Cup when he was a teenager. But he played b4, so he's trying to solve his problems tactically.
Accompanied with a draw offer.
Really?
Which is, I can bet that Hikaru is not going to take that. He's not going to play knight takes f7 and then be like, yeah, okay, I'll take the draw. It's like that joke about, you know, the guy who swims 99% of the way to shore and that's, I'm tired. I think I'm going to go back to the island. You know, I don't think he's going back to the island. I think he's playing knight a4.
So my first reaction was shock. My next reaction, now that I've thought about it a little more, is you know how I feel about the draw offer, right? Like, there's no universe where this game should end right now. It is super unclear, and they should prove it over the board. So the draw offer is allowed. We get it, but
d6.
Yeah, my gosh.
d6.
Wait, so if
what a way to reject a draw offer.
If bc3, is there rook a7?
Lands. Oh, look at this line. CB, is there DC? Queen takes c1 and
queen with check.
Oh, and now you're just winning everything. No, this has got to be completely with bishop c4. Queen takes, even just the calm queen b7 should win, attacking the bishop.
Wow, what a sequence. That's actually unbelievable.
Richness of the tactical complexity, and black down to 3.5 minutes. Wesley doesn't have the time to navigate the complexities of this position.
And I wonder if Hikaru thought the draw offer was a joke. You know, like, there's no universe I'm taking it off. What does black do, by the way? bc3, rook a7 looks borderline devastating. So how does black even stay in the game there?
Well, first question, what if he moved the knight? Knight e6.
Okay,
I know that's a crazy move, but...
Knight.
Try this on for size. White can just play knight b5 and trap the bishop. Bishop h5, g4. Hey, I'm only down a piece for 2 pawns.
Right, so we might as well win that piece back, and now you have extra material and the safer king. So that looks
completely winning for white. Bishop is coming to c4, rook to a7, knight to c7. Ooh.
No, you can't play like this. You can't play like this. I think you have to take on c3, and he does. But after rook a7, what does he have here?
Some move, some crazy knight takes c4 like move.
Oh, because you queen d4 check or something like that? Is that what...
Or bishop d4 check, trying to intercept the connection between white's queen and black's pawn.
Oh my gosh, we just show that. Knight takes e4, pawn c7, bishop d4 check, I think is...
No, I think here there's bishop e3.
And after bishop e3, you just take
e3.
back.
And we should never forget that if queen takes e1, white takes with promotion.
Oh my gosh, with check.
Incredible. But I think queen d4 check might defend.
So bishop e3 now?
And then you just move the rook calmly.
Oh, that is so lovely. That's actually nuts.
If you take, I take with knight f2 on tap.
And then
it's equal. It's just equal.
And that was my next question.
Game.
And how is this equal? Like, it's the most complicated endgame ever.
I have no idea. No, this
Wow.
But Wesley doesn't do any of that. He moves his king back to f8.
And so after d takes c7, we'll see a... Wait. Does Hikaru actually have to take the queen back? I guess he does, yeah, because it's queen d4 check stuff. So dc, queen d1, rook d1, and White's winning the piece back?
I suppose so, although there's also in the mix the move c takes b2, which must be properly cataloged. But then the rook hangs, and then the bishop hangs.
These
I
positions...
need 3 Advil.
Yes.
And a large coffee, please. And I need somebody more capable than me to calculate these complications out. A dose of stockfish.
I mean, you could look at Wesley's face, right? He knows that he's in trouble, but he doesn't know it's, what does that say, well, I can't
plus 4.
Plus 4, right? That's hard to imagine exactly. What's the material count? It's still an extra piece for black, now just for 2 pawns.
No, black is up 2 pieces currently.
Oh, sorry, 2 extra pieces.
You're forgiven.
Yeah, thank you for 2 pawns. But it's likely when all said and done is going to be like an extra pawn for white and the pawn on c7 at that.
Watch Hikaru just play like BC.
No.
Just decide to keep the tension.
That would be awesome, but I don't think it's best.
I agree that it's not best, but I feel like if Hikaru isn't satisfied with his level of calculation, then he plays BC. Otherwise, you play DC.
And he's doing the right thing. We should add that Hikaru calculating here is correct because it's a very concrete line. What could happen after DC7 is with the queen trade, maybe white gets the piece back, but too much liquidation has occurred and black has good chances to hold. So if he thinks that keeping queens on and things like that will cause black more reasons to be nervous and fall apart. Oh, this line is just nasty.
No, keep talking. I'm not trying to distract you.
No, but
I just thought this was a salient line. By the way, this is all happening.
Whoa, so FG94, and look at the eval bar. So look at this. Oh, there's a missed chance here from...
But what a crazy move. Bishop basically just leaving the pawn on c3, and now Wesley getting active. Rook e1.
Oh my goodness, could Wesley win this game?
It's a 3-result game. The rook from e8 jumps into e1.
And then rook f3 check only move?
And Hikaru's hanging by a thread, but then white plays bishop d2, forking the rook and the knight.
What a game this has been.
Wesley's got to go rook e1, though. And he does.
That? So does it matter where the king goes? He goes to e7. Bishop d2. The good news is after bishop takes c2, bishop c3, you can't take that dark sword bishop on c3 with your rook because the f1 bishop, the rook is overloaded is the essential point on
There's
f3.
A back ranker. There's a back rank made. Now we will obviously show the missed win after the game, but right now we are sticking to the game continuation. Bishop g5 check or bishop d2. Those are the 2 candidate moves for Hikaru. Bishop h6 even is possible.
Okay,
bishop d2 it is.
I think he'll just take on c3, but the game isn't even over there, right? Just because we have opposite colored bishops, black has a pass pawn, and I think white's pass pawn is about to be eliminated.
But Hikaru has the idea of going king g2, and then bishop a6 will be a mortal danger to black's survival. So Wesley has to find a way to get to this pawn ASAP, and he does.
Mm-hmm.
And he does. He's going to eliminate it. This should be no risk for black.
None whatsoever.
Although material will be equal. I didn't realize that white is actually up a pawn here.
Yeah, it doesn't...
After all is said and done.
But it's almost like black's going to be up a pawn because white's pawns are doubled over there on the king side. So it's a very strange turn of events. Hikaru is going to be disappointed by what's just transpired, but Wesley's so putting up tenacious defense.
I mean, to navigate your way in that position, to find something worthwhile with a minute on your clock, that's what makes Wesley such an absolute monster. The gumption, the verve to not have a meltdown and just make a blunder there. How do you do that?
And that's why the eval bar can be not misleading. It tells you the objective valuation, but the positions often are trickier than just +4, right? +4 in an end game when you're up 3 pawns or whatever, that's obvious. But when you're in this type of position where you had to leave that pawn on c3, as you were indicating earlier, it just goes to show how deeply complex the game of chess is. So Hikaru, maybe he'll be, frustrated that he didn't win the game, but I think you often can forgive yourself as a chess player for not seeing every possibility.
And I wanted to echo a point that you've made before, which is that it's not about seeing the best move. Just seeing the evaluation already gives you a tremendous amount of information about the position. If you know that it's +4, you're thinking about the position differently than if you have no idea whether you're winning or losing. It demystifies the position to a large degree, and it completely changes your perception. And this should be a draw. I don't think that either side has any serious chances here. Wesley just has to deal with the threat of rook f7. That's an annoying threat.
And Wesley's also on occasion had some internet problems in the past, so he'll look to avoid that. In fact, against Hikaru, wasn't it in a bullet?
It was.
They had a match that they drew the rapid and the blitz, and then a bullet he lagged out and lost.
It was, and I think Hikaru is still playing for a win, partially for that reason, and partially because the h7 pawn is a huge weakness, and bishop g8 is a very pesky threat. Oh, Wesley going to c3, beautiful.
It's very smart. Immediately rook c3 is a draw, so
just exquisite. Takes, and king f7 shuts down the bishop, forcing Hikaru to give away a pawn. And the piece should be signed shortly.
Very nicely done by Wesley. So this whole game, he was hanging on by a thread, but the thread held up, and that means he's going to go into game 2 with an even score, and he'll get the white pieces, which is a tough task for any player on the planet. Facing Wesley So with black, I wish you well.
And Hikaru is going to have to push out of his mind the fact that he had a win. He goes rook f7 check, though, still trying to generate chances.
I just can't tell if he's trying to win or lose.
No, he's trying to win. King g2, king f2.
Then rook h3, bishop g3 check. Oh, actually, that might be the blunder you're looking for.
But Wesley could start pushing his pawn.
Right.
Now it's an actual 3-result game.
Yeah. c4, c3.
But bishop takes h7, and Hikaru wants to simultaneously take the pawn and stop black's pawn. Rook h3 ends the game immediately.
Right.
Just rook h3 or rook g4.
h4.
Yeah, take the pawn, draw. Yep. Now, right after the game finishes, we will show a critical moment where Hikaru missed the win. But I think we can forgive him.
Yes. It's now a question of whether he can forgive himself. Because even if he doesn't, he never had the evaluation, obviously, but after the game, even if he doesn't analyze right away, he must have had the sense that he had a win somewhere.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And Alexei Serrana yesterday, he suffered from that. He actually looked over the previous game against Hikaru. He saw that he had a win. He was devastated. And I'm positive that impacted his mental condition for the next game. And we know how hard Hikaru is on himself. Everybody at that level is incredibly hard on themselves. They expect themselves to find every single winning option.
And these players still trying, both of them here.
Oh, bishop f4. Hikaru is playing with some fire here.
Right, like if you go king b1, rook b2, check, king a1, you might get checkmated at some point.
Wesley needs to keep some time on his clock. Knowing his internet issues, he needs to keep himself with at least 7 seconds on the clock.
Right. And
okay. Take the rook. Or is Wesley going to go for it? No, he's not.
No, Wesley's just not that type of player.
No.
These two have had funny. They've had funny speeches championship games where they play like 150 moves, but no, this one's a draw. So why don't you pull up that moment, Danya? The one where the advantage went away.
So who can blame Hikaru for taking on c3? This pawn is such a pest, but bishop a6 was the winning move. Here's the key subtlety. After c takes b2, you give away the dark squared bishop for the greater good. After bishop takes b2, you simply take on c8. This is something that Hikaru definitely is capable of finding. The game is over. If you take on c8, rook d8 check ends the game. If bishop d4 check, one more mini sacrifice, bishop d7, promotion is unstoppable. That was the win.
Yeah, that's not out of the realm of possibility for him. In fact, he's found much more difficult tactics in the past, but we can understand why he removed that pawn on c3. So it goes to game 2, tied 50-50. And while we have a moment, as game 2 is about to begin, we have a question for you all here. So what is Wesley So sitting on? Is it the floor, a chair, his bed, or the floor?
what is that thing in the background? Is that it looks like a microwave almost. It looks like an 18th century microwave.
Oh, I
think we should invite Benjamin Bach to.
And then I was wondering what's on top of the microwave there. Wait, is that almost like a toaster oven?
I know. No, I was thinking the same thing. That's so strange. But the game is underway. The game is underway with Wesley So. With the white pieces, the time control is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. Should this game end in a draw, they move to an Armageddon. Big surprise in Italian.
I'm absolutely shocked. Wesley playing the Italian? No way.
What a bad decision to play something he doesn't know in such an important game. So irresponsible of him. But he does put his knight on c3. And you mentioned that that's been increasingly popular. Noterbeck has played this a lot. People have started putting the knight on c3 rather than the pawn on c3.
Yeah, and this pawn a4 move as well. It doesn't look like it's congruous here, right? Like, you usually play a4 with c3, b4, but a4 allows the bishop to survive in the diagonal. So knight a5 is never scary. The bishop goes back to a2, not a big deal. And so these types of positions, it's kind of white just keeping black at bay for the time being, and then seeing how to progress after the opening stage.
And generally, there's a choice between putting the bishop on e3, trying to open up the f-file, and putting the bishop on g5. We often see bishop g5 followed by h6 and g5. Leading to some incredibly rich positions, sacrifices galore on g5. It's all about who knows this position better. Obviously, the objective evaluation is equality. Nobody disputes that, but Wesley going for positions that he is most comfortable with.
And there's something frustrating for Hikaru, and probably why he's spending time, is that white can sort of pre-move knight d5, and he plays bishop e6. So I wanted to play knight d5 anyway. Now I definitely want to play knight d5 because you can't take on d5 with your knight afterwards, because then you get a little pawn fork. And by playing knight d5 for white, you clear the path for c3, b4, sort of your normal Italian game stuff.
Knight d5 here, my guess would be met with a status quo kind of move, maybe h6. Trying to get Wesley to be the one to release the central tension. I agree that after knight d5, bishop takes d5, I would prefer white.
Yeah, although there are some variations like that. I don't really know the ins and outs, but you can take with a bishop sometimes and then get the d5 pawn. But
yeah, it's a weakness. It's a weakness. But often white has like this idea, opening up the other bishop, the e-file. Looks like an initiative here for white. I think we saw an RCC game very similar to this.
Yeah, it's become trendy.
Which one it was?
It has become fashionable to play in this manner. And Wesley now thinking, though, I mean, is that surprising you, Danya? And
a little bit. Because Hikaru's played completely natural moves.
Right. Wesley chose the opening. Then he decides to go for this a4, knight c3 stuff. And then after bishop e6, he's like, do I take that thing and give black double pawns, which I don't think black minds too much, or do I plop a pony on d5?
I know that the engine in such positions usually advocates, believe it or not, for bishop takes e6, which to me intuitively tears my heart out to open the f-file like that. I always feel like I'm going to get checkmated. But the engine is fearless. We've seen Jan Krzysztof Duda play these structures very successfully, but you called it. Knight d5 is on the board by Wesley.
Did you see Wesley's reaction, by the way? What was that? He kind of like put his hand in the air and was upset.
Is he disappointed? Like, already? This just looks like a normal position.
Maybe he's upset that he spent so much time to make a normal move. I don't know. That was strange.
Maybe he's upset that we can't tell what he's sitting on. Like, who are these commentators? Didn't even do their research before the show. No, but Hikaru's happy here. You can just sense that. I don't know. I can feel it in the air. Wesley just didn't quite get out of the opening what he was. I don't know what he was hoping to get, but maybe this is not it. I don't know.
And usually in this position, white thinks of playing the move a5 just to gain a little bit more space on the queen side. He plays bishop e3 here. How can you? I just don't understand how you can be like upset, but I understand what you're saying. But that's it. It's fine. It's not something where you feel like you're pressuring black's position. Hikaru is just kind of chilling, making normal moves. But then you can get complacent, right? You can think, all right, there's no issue here for black, but white can continue gaining space. Their idea is at some point to make a move like a5 and b4 and maybe b5 as you're highlighting here. So white needs to think about bishop takes d5 at some point. And he does in this manner. Well, that's really surprising.
I was not expecting that at all.
No, I don't like it one bit.
So after e takes d5, knight e7, does white have to play e4, or is there something nasty? I think Hikaru is basically playing against the light square tradition. He basically is saying the bishop is going to be out of the game. I'm willing to accept the fact that the half-open f-file is going to be in white's favor.
No, but it's actually, I think there's a direct problem with this. You're right. You don't have to play e4 right away. I think after ed, as a knight h4 might be possible.
Ooh, I see what you're saying. And if you take on d5 hungrily,
yeah, knight f5, queen b7 will probably be hanging at some point.
Vroom, vroom on the king's side.
Yes, I'm hungry and I want a full belly.
don't mention food to me. Not until after the show.
By the way,
Knight h4.
I don't really see what's particularly wrong with e4, but knight h4, you asked the question, you led me to the answer by saying, is there an alternative?
I'll tell you, e4 allows knight g6, and now you don't have, that ignition button on the king side. You really want to play knight h4. There's no alternative to that in terms of assembling your pieces the way you want to assemble them on the king side. White's not worse here, but this isn't fun. Right. Knight h4 is just more exciting.
And Wesley, he's pausing because e4 is an automatic move. He ends up playing it. There must have been something he didn't like about the knight h4 sequence.
Or he didn't consider it.
But then why you would play e4 pretty much immediately if you weren't considering anything? Like, there's not too many options, I guess.
That's true. Maybe he's happy with this. I mean, I still think that he's probably going to resort to pushing the queenside pawns at some point before an a5.
Yeah, he kind of has to, right?
And he does.
b4.
So the position finally clarifies a little bit. Stabilizes.
Yeah, and the bishop on c4 looks kind of bad. It's staring into its own pawn. But it's not like black can make clear progress anywhere either. So what is black's plan, Donnie?
Well, before I answer that, I like to think of the bishop in terms of potential energy, right? Yeah, the bishop is staring at I was about to say, if black plays c6 and white takes it, the bishop is perfectly happy to be on c4. But Hikaru's last move completely changes white's plan. I think Wesley has to take on c6. And Hikaru accepting a weak pawn on a6. Is he trying to make a quick play for central control?
He certainly is. And that makes a lot of sense because white's pawn structure is advanced on the queen side, but also a bit vulnerable. So queen b3, and that move is not liked by the engines.
Not at all. And is it because of... I did see the move b5. Oh my God, look at this. b5 en passant, right?
Yeah.
Seems like no problem, but I think knight g4, maybe not. Maybe white has d takes c6 here, sacking the exchange. Something's problematic about this position. What is it?
But I see exactly what you're saying there. It does look a bit concerning for...
Flimsy.
Yeah, and maybe actually just c takes d5 at this moment.
Bishop takes d5?
Just take it with your knight, because if you take it with the queen, there's knight f4.
Ooh. And queen e3?
Yeah, rook c8 and all sorts of problems for white.
No, white's losing purchase in the center here. And these pawns are sitting ducks to black's queen and rooks. You're right. That was a mistake by Wesley. And will Hikaru find b5? Probably not the only move either.
Right, but I do like ridding yourself this thorn on a5, right? That pawn is just restricting black's pieces somewhat, so I feel like b5 is actually a quite clever idea.
I think in Hikaru's body language, you can see the wheels of intuition turning, but he plays a tamer move. He plays queen c7.
The thing about Hikaru's camera, and I'm not sure right now, is I'm never aware if it's like a minute behind because they're capturing from his stream or if this is live reaction.
So I didn't think of that. You're right.
No, I just don't know what the deal is. So once we find that out, we can let you know. It's 1 minute behind. So, okay. So we'll eventually see Hikaru's face catching up to the positions we're talking about.
A couple years later.
I like that SpongeBob meme.
Knight d2, and Wesley seems to be losing his grip on this position. I mean, there's I hate to phrase it like that, but just the way the moves are looking. Like queen a7, knight g4, knight f4. You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
it seems like black is having all the fun and Wesley's retreating. Look at this. Now he's staring off to the side, and that's not the, I'm thinking with my ear that Hikaru does. It's like, what is going on here?
I'm thinking with my ear. I love it. Rook f d8, Hikaru declining another draw, which Wesley offered.
Oh, and Wesley.
He's choosing the wrong moments to offer. I mean, he's already clearly worse.
Yeah, if I were Hikaru, I also would not have accepted the draw. Now that can backfire, right? Sometimes a draw very kind of, for lack of a better way of saying it, pisses someone off. You're like, why would I accept a draw here? But that can be a psychological ploy.
But my eyes keep darting back to this idea of queen a7, knight g4. I feel like at some moment that is going to come, and it's going to be incredibly unpleasant, let alone the fact that Hikaru can play d5 and grab control of the center, which is his ultimate goal when he took on d5 and played c6.
Yeah, d5 actually looks really frustrating for white to deal with because you're not taking that on d5 because after EDCD you lose the c3 pawn. So that's
might Wesley intend an exchange sack on f6?
Oh my gosh.
Never mind. No, he's getting destroyed here. Look at this.
Look at Hikaru's.
White's position is collapsing.
Yeah, he's just putting pressure right down the center.
Ugh.
What is
Rook f3? I don't know.
Yeah, but Rook f3 also looks not very appealing. Then these knight g4 ideas you've been talking about seem very strong.
Anytime there's knights on f4 and g4, look at white's queen. Where is it? It's AWOL. It's gone. It's not attending to its duties.
Yeah, it's. Can white even save this pawn, by the way, on d3?
I'm at a loss. I don't see a move. White's position is horrendous here.
And Wesley just started moving backwards. As soon as he didn't play knight h4, I could sense in your tone, you didn't like the position, and it just gave black all of the easy choices, and none of them were available for Wesley. So Hikaru is just outplaying him.
I think at this point, I've played Hikaru so many times, I've commentated on so many of his games, that I can almost sense from his opponent's perspective when it's just an ethereal something, je ne sais quoi.
No.
That Hikaru just starts gaining control of the initiative, and you can feel it even if you're not looking at the board.
No, I know exactly that feeling, right? You played him many more times than I have, but I played him in Title Tuesday, and I had a great position. And I knew my position was great. And then I got aimless and slow, which is the deadliest combination because he punished me immediately, right? Like
that's exactly what Wesley did.
Yeah, right.
Exactly right.
Wesley was just kind of in the water, moving his head side to side, but not actually moving forward. And now Hikaru's punishing him.
Aimless and slow. Those are the two central descriptors. Knight on d2, bishop on b3. White's pieces are stumbling over each other. And Wesley finally plays king h1, which I like. I think that is the best way to limit the damage. You got to part ways with this pawn and focus on ensuring the safety of your king.
Wow, I mean, what a move. I don't think I would have considered king h1. I was looking at rook f3 or some kind of move to defend the pawn on d3, but king h1 is a sign of a great player, where even in a bad position, you're coming up with potentially creative solutions. So after knight takes d3, what exactly is his follow-up?
Maybe rook f3?
And then try to double those rooks at some point?
Well, I was thinking rook f3, de, knight takes c4.
Oh, wow.
That looks fun. You can't do this without crazy tactics. He goes g3.
Not really. What about your queen a7 move? That.
Oh my God. Queen a7 looks totally crushing. Queen e3.
Yeah, just the king is even more exposed now.
This isn't even close. Maybe an exchange. No, an exchange sack at that point. It's that ship has sailed a long time ago.
Yeah, there's no attack, right? You hurt the pawn structure, but you don't have enough firepower to actually land a big punch. So, oof. Hikaru is also well ahead in the clock.
Yeah, and he's got, and his time expenditure is amazing, right? He takes exactly the right amount of time. He senses that if he finds the correct move here, he's going to be completely winning. Poof, he takes about a minute.
It's not every day. In fact, it's very rare that you see Wesley have this happen to him, right? Like, he's just... And look, he's
not in his own opening. Not in his own opening.
Just not ever. And Wesley, like, he looked outclassed, for a lack of a better way to put it. And that's just a one-game thing. Of course, if they play again and Wesley makes, happens to lose his game, makes his way through the loser's bracket, or whenever they play each other, Wesley can win any game against Hikaru. But in this particular two-game mini-match here, it just has felt like Wesley just hasn't found his footing at all.
Yeah, and Hikaru, of course he sees it. Of course he plays it, queen a7. But you just can't give a position like this to Hikaru and hope to survive. I think Wesley's days here are numbered. And this would be an incredibly impressive game. To miss the opportunity in the previous game, recover that fast mentally, and just to squash Wesley like a bug with black in 20 moves. Only Hikaru can do that.
Just honestly shocking. I'm trying to wrap my head around all of this because it seems like it hasn't even been a game. It's only 22 moves in.
No, we just started. Like, They were just playing bishop c4, bishop c5 a second ago. And now this.
And now this. So, all right, let's try to give Wesley some hope. I'm trying to come up with a plan. I don't actually see one. E takes d5 feels necessary, otherwise you lose another pawn.
Agree.
So
C takes
e5,
d5.
c d5, and then I don't have a next move yet, but I will think
Maybe
about it.
knight f3.
Sure.
Trying to carve out some
Or
purchase in
like
the center.
Rook c8 or something.
Queen d2.
Your reaction says it all.
Right. No, I'm absolutely in love with White's position here. I love being down a pawn with no center and a wide open king.
And
okay, so he's going for it. Knight f3 is on
you
the
know,
board.
you know what's a Hikaru move here is knight e4, because tactically bishop takes d5 doesn't work to knight takes c3. So
Isn't there bishop takes f7 there though? Sorry.
then I just take back on f7.
No, I take knight. Oh, your knight's defended.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
No, that's what I was worried about. And then I was like, no, this seems like a Hikaru sequence because it looks scary and it's not.
And I want to come back to a point we made a little while ago about when you're winning, it's okay to allow counterplay. Hikaru never minds doing more calculation. I think that's what makes him so deadly in winning positions. He's never going to say, I could go for this, but that forces me to calculate. He will sit there and hammer it out until he finds the most precise move.
I think it's a really good way of putting it about Hikaru. And it's something I don't think he gets enough credit for, because whenever people talk about his natural talent or this and that, it takes away from his hard work. And I don't think it has to be one or the other. It's both, because you don't become a top level chess player without the talent and the work that you put in. And even in a moment like this, where 7 different moves look just completely crushing, he is trying to find the best plan to punish Wesley at this moment. And it might be Rook c8, it might be knight e4, but you know that Hikaru, he's doing his due diligence.
Well, Wesley's only chance here is to get Hikaru low on time. There's no other way Wesley's coming back in this game. So from that perspective, I like what Wesley did here. He's posing Hikaru with a dilemma. He needs to get him under a minute, and then he needs to pray for a miracle. He needs to pray for a blunder of some sort.
And you know what he needs to do, perhaps, is go knight h4, knight f5, but he could have done that many moves ago.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late. I think instead of e4, that was the best chance to go knight h4.
And, well, Hikaru is spending a lot of time.
Down to 2 minutes. So, listen, if he doesn't find the best move here, we're talking about a game. And it appears that he didn't find the best move here.
Queen e3. So there's no rook e1, of course. The knight covers the e1 square.
Looks overwhelming. But queen g2, maybe?
Or knight h4.
Hmm.
Kind of allowing that knight to walk in there.
I like knight h4. At least you're getting a little bit of activity.
No, he doesn't
now
want
knight.
Now knight e4 is just, I mean, it threatens a fork on f2, a fork on c3.
What is Wesley doing? He's just walked right into that.
I mean, Wesley's just having a bad game.
Or rook a1 doesn't do anything. It doesn't pose a single, even half threat.
No.
You got to play knight h4. I mean, that is just... This is crazy. Wesley is just totally collapsing here.
And you can't even protect the c3 pawn.
No.
Queen c2, there's still rook takes c3.
Oh my god, a knight f2 check.
Gosh, I mean, this is just...
Catch.
There's no move. I think he can just resign.
Well, I think he gave up hope. I think Wesley gave up hope after the draw offer was rejected. Because that's when the real downhill moment came. He was already slightly worse. But everything went downhill in the span of 3 more moves.
Like, did he actually expect Takar to take the draw offer? He did it twice now, so I don't really understand the gameplay there.
No, I agree. Bishop c2. Okay, don't play knight f2 check. Bishop h7 in the end. Still not too late to blunder.
Not a blunder that
move here?
Hikaru is going to fall into.
If you play rook takes c3, though, Wesley plays bishop takes d3 and rook d to e1.
Wow,
So
that's
I
actually...
guess the move is e4, but that's not an easy move to play.
No, that's actually an amazing idea by Wesley. So
Bishop c2.
for someone we were just saying might have given up hope, he's coming up with clever ideas.
And Hikaru doesn't really get nervous, but he's got to be feeling a little bit antsy here. And he finds e4.
And I know his video is a minute behind, but you could see him just like kind of grab his head and what's going on.
Rook d e1. Why is this so bad? Because the knight is coming to e4, I guess.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem.
I answered my own question.
And if you go queen d2, you just trade queen and c3 falls, and
it's over. It's over. Queen a7. The queen had only one square, but it's the absolute perfect square.
And it's a shame for Wesley as queen d2. It almost gets the job done, but after knight e4, there's this knight f2 check again.
Yep, there's that fork in the end. And the king does him in. It's, yeah, knight e4. On autopilot, he takes on c3 first. Last attempt by Wesley. Finally gets his knight to f5. About 20 moves too late.
And Wesley had 18 seconds. Hikaru down to a minute, though. So even though Hikaru is the bullet chess champion, we can talk for hours about how good he is in that time control. You can get a little bit nervous with knight on f5, and like the rooks are staring down towards the black king side. Listen,
we've commentated for years. We've seen everything. You never think that this is the game where crazy things happen until crazy things happen.
Right. Oh, wow. What a find by him. He's going to queen e8, queen g2.
Exquisite technique by Hikaru. He is leaving nothing to chance.
No, he is not. And just queen b7 now.
Forcing rook f2, and that ends the game.
Yeah, that's not a rook trade that White's happy
c2 and d2. Yeah, I think Wesley might resign right here.
Whew.
And he does, and Hikaru Nakamura reigns supreme once again. Just a buzzsaw.
What a match by Hikaru, because when he didn't get that first game where he objectively was winning, it was complicated still, but he knew he was better. He was playing with that oomph and the, just great play by him. And then to come back in the second game and just destroy Wesley So of all players. Hikaru is taking the Rapid Chess Championship seriously, and now he's moving on to the winner's final.
Yes, he is. It was an incredibly smooth game, and once Wesley started losing the thread, c6, queen c7, he was patient when he needed to be patient. He was decisive when he needed to be decisive, and his technique was beyond precise. It was surgical, it was clinical, and he left nothing to chance. Hikaru is through once again.
Surprising statement of the century. Hikaru Nakamura makes his way through to the next round of a chess tournament.
We've never said that before.
Before we can talk more about Hikaru Nakamura, we do need to figure out who his opponent will be in the winner's final, because in this double elimination format, Wesley So is not gone. He'll have an opportunity to bounce back tomorrow. But up next, right after these next few minutes, we will have Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi.
An incredible match indeed, both so incredibly explosive. Jan has been on the ball in the last few weeks of the RCC and at the beginning of the RCC final. He's been playing fast. He crushed Fabi from lost positions, from winning positions. This is going to be a tall order for Vladimir Fedoseev, who survived a crazy Armageddon game yesterday against Noterbeck. I'm very excited for this one.
Well, Vladimir Fedoseev is not to be trifled with, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, the two-time candidates winner, that's a tough order for anybody. So we'll see which of these two players will face Hikaru Nakamura next after this break here at the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase. Hey, software engineers, tired of getting random calls and texts with bad job matches? Hired connects you to over 10,000 employers worldwide through one easy dashboard. No cover letters or applications, just upfront salary data and dedicated candidate experience managers to support your incoming offers. Take control of your career with Hired. Yesterday, we asked you what software engineers and Hired say is their least favorite programming language. Chat had a lot of passionate answers. Sorry, all you Java haters out there. The answer was Objective-C.
Wow. I took one class in C in college, and I was able to see that computer science wasn't for me, but it generated indeed a lot of spirited discussion in the chat. That's always great to see. We'd like to thank everybody for being so engaged. And we know that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vladimir Fedoseev are going to be very engaged in this 2-game mini match that they're about to play to determine Hikaru Nakamura's challenger.
For sure. But before we get to the game, we did ask another question
about yes, we did, didn't we?
About Wesley. So we wanted you all to guess what he was sitting on, and we do have the answer for you. The answer was B, a chair.
Oh, so it is a chair. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's actually impressive the way he can bend his back like that. Like I need to visit the chiropractor. That can't be good.
That's bad. Come on, Wesley. That's bad posture.
Whoa, but
not that I'm one to talk.
I mean, he's sitting on a chair, but look at Jan Nepomniachtchi's chair. He's not seated just yet. He's got a couch in the background, but he's got this chair there. That looks very comfortable.
It definitely does. And Fedoseev's chair doesn't look too shabby either. I mean, it's one of those spinny chairs. Which
can be distracting for some people, but we see him on camera taking a nice swig of water there. He's ready for his compatriot, Jan Nepomniachtchi. So Vladimir Fedoseev, a player who's very well known thanks to online chess. You've known him since childhood, and the world of chess has known him for many years because he's won the Aeroflot Open. He's participated in the Vaikonze Tata Steel Masters event. So he is a force to be reckoned with, but unfortunately, I guess you could say, for him, Jan Nepomniachtchi is a man on a mission in recent months.
Yeah, I mean, I really just have no words that describe how well, and well is a flat word. I mean, Jan has played with such spirit, such passion, amazing opening preparation with black and white. His Petrov has been completely unbreakable. And if we take a look at his Hired player resume at 32 years old, Jan is at the very peak of his abilities. You know, in basketball, they say that the basket is an ocean when you're confident. Whatever the equivalent, whatever the parallel is for Jan, he's feeling supremely confident every time he sits in front of the chessboard.
Yeah, he's just feeling it. And we were able to interview him, throughout the candidates, and he was saying the preparation that his team is doing, and he's like, every tournament should be like the candidates. But another element, I think, is just he's having fun. Right? He looked like he was having a good time. Yes, he was stressed. He hit it very well during his interviews at the candidates with Dina Belankaya. But I think that in general, he's having a lot of fun playing chess, and everyone for so many years has talked about how talented Jan Nepomniachtchi is, but he's putting that talent together with the hard work like we were mentioning earlier, and it's paying incredible dividends.
He has been on a mission ever since that last World Championship match. He silenced the doubters. People jumped way too quickly to conclusions on the basis of just a couple of bad games that he had. It's true, against a very bad player that he should have beaten easily. Yes, Magnus Carlsen, of course. But Jan has been absolutely on fire as we see him do some calisthenics, some stretches before the games begin.
It's probably pouring some tea.
Oh, yeah. And he keeps everybody guessing as to what tea it is. But I actually remember what tea it is. It's the pure Puerrh, I think is how you spell it. It's like a heavily caffeinated type of tea.
Also, he's got like one of those old school clocks on the wall, look like. Maybe it's a lamp. I can't really tell from our angle, but either way, both players getting set here. And, Fedoseev, sometimes I wonder if he's breathing when he's playing, because he's just like staring very intensely at the screen. But then I see his eyes wander a little bit, and I'm like, okay, the guy is doing all right. Like he's there, he's with us. But Vladimir, seriously, he's such a beast.
Yeah, when he's on, I mean, he's one of the very few players who gives Hikaru a hard time very consistently. He's full of interesting opening ideas. So I'm paying very specific attention to what we're going to see in the opening. I want Vladimir to play e4, and I want him to show us what he has against Jans Petrov. Boo! There's the answer. Is he going to play a Catalan? Nope.
Well,
We're going to see a semi-Tarish. I'll accept it. I'll settle for that.
We'll bring the board up here on screen for y'all. As we saw the players locked in the opening stage of the game. Nothing's happened. Don't worry. We were just trying to get a close-up of the players here. But yeah, we see a semi-Tarish. And in this variation, Danya, after pawn takes d5, instead of the automatic e takes d5, which I think a lot of players say, you take my pawn, I take back with my pawn. Knight takes d5 is this popular line these days.
And even c takes d4.
Right.
Has been incredibly popular. Magnus has played it with black. And c takes d4, you basically play as a takeout line if you want to make a draw. And clearly, Vladimir did not expect.
Did you see Jan? He's laughing. He's smiling. He's
Bishop e3. Jan is incredulous. He's like, really, Riley? And so is Vladimir.
Was this some kind of prep? I feel like he's just messing around right now.
Bishop e3. I mean, I'm not surprised by anything anymore. I mean, what haven't we seen?
This is
Bishop e3.
Why can't I just take on d4?
Well, that's the $1 million question. I think he wants bishop takes d4.
Yeah, but then I take on c4 and play knight c6. I don't really see why black should be concerned about this.
Queen a4 check? I don't know. No, this looks like garbage. I appreciate, I laud the efforts, the creativity. But I agree with you. I feel like after CD, black is just doing totally fine.
We've seen weirder things say, like Fabiano's opening escapades against Serrano. But the difference was that was like, it kind of left an imbalance of sorts. And here it's like, wait, we're going to get sort of a typical symmetrical position where your bishop's on d4 and I can attack it with a knight.
Yeah, it looks very fancy, but in reality, as you're saying, you're not really changing the structure. And Jan is not going to be flustered by a move like this, right? Jan's not just going to say, oh, this must be crazy preparation. I'm not going to go for what feels natural. Jan trusts himself 100%, especially given his current state of confidence. And there it is, CD and DC. And Vladimir's thinking. That's not a good sign.
No, not at all.
Don't tell me he didn't anticipate this.
Yeah, I guess he can play e3 and take back on c4, but I don't see white having an advantage.
Black gets a bishop pair. If anything, correct me if I'm wrong, I would almost take black there.
He is, okay, this is starting to get a little problematic almost. Not that white's position is that horrible, but the way he's playing, it's like, I need to beat this guy, and I'm not sure he's being objective right now.
So what would you do here with black? Knight c6?
Just knight c6, for sure.
Yeah, last time I checked, black is up a pawn there, but Jan decides to give it away, and I think he's trying to accelerate his development.
Makes perfect sense as well.
He wants knight c6. And at that point, it's probably time to start looking for a bailout if you're fed to say it. Maybe bishop takes f6 and knight d6.
Maybe, because he's in danger of getting a worse position.
No, but look at this line. Knight takes c4, knight c6. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Yeah, no, knight b5, there's bishop b4. No, this looks awful. Knight d6 check. Only black could be better here.
You're right. Black's has a bishop developed.
Takes, and like knight d4 looks unpleasant.
Yeah, white's like several tempi behind. And here's another example, right? If you go knight c6, bishop c6, and take on c4, you'll lose g2. So that's not going to work out either. And
black will take it, because black is sufficiently developed enough to manage that.
I don't understand this. Maybe bishop takes c4 here and just like, start agreeing to some trades.
So will Jan take on d4 and allow queen takes d4? That could get a little dicey on the d file.
So maybe I'll take the knight instead.
And then what? Bishop e7, bishop c6?
Yeah, or make queen a5 and just
sign the piece of chords.
If Jan wants to play for more, he'll take on e5 like queen a5, allowing bishop takes f6, which compromises his kingside pawn structure, but gives him the bishop pair.
I love how imbalanced the pawn structure is. But I say I've really succeeded in creating a lot of imbalances in the position, making this hard for black to play.
Very immensely difficult. One of the biggest challenges Jan has faced this side of Magnus
in his entire career. Yeah. So he's deciding between knight takes d4 and knight takes e5. If he wants to draw, if he wants to hold, he's taking on e5. he's going bishop c6. Like you said, if he's trying to unbalance the game and punish Fedoseev for his opening shenanigans, he's taking on d4 or playing queen a5.
But I have to commend Jan on something. And it's not just specific to this game, but a move like bishop e7 is like the new version of Jan Nepomniachtchi. One of his biggest Achilles heels, or I guess we only have one Achilles heel, right? That's the whole point. But like his Achilles heel was he was kind of seen as impulsive, and he would just make tactical decisions when the position didn't call for it. Here he says, you know what? This knight stare down, it's totally fine for me. I'm just going to develop my pieces. If you take the bishop on d7, I take with my queen. Everything is protected here in the position. There's no risk whatsoever. So let me play in a very calm manner. I have black in game one. A draw is a very good result.
And Jano's not given enough credit for this because, again, people were falling for the recency effect of his match against Magnus. That new Jan started with the Petrov with black. Once Jan started deviating from the Sicilian, which he was playing his entire life, and he started playing the Petrov, he started showing that the new Jan Nepomniachtchi was concerned a lot more with objectivity and making the best move in any given position, even if that meant a quick draw here and there, like you're saying.
Yeah, no, it's great to see Jan in this kind of familiar. A6, just calm.
Bishop takes c6, queen takes c6.
Yeah.
Okay, draw.
And that's right. But okay, draw. He is perfectly okay with a draw.
Now, you'll disagree with this. Could white make any claim to a minuscule pull after bishop c6, queen c6, castles, and rook c1? And maybe I can worm my way into the b6 square at some point.
I see what you're saying, and actually am firmly against classifying positions like this as a draw. It may be even, but there are still opportunities to outplay the opponent. You're mentioning the b6 square. Things like that do add up. I believe that Jan Nepomniachtchi is not going to lose a position like this and will never be in any risk, but you are correct to point out that it's not just game over.
As Magnus has shown, by the way, time and time again, I think to him belongs the majority of the credit for the way that the common chess mentality has shifted, because in the 1970s, you'd be, drinking beer in the local bar 10 minutes ago. But now these players are hammering out these positions until move 70, and that's awesome.
Right. No, they understand that they can outlast their opponents, and instead of just saying it's symmetrical, it's even. No, there are little things here and there that you can work.
This position, I don't know. I think here maybe we will see the peace accords get signed pretty shortly.
Are you saying this position is completely and utterly even?
I don't know why I think that.
I don't know why either.
It's really baseless, honestly, the fact that I think this is equal.
Oh, this looks much better.
Even bishop takes c3 was a draw.
This looks so much better.
Yeah, white's winning, actually.
Could black actually kind of play for a little bit of something?
Little something, bishop against knight, maybe some f5, yes, a little bit expansion.
Okay, we both acknowledge that this game, with proper play, should be a draw. We have pawns in the same files as both players do, and there's not really any target to find. However, if you just assume the game will be drawn and you allow black to expand, as you point out, f5, maybe b5, things like that, that's how you can get into trouble from what's just an even position. I mean, actually, Danya, you had a game against David Paravian in Title Tuesday, right? Where for a while it looked like, okay, just even things can be good. But then that
like a dead draw.
Then king and pawn end game happened where he was a bit more active and he had a chance to win. In fact, then he overextended and you won that game. So you have recent experience of exactly how we shouldn't just assume a result should be had.
Yeah, symmetrical does not equal draw. I think that's the bottom line. Symmetrical pawn structure often means equal position, but if the players are intent on playing a game and on competing for the advantage, they can do that. With that being said, I think a draw offer is not unlikely. I think if Fedoseev offers a draw here, Jan is going to be tempted to accept, because an easy draw with the black pieces puts him in a great spot. I mean, he's been completely unstoppable with white in the last couple of months.
Okay, that was a draw for sure. If black were going to try to win this game, he'd probably keep a pair of rooks on the board. Yeah, but now this is just... I'll wake you up. Don't worry. I can be your alarm clock.
And Fedoseev offered a draw. And is Jan really going to decline it?
Maybe he hasn't seen it. That sometimes happens where you just don't see the draw offer.
Yeah, this opening experiment with bishop e3, I think it's pretty safe to say it backfired. It never
Yeah.
fired to begin with. Like
Yeah, that's
never any kindling for the fire.
That's a good way of putting it. It's like the clown pistol, who just like has a little flag come out. That's it. It's
Right.
Like,
and
there's
the dropper is dutifully, summarily accepted. And we go to game 2. Disappointing for Fedoseev. That's a pretty big deal. He didn't make anything of the white pieces. And Jan just kind of raised his eyebrows there. Like, really? That's all you got?
But you know what
All you have
Fedoseev
for me?
historically is great at is the counterattack. So when people start trying to target him, he has been really, really good at punishing them for if you lose objectivity for even a second, he is going to take advantage of it. So he's got his reliable Caro Khans and openings to lean back on, and we'll see if Jan plays D4.
Jan has played the Catalan almost exclusively in the RCC, which is really interesting.
Yeah, he is an E4 player, and he's also been he changed in the World Championship to D4 against Magnus and play the Catalan.
Knight F3, and once again, Jan not deviating, sticking to his guns here. And I'm very curious to see which setup Fedoseev chooses.
Because Fedoseev
old school.
Yeah, he is. Fedoseev himself is quite a nice positional player, so probably not too unhappy to get this position.
He's going totally old school. Bishop b4, bishop b7. This used to be the prevailing recommendation in most books, and nothing's wrong with it. It was never refuted. But White has found some ways to challenge the setup with c6 and b6, and it is a little bit passive. It's not to everybody's liking. Try that on for size. c5.
I believe Parham Maksudlu had a game against Jules Moussard in the Olympiad in this type of position. And in that game, Jules went b6, and the pawn went to c6, and knight went to b8. And it ended up being a draw, but Parham was much, much better, if not winning at some point, with the white pieces.
Interesting. Interesting context. Knight e4. Entrenching the knight onto its typical square.
Knight c3 quickly. And I think, Donnie, this is instructive because you're pointing out knight takes d2, and a lot of players say, well, my coach taught me that 2 bishops are the advantage here. But look at Black's bishops. The one on c8 can't move, and the one e7 is looking at a protected pawn on c5. So it's not a big deal for White to give up the bishop because of closed positions, and the knights usually reign supreme.
Right, and the other question is, if you don't take on d2, do you simply leave your knight on e4? Are you worried about knight takes e4, in other words? My instinct is no, because after d takes e4, the white knight has to drop back to e1. That's a very passive square. On the other hand, the e4 pawn is a static weakness. So a lot of strategic questions that both sides have to solve in the next couple of moves.
And one of those big questions, F5, you knew exactly where I was going.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And you get that stone wall structure with pawns on D5 and F5, which leaves the dark squares, in particular E5, potentially vulnerable. And the big difference is that White can kick this knight out from E4 with an eventual knight move and pawn to F3, whereas Black doesn't have a pawn to force a white piece out of the dark squares over there. So it's a big question, and that's why Fedoseev is spending his time here. I do think that objectively F5 is quite a decent move, and you could follow up with G5.
The ironic thing is that after F5, the knight, as you alluded to, often goes back to E1 on its own volition and then back toward D3 so that you maintain control of E5, but you're able to play F3 when you need to do it. But this is a huge decision because there's no going back from a move like F5, and there's no going back from a move like knight takes D2. So,
and there's no going back.
Realize the gravity of the moment
from the camera, because I think Fedoseev's gone.
Hey, shoot.
Yeah, Vladimir, come back. We miss you, buddy. No, he just made his move, but he has one
by
bar.
A thread. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, his connection is actually very bad.
And I wonder if part of the reason he spent as long as he did was because of lag.
Yeah, he's
like, you never know when the internet is bad. You never know when they're actually thinking and when they're just lagging.
Well, hopefully he comes back soon. We're obviously keep you all updated on the situation as Vladimir Fedoseev tries to regain connection, but he has one bar on Chess.com and he's off camera, so his internet is gone.
Yeah, his internet was fine yesterday, as far as I remember, in the Armageddon game against Noterbeck. So hopefully this gets resolved ASAP, as Jan expanding on the queen side with a very typical b4. So bishop f6 here makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, bishop f6 looks pretty normal. c6, of course, just to stop White's pawns before they get fully off the board, but c6 might just be met by b5, right? It's not even a pawn minority attack, which we see in a Carlsbad structure. Why just sending those pawns off the board?
It is a pawn sacrifice, technically, because black can play knight takes c3 cb, and I think it's very instructive. The nature of white's compensation here, right? It's not anything specific. Like, I can't point to a particular pawn that black has and say, there's the compensation. It's just the space advantage and the fact that black is incredibly cramped, the pressure on the b file, and all of those things taken together.
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't realize I was sacrificing a pawn.
I have your back.
Thank you. I just am an honest guy. I was looking like b5. Okay,
I appreciate it.
But no, I forgot knight takes c3 cb was a pawn winner.
I appreciate the honesty. And Jan decides against the pawn sacrifice. e3 is on the board. Very slow positional maneuvering game. And I think we might actually see knight e1, knight e3. Although then you have to reckon with e5, which is even an idea in this position.
No. I've seen enough Gatakomsky games to see what happens when e5 is pushed, when you have this extend pawn chain on the dark squares for white.
I kind of like Fedosev's position. I feel like Jan hasn't generated, anything that makes me odd about his position here, unless he can maybe get his other knight from c1 to d3 and really sink his teeth into that e5 square.
That is clearly what he's going for. The knight just left c3. He's going to try to work its way around. But black at some point can play g5 and g4 and h5 and h4. And it's not out of the question for black to go for a legitimate attack against the white king. But you could also play b6. So that's the annoying thing about these positions is black can play on both sides of the board. And so white needs to look out for that. Ooh.
All three sides of the board, actually.
Yeah, in the center as well.
Fedoseev plays in the center. Jan playing really quickly. I think he's making a bet that, maybe I won't play the objectively best move, but I'm going to build up a big time advantage. And that could be a problem when the position opens up and Fedoseev has a minute.
I actually love the move bishop c1, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clear what he wants. He wants to control the d4 square with all his pieces. a5 is a great way to take advantage of white's last move. And I think
Jan missed it.
And I think the pawn sacrifice that I blundered before is now necessary.
That you proposed, the amazing pawn sacrifice b5. But wait a second, are there tactics ed, and knight c5? No, not like that, I guess, because here...
I guess it's bishop
there's bishop a3.
Yes.
Yeah. So that fails. So does that mean black... But if black takes on b5, then queen b3 looks really unpleasant. But the eval bar is laughing at me left and right here.
Maybe ed4 and knight c5 anyway.
Oh, because now that attacks the queen. Okay, that checks out. Knight c5 and queen takes b5. Probably there's bishop d7. Looks good for black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but if not b5, then what else does white do in Jan without much hesitation?
But I think Jan's
on the board.
Perfectly okay being down a pawn as long as the d5 pawn is the target. Because let's not forget that if that pawn f5 was back on f7, then black is feeling more comfortable because there are no light square issues. What happens in the long term in these games is that the light squares, whether it be the e6 square or the d5 pawn, it becomes a problem for black to deal with.
Yeah, it does. It does. And once again, paying attention to Vladimir's clock, he's almost burned through half his time. We're only on move 15. And he accepts the sacrifice, not too much choice in the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b1 by Jan. Notice that the knight on e2 is protecting the c3 square, so no fork.
Okay,
ooh.
I thought
knight f takes d4 was interesting.
It looked great.
Going for central domination.
No, that actually looked better. We can show that. Just a step ago, knight takes d4 because d5 becomes a target as long as the d file is open.
Yeah, knight f takes d4, and then knight takes b5, and that looked really appealing. But I understand why Jan responded instinctively with e takes d4. That's the tempting move.
But we were mentioning this in, the opening in game one, like, ed5, you don't have to take back with the pawn necessarily. So I think Jan is playing a little bit too quickly for his own good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree completely. And a3 is very important because otherwise that pawn is hanging over white's position like the sword of Damocles.
Nice reference there. Wow.
Thank you. I used to use that reference in every one of my papers. Like I was obsessed with it.
Well, it's a good one, but use it sparingly. But that's an excellent one. What is Black doing?
Yeah, I won't use it more than once, or else that reference will be hanging over you like the sword of Damocles.
Oh my goodness!
So
we're getting on so well.
I was on a roll. I had to ruin it all at the end of the commentary session too. Now here's B6. That's actually an excellent move because if white plays C6, a lot of people would stop here, right, and say, "Oh, it doesn't work." But you pointed this out. The knight drops back to B8, and the pawn is a sitting duck.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Jan might be worse here.
So AB4, AB4, knight F4, maybe something like that.
But then the fork on C3.
Oh gosh.
Although you actually have Queen B3 there, somehow you're always blundering, and then it works perfectly.
I did that during the World Cup when
You're just that good.
Magnus was playing Wojtaszek, and I just blundered something, but it was the best move, but it was just a complete accident. So that's actually kind of interesting. I guess knight F4 is a possibility, even though it allows knight C3.
It is a serious possibility. I would consider taking first, knight F4. I think it's the best move.
Okay, well, that's just, pure luck.
It is the best move. Oh my God. Knight F4, allowing the fork, and then queen B3 with the idea of picking up the pawn on D5 with a counter fork and another fork on E6.
But you see I have a problem in the C3 square because earlier I forgot I was sacrificing a pawn with knight takes C3, and now I'm just missing a fork on C3. So it's just off my radar at the moment.
No, but I think knight F4 is I was going to say Jan F4. Knight F4 is a very Jan type of move. He likes these provocative moves that appear to be blunders or appear to be mistakes, but actually contain a lot of venom.
Yeah.
Given the fact that he might be in trouble here, it's time to do something provocative. Mm-hmm.
Well, it hits D5 and knight E6 is a fork of his own. So how does Black exactly deal with all the threats?
Yeah, maybe Black actually walks into the fork himself.
Oh my goodness.
Like B takes C5.
Actually, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
You get forked. No, you. No, you. I want to lose an exchange. No, I do.
They're handing the opportunity to the other. Very kind people, these two are.
Okay, Jan clearly sensing that this is a critical moment, by the way, and the time situation has nearly equalized.
Good news for Fedoseev. He is a tough customer. The guy just always puts up a fight no matter who he's playing.
Yes.
And Jan plays C6 here. Black undevelops.
But what's the follow-up? That's the thing. Black's about to take on C6, and if White doesn't take on B4, then you're going to be down 2 pawns.
Yeah, actually, I'm not really seeing it here.
Yeah, no, knight F4 is probably no longer effective because Black doesn't even forget knight C3. Black can just take on C6.
So you start with queen C2 here? Is that possible?
Okay. Black will probably mirror.
And then knight F4.
C7. Aha. And the D5 pawn hangs. Look at you.
I'm just coming up with what seems like the best in a kind of rough situation.
So after knight F4, the position that has to be assessed is queen takes C6, queen trade, and knight takes D5. But there I think White is fine on account of his piece activity.
That's what I was hoping for, at least.
Let's see what Jan comes up with here. Knight F4 was your proposal. And knight F4, knight C3 unfortunately fails to rook takes B4.
Yes. And rook takes B4 immediately looks like a normal move. I think a lot of people would suggest that, but then C6 just falls on the spot, so it's not really worth it.
Although you could take on B4, and after knight takes C6, you could play knight F4 then, because the rook isn't hanging due to the pin.
Ah. I guess the rook B4, there's also bishop A6 to consider. There's a lot of tactical
look at Jan's clock. He's suddenly down 40 seconds.
And he's worse according to the evaluation bar. He probably recognizes that fact.
This is danger zone, and he does take on B4. And I like bishop A6 because that does somewhat immobilize the knight on E2.
Right. Now, bishop A6 looks very nice, and Fedoseev, he's looking at this position. He senses that this is his opportunity.
Yeah. And we hope his internet stays stable as we enter the time pressure phase.
Okay, look at him. Oh, there he moved. I was about to say, he really is like a statue sometimes.
Yeah. There's certain people like that. You don't know if their internet is down or they're just not moving.
Right. And it's like, oh no.
Oh,
no. Vladimir, come back.
No, where are you?
Come back, Vladimir.
No. And I think now all of the seconds that are evaporating from his clock are due to the lag.
Oh no.
This is really bad. He's down to 3.5 minutes. He can't afford for this to happen again.
Yeah, this is he's okay for the time being. He's also an exceptional bullet player. So he can deal with it as long as he remains above a minute, but we don't like to see that.
There's nothing more tilting than internet problems in a critical game. Really nothing in life is more tilting than that.
All right.
And you can see, we're watching him on camera as his feed has resumed, and he is clearly flustered by these issues. Who wouldn't be?
Yeah, well, the players do know that that's what's required of them. So, not to say it's not unfortunate, but it's a requirement to have good internet, be on camera, uphold the fair play standards.
Totally. No, we're sympathetic, but we're not, proposing that it's not a legitimate win if you win due to connection problems.
Mm-hmm.
What about G5?
Oh, you are being aggressive here, and I kind of wait. So knight takes G5 as a response.
You're such a pest. Always here to spoil the fun. And let me show that knight takes G5 is a beautiful resource. Bang, with a Forkovich.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop D7.
And
just feels like, yeah.
Is Jan kind of better now, even though he's down a pawn?
This bishop looks a heck of a lot worse than it would have been on A6.
Right. And B6 is falling for sure.
Knight E5 is coming. I think Jan is better. I think he's wrested control of the initiative from black.
Quickly played knight E5.
Oh, no. Better save is lagging again.
Okay, but he's still on screen. He's still there.
8. Let alone those problems. You also have to play Jan in a time scramble in a worse position.
He's been playing very well, though, throughout this game. He may have lost his slight advantage, according to the eval bar that we see off to the side of the screen here, but he has been playing well.
But Jan smells blood. Every move is creating a threat.
Great move, though, there by Fedoseev. Of course, knight takes E7 would have won a piece, but it just feels like he's starting to stabilize over the board, even if his connection is anything but stable.
Agreed. A trade on C6, and Jan switching to positional gears, right? Massaging those dark squares, trying to get the knight to F4. Eventually, the move F3 is going to come, and the knight's long tenure on the E4 square will end.
Do not take the bishop on E5.
Oh, yeah. Whoop.
Yeah, that would be a horrendous decision.
Yeah, in a Soviet chess camp, that would have gotten you kicked out instantly.
Yeah,
just the knowledge that you played such a move is enough to conclude that you have no talent in chess.
No, that's so real. It's like Botvinnik looks over, sees bishop takes E5, get out of here.
Yeah, he frowns and all right, go home.
All right, well, some retreating happening from black, and this H4 push just feels toothless, right? Like, what do you want, H5, H6? You're not going to checkmate the black king over there.
Yeah, what are you attacking with? Like, with your, I don't know, your pinky?
Yeah, in fact, that H5 might just be bad because of bishop F7. Like, you're asking for trouble.
And knight F4 is similarly insipid, not only because of bishop F7, but because the C3 square could be, it could be mission critical for white to control that square due to rook C3 related shenanigans, and he does.
By the way, this time I did see that the C3 square is vulnerable, so I've learned over time.
You're making progress.
I am. Thank you, Sensei.
But Fedoseev's clock, it continues to dwindle, and the position doesn't really change, which is a disturbing sign.
Right, and some people may say, well, the EVA bar says 0, he's up a pawn, but he's clinging to that pawn, right? He doesn't have any active plans. Look at his weird rooks. Oops, the C3 square now is available.
It is, but it doesn't come with a fork. And Jan maybe has the long-term idea of trying to remaneuver the knight to E5.
That's a good call. I do feel like knight C3 is an interesting move here.
You force my rook to move, and then what? You move back to E4, trying to free up one of your rooks?
Like, where's your rook going after knight C3?
E1, probably. Where do you think it's going to go?
I was thinking about
B7?
I was thinking about playing B5.
Oh, you want to get the pawn to B4?
I would love to.
Okay, Fedoseev has to move. This is where it gets really concerning.
He has 4 bars of connection. I went to look. I wanted to make sure.
Rook C2.
So he gives up B6 because he wants F2, but the back rank problems.
Rook B8. Both sides have back rank problems, but they're more acute for black.
Right. Oh, wow.
That takes the knight. What a decision.
Oh, my goodness. What's happening here? So
Rook A3 is a move.
Is Rook A3 meant by Rook B8? Oh, no.
At a minimum, Jan can take on A3 and play Rook B8. I feel like White's no longer playing with risk.
Right. That's the critical point.
Vladimir is on the defensive now, firmly. I don't care what the eval bar says.
No, I keep looking at his connection. That's what I'm really worried about.
25 seconds, and with lag, every second is golden.
Okay, but Vladimir, seriously, the resistance he's put up.
You can see his eyes moving, by the way.
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, rook back and forth. This might just be a repetition here.
Jan's not repeating in a million years.
But Jan could lose if he tries to win, right? Like Queen B5 is like Queen G4
Queen
stuff.
Or Queen C3, Queen E1, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
No, I'm almost certain that Jan will not repeat, given the time situation.
So how do you avoid repetition?
Wait, so if we look specifically, Queen B5, you want to go Queen G4.
That's what I was looking at.
And if I go Rook B8 there?
You tell me you're a checkmate me if I try some kind of rook
Before
C1?
you checkmate me.
Oh, we see a trade. Now this looks very defensible.
Black is just too solid. I mean, what is White going to attack? But Jan, he always finds ways in such positions to generate chances.
Right. Look,
Like we saw that against Hans Niemann, for example, in the last RCC weekender.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he makes these like incremental improvements, and he's also saying to Fedoseev, "You have no ideas here. You're just going to shuffle."
But what are White's ideas?
No, I don't have an answer for you.
He's going to keep maybe H5, but that comes with a price tag. That pawn becomes a liability. I think he's going to play it just because, and try to get a knight to G6. Maybe his only chance.
Yeah, I'm just a little worried about White's light squares, even though there's no checkmate that I can foresee. This could get problematic at some point.
For now, he's shuffling, and he offers a draw.
Okay.
And Fedoseev took 7 seconds to accept that.
Yeah, I think he took 7 seconds because his internet was about to give out. So Fedoseev, he runs away. He's probably looking for like the hotspot for the Ethernet cable, to call
Right.
To call somebody, the cable provider, like, hey, I'm in a very important match right now. If I win, I get to play Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow, and I secure a pretty large prize fund. So I will pay you a lot of money to fix my internet connection.
I'm pretty sure he's in a hotel room. I think that's his suitcase. I'm pretty sure he's in a hotel room.
Got it.
And with hotel internet, I mean, sometimes you can unplug the phone jack, and that actually functions as an Ethernet cord, little known fact.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not reliable at all.
And now the big question, Danya, is what do we think the bids are about to be? Because we're getting into this Armageddon match where both players bid the time that they would be okay having with the black pieces. So what would you guess the bids are going to be like?
It would be interesting to collect statistics on like players' historical bids. If I had to guess, I'm going to guess Jan bids 830 and Fedoseev bids 730.
Okay, so you think that Fedoseev is willing to have less time because he is quite a bullet beast, but
although he knows his internet is bad, so that might play into his decision.
Yes. Well, I think actually we are going to go to a break right now because that will give Vladimir the opportunity to fix his internet connection. That's only the right thing to do. Jan Nepo has agreed to that rather than starting immediately. So with that, we will also take a short break. But when we return, it's Armageddon time here at the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back. This is the winner's bracket, the second semifinal. Earlier, we saw Hikaru Nakamura take down Wesley So, and the winner of our upcoming Armageddon match here, the Rapid Chess Championship Finals, presented by Coinbase. Is it going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi? Is it going to be Vladimir Fedoseev? Danya, who are you expecting to make it through to face Hikaru next?
Yeah, I mean, Fedoseev put together a really nice game there with Black. He was under a lot of pressure. I think he really showed what he's made of in that second Rapid game. So definitely Jan is the favorite. He's the better player, no question about it, especially given Fedoseev's internet issues, which might be a little bit distracting. I'm expecting a really close game. I'm expecting a time scramble.
And we have Vladimir Fedoseev's hired player resume. He is the 2017 Aeroflot Open winner. That Aeroflot Open is one of the strongest opens in chess. He also was a silver medalist at the World Rapid Championship 2017. So you know that you're getting a very strong opponent. And the fun fact is that when Magnus Carlsen came on Chess.com a couple years ago, just trying to get the highest rating, it was Vladimir Fedoseev who took him down 8-7 in a 15-game match.
Wow, I didn't realize that. That's incredible.
Yes, no, he was the stopper from Magnus Carlsen's quest to take the highest rating on Chess.com's Blitz leaderboard.
And he's not afraid of anybody. He plays for the win with both colors. Very versatile opening repertoire, but he embraces the challenge. He can face someone like Jan, and he believes unquestionably in his ability to win any individual game, any individual match. It makes him a really, really scary opponent. We might remember in the World Cup a couple of years ago, he defeated Hikaru Nakamura. He almost won the World Rapid Championship, only losing by the narrowest of margins to Vishy Anand. So Fedoseev's resume is, precedes his reputation, and he has a very bright future ahead of him as he has stabilized over 2,700 feet. And there the gladiators are. And you're drinking a little liquid.
They're drinking their water and their tea because they put their bids in. And the bids are 8 minutes, 35 seconds for Vladimir Fedoseev. And the full 10 minutes was the bid by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He wanted the white pieces.
Yeah, he didn't want there to be any doubt at all. And he accompanied his bid with a smiley face.
Mm-hmm.
And Jan, he will get what he asked for. Fedoseev with a pretty good amount of time. 8:35 is pretty high, only 90 seconds of time odds.
Right. So it's actually a pretty good bid from Fedoseev. I mean, he had no idea he had no idea that Jan would bid the full amount of time to secure the white pieces. But to have 8 minutes and 35 seconds, that's our high bid of the day, I believe.
Yeah, agreed. And here they go with Vladimir Fedoseev on the black side. And will Nepo repeat the Catalan yet again? Yes, he will.
He does.
Jan, he's an opening repeater. He identifies a repertoire for a certain period of time and just repeats it again and again.
Okay, but after A6, a very classical line here, he plays A4, and the move Bishop D7 is played to go Bishop C6 after Queen takes C4. This is all very well known. Vladimir Kramnik, the former world chess champion, he was a large reason why the Catalan became so popular from the white side.
And it's interesting, Fedoseev refrains from the sort of the Hikaru variation with the early B5, which we've seen spread like wildfire among top GMs, going for the more traditional Bishop D7 variation. A trade on F6, and I think part of the reason Jan chooses this line is because white can squeeze this forever. You rarely see short games in this line because the center is so closed, and white has a million different ways to try to improve his position.
And I feel like I've seen a game between, I want to say Wesley, like Mickey Adams, that went a billion moves, just slow progress. And you're right. That's exactly what Jan is going for. He wants to flag Vladimir Fedoseev or force Vladimir to make some kind of quick move, which will be inaccurate. So right now, the position is very level. But what is Black's plan?
Well, there's two possible trades here that often happen. Either Black takes on f3, which is possible. You can get the opposite colored bishop position and then put a pawn on c6 in order to blunt White's bishop. That's exactly what he's doing. But no question that White is a little bit better. White is for choice, better center, e5 square for the knight, and the eventual idea of kingside pressure. Eventually, White can try to send the g4 pawn in motion, but we're a million miles away from that.
Yes, but that's actually good news to some extent for Nepo, because he's ahead on the clock based on the starting time control, and his plan is clear, whereas Black is kind of shuffling, right? Like here, you can move this knight from f3. Let's improve that knight. Also, we try to figure out a dream square for maybe to d3, as you're pointing out, maybe knight d2 to c or e4. It just feels like there are so many different possibilities here, and Jan, he feels comfortable.
Yeah, he's arranged his pieces very nicely, and there goes the knight. Back to e1 it goes. And if you're Fedoseev, you have to be very, very careful. You don't want to impulsively play a move like e5. That makes matters a million times worse.
And so he brings his knight to b6 and b3. But e5 is still met by d5, so don't think that that's out of the question just because you put a knight on b6. The pin is there, and this knight is coming to d3 and to c5, and it's never fun.
No, it isn't. And Black does have the b4 square as kind of a base of operations. The problem is only one minor piece can occupy it at any one time. And the knight from d3 could harass. If it's a bishop, the knight can come to d3 at exactly the right moment to harass that bishop out of b4.
And knight d3 now looks pretty standard.
But okay, already then maybe f5.
But is that actually that good for Black? I'm never quite sure, right?
I never know.
I feel like whenever I play the move e5, I'm like, yeah, no, I've equalized, so that's the move I need to get in. And then my opponents punish me in some other way because it's like, okay, you made that one move, good for you. The game continues.
And then when you're White, they play e5 and
you get
equalize in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Although I'm never White in a Catalan, so that's a lie.
Well, knight d3, I think if knight d3 e5, then you can just take on e5, and the a5 pawn does stick out, right? Can I? No, I can't take up my rook c5. That'd be a blunder.
You can take and play queen e1.
Ooh, that looks... Wait, how do you...
Okay, Nepo goes more aggressive, kingside-oriented strategy.
There could be a bishop e4 and a queen f5 if you're not looking out for it.
And this arrangement, right, the pawn on h5, that's actually why he brought it there. If White builds up the battery, Black will have no answer because g6 is never an option.
Oh, I think practically these positions are very difficult for Black.
Yeah, this has been a great opening choice for Jan. He chose exactly the kind of line you want to play in an Armageddon game with no increment. And Fedoseev pondering his next move. He could play bishop f6 if he wants to preserve the bishop. Could play knight d5. I don't know. Can
we go back to that moment for a second if we can analyze it really quickly? Your queen e1 move, like that looks just very direct. I know it's a bit odd, but how do you actually protect a5?
No, I think queen e1 might have been even better. And if rook a8, then your move, rook c5. Now It's time for it. And you simply win the pawn.
Okay, well, I think that was a missed opportunity from queen e1. Not an easy move to spot, really. It's just a little awkward, but what he's doing makes perfect sense. a5 is under attack, and if you're not looking out for it, bishop e4 will happen. For now, you have the square under your control, but be very, very careful.
I think you need to play rook a8 as uncomfortable as you are playing such a move. And then maybe Jan will start doubling on the d file, continually massaging this advantage. And you pointed out, the moment the other rook slides to d8, guess what move becomes possible? Bishop e4.
So actually, is there one of them queen g5 here? I'm never quite certain about the ensuing endgame if we trade queens, but queen
That's
g5...
That's a good move, I think.
Feels just about right.
No, I think it actually comes very close to equalizing. Jan might have missed it.
Right. Although he might trade and then play knight c5, and I'm actually not so sure that Black is thrilled about that endgame.
But I'll take on c5 and then I'll slide my rook to d3 in the end.
g5's hanging 8. I mean, it's messy.
Oh yeah, g5 is hanging. I forgot the pawn was there.
Yeah, right. It's like
Fedoseev is probably evaluating that as we're talking.
And he needs to spend time to make sure it's a good move, but he doesn't have that much time to spend. Look at Jan, 8 minutes and 4 seconds.
Whoa.
Sad move.
Knight C8? What?
Does he want some bishop G3? No, there's no bishop G3 here.
What was that?
I have no idea.
What was that move? I mean, at least go rook A8 and defend the pawn.
I have no justification for the move Knight C8.
Did he think he was trapping the queen or something? Did he think he had bishop A3? That doesn't do anything. Just move the rook.
I think
that was a total brain meltdown.
I think he's asking himself the same question. Like, what was my purpose? You play Knight C8, your opponent immediately takes your pawn, and then you start thinking for another 30, 40 seconds. Clearly something has gone haywire.
And now you're in mortal danger because you're down a pawn, you're losing, and you're down 4 minutes on the clock. No, this is a sad way to go. I mean, had he played Queen G5, I think the eval bar was showing near equality. So maybe there was something there in that end game. Some sort of rook D1 check, rook D2 idea.
Perhaps. I mean, I'm not going to blame Fedoseev for not going for that. It does look very scary, but Knight C8 and that move is surprising.
Sag, yeah.
Yeah, now Knight C5, you can't even take.
That forces the queen back to E7, and then maybe reposition the knight on E4.
At the very least.
And that's going to milk a couple more seconds off Vladimir's clock.
Does
there
knight
is knight takes B.
Oh,
there is
again.
knight takes B7, but yeah, here we go with this again.
I think it works. I would do it.
Takes, and it's a very Jan type of move because he likes concreteness, and
yes.
Just like Hikaru, he does not mind A, taking a small risk even if he's winning, and B, does not mind calculating.
I thought you said he doesn't mind taking a small sip because he just leaned his head back and drank some of his tea.
Doesn't mind doing that either, and there it is.
Yeah, Fedoseev is going down. Unfortunate for him, but fortunately for him, he does get another chance. There is a loser's bracket, so he's not eliminated until he loses 2 distinct matches. And, well, this is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, but now he's going to be dropped into, like, it's like somebody's dangled over the ocean. There are sharks at the bottom. Wesley So, Dingley Wren,
yeah,
like,
right.
waiting for you in the loser's bracket.
You lose to the shark, and then you get the piranha, and either way, You're not so thrilled.
So queen takes B3, at least wins back a pawn. Bishop E8, rook E8. You don't quite have rook takes C8 there because the queen makes contact with the other rook.
Which is quite important.
Yeah, I think Fedoseev has to try queen takes B3. Otherwise, you're just down 1,000 pawns.
He's spending too much time. Regardless of what move he makes, he cannot be spending this much time when there's 2.5 remaining.
Yeah, the liberating thing about being losing is that at that point, you can just start playing quickly. I mean, if you lose whatever, you know you're already lost. But here, you give yourself 0 chances because whatever happens, you're just going to lose on time anyway, even if Nepo messes up. This is over.
I'm looking at his connection.
5 minutes down.
What's he doing? He's way too strong of a speed chess player to not make a move here.
Everything from the moment he played Knight C8 has been a mystery to me. I don't know if that was a mouse slip. Like, he didn't really react either, which is weird.
And Queen B5, and then his connection goes out.
Right. So
some moves you offer a draw with. Other moves you make and say, this game's over, so you might as well disconnect.
Right.
But this actually is not over. That's the thing about this position. It feels like there are some opportunities for Black to potentially survive, even though the evaluation bar is so high.
Yeah, I mean, a classical game, Black would take on B5 and, grovel for the next 40 moves. But Fedoseev realizes that, through a self-inflicted injury, he's got less than 2 minutes. There's no way he's holding that endgame.
No, and now if the queen moves, rook takes C8, removes the guard of the bishop on D6. So that looks like a problem. Okay, actually, right now you should not do that because too many of white pawns are hanging afterwards.
Yeah. Rook D4.
Oh, that looks.
I would propose.
Looks clinical.
Yeah, resignation is fast approaching here. As you like to say, Black's minor pieces are not long for this board. I like that phrase.
Yeah, they don't look very good, do they? Knight on C8.
No, they do not.
Rook D4, good move.
Queen H3, rook H4. Almost traps the queen.
It's getting close.
Do not play. Yeah, I mean, rook c8 doesn't lose, but there's no need for that.
It's a good way to not win, though.
You know what Nepo would go like a5 in this position. just to rub it in, sending a message.
Is bishop takes g3 a threat, though?
I'm going to pretend I saw that.
It's just like one of those things where you think you can do anything you want, and then you make some kind of random move, and
yeah, and then Hikaru beats you in 2 moves from this position with black.
Right. Okay, so Jan taking his time, rook h4. And for queen d7, is he going to play queen c6?
It would be consistent with how he's converted this so far.
Okay, rook e4.
F8. A5. I think now's the time for a5.
And I think just then was the time for knight e7 rather than rook f8. He needs to get his pieces out.
Yeah, you're not going to slay any dragons with a knight on c8 like that. There it is.
Okay, step 1.
It's not totally over. He's got a minute 26. That's enough to exploit a blunder, for example. Should Nepo do something ridiculous? Rook a8. Come on, rook a8.
He's got to go. Queen f5 as well as an option. He's got to move.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no. He's got 1 bar, and he's taking 30 seconds a move.
Yeah, it was 12 seconds.
That's a great move.
Okay, but if you're Jan, put your rook behind your pass pawn. Rook a4.
And then push a6.
That's the thing is, I actually believe that even if Fedoseev had like 2.5 minutes, he's still going to lose the game. It just feels like White's plan is too obvious, and Black is just trying to come up with anything.
I mean, even if he had an hour, the underlying issue, bishop takes g3, last ditch attempt.
Go for it. Okay, now it's definitely not going to happen.
Yeah. No,
a7.
And queen f3. I mean, he made it too easy for Jan. I mean, of course, knight c8 was a disastrous move, and we might queen g5, and the game goes completely differently.
That was a howler.
I mean, it was just a 1-move blunder.
Rook a6 here, and you just bye.
Yeah, bye, Daniel.
Oh gosh, I wasn't even thinking about that, but now I am.
Right, when you said those words, queen d5. Oof. That is the death knell sounds.
Wait, take
the knight.
No, take and play rook c8 check.
King h7, queen f5, g6.
And if you play bishop f8, rook takes f8 check.
Oh, that's so pretty. Watch Nepo do it.
Yes.
And it's going to be on the board. Great catch. You called that really quickly.
Oh, did you see it, Fedoseev? He just nods his head like in approval, like, wow, well done there, Jan. That was a
good game, son.
Yeah.
Good game, son.
You know when
Thank you, Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, but you know when you're facing like a super strong chess player who's also a nice person, they just appreciate the beauty of the game that just happened. That's what Fedoseev. He's not even upset right now. He's just like. Oh my god.
He's like, yeah. I mean, Jan played well. It was a very competitive match. Fedoseev is still in the tournament.
Yes.
So, again, we hope that he will solve his internet issues by tomorrow's day 3 of the RCC. But Fedoseev has shown that he can compete with just about anybody. He is not a pleasant matchup, no matter who you are.
No, I mean, Fedoseev, he can take down the best of them. He did struggle today with internet connection, some shaky decision making, but we have to give credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who came in here. He beat Fabiano Caruana. He's not slowing down at all. And tomorrow he gets to play against Hikaru Nakamura. So 2 of the most exciting players on the planet will duke it out for a spot in the grand final.
Yes, they will. I absolutely cannot wait for it, but we can wait for it because we had so many amazing games today. We had a hard time choosing our rapid recap in the last break, our Coinbase rapid recap. But ultimately, Robert, I think we settled on a good choice.
How can we complain? And this is a great matchup between Ding Liren and Nurbek Abdusattorov. And the Coinbase rapid recap, it begins right now.
And it begins with a Queen's Gambit decline by Nurbek, a very solid player. Of course, part of the Olympic gold medal team, simultaneously crushing everybody in the Turkish league. Not a pleasant matchup. Ding Liren goes for the Carlsbad structure. This has existed for over 100 years. And things proceed along theoretical lines at first. e3, h6, bishop h4, bishop b7, bishop d3. And here the first interesting choice by Ding. The traditional move, Robert, is knight f3. Ding goes for the knight ge2 line. This is considered a little bit more combative. Here, white leaves open the possibility of f3 and e4, which is the sort of typical stock plan in this variation.
Yeah, and Nordbeck responded in quite a natural way. He first brings out his knight, and then he makes this move knight to h5. So this is a good illustration that when you're the side with less space, trading pieces is beneficial for you. We see the bishops get swapped off, and Danya just coming up here, this moment after white puts all the pieces in the center with first queen to d2, and then this rook to e1. I think this was a major moment 100%. With knight to f4.
Yeah, this is a move so many of us would look at for a second and immediately rule out. Why would white voluntarily ruin his entire pawn structure? But Ding, that's what makes him Ding. He thinks deeper than mere mortals. After knight takes f4, e takes f4, white gets a bunch of things in return for this relatively slight damage of the pawn structure. Mainly, white gets the e-file. White gets excellent centrally placed pieces, and this control over the only open file on the board gives white a very pleasant position. It's possible that this was the lesser evil, that Nordbeck should have gone for this line, but he ends up bringing his knight back to f6. But this now makes possible the move f3, and with e4 looming large, Robert, Nordbeck decides that concrete action is needed, but he bites off way more than he can chew.
And after the move c5, which is striking the center, we were anticipating the move e4 anyway, which still does look good for white. But what Ding Liren does is he shows just such a superb understanding of the dynamics of this position. Black is lacking in development. So the move g4 launches an attack out of nowhere. If black takes on d4, still has the same problem like you were just highlighting. The open e-file should be favorable for white, who is more developed. So instead, we saw the move bishop e6. But after h4, already Nordbeck felt like he had to back up.
Yeah, I mean, g5 is coming. He attacks on the same side where he's castled, but black doesn't have the machinery, the firepower to do anything with white's king. After knight h7, another very pretty move, queen d2 to h2, setting the queen up for success. Ding Liren realizes that the king side is very likely to open, and the queen will be ideally placed to exploit the opening of the h-file. Nordbeck, he trades on d4, he plays queen f6 to hit the d4 pawn, and another dagger with rook to e5, sticking the rook right into the center, and this is the beginning of the end. Nordbeck sees nothing better than to limit the pieces on the king side, but it's all coming everywhere in all directions, Robert, and after knight takes d5, the position begins to crumble, and blow after blow ends the game in beautiful style.
Oh my gosh, look at this position. Look at the queen on d6, look at the queen on h2. So if there weren't the pieces in the pathway, there would be a way to win that loose queen on d6. So knight takes g6. What a marvelous find by Ding Liren, saying, please take my knight. I know I only took a pawn. You get a piece that should be good for you. No, 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 because after rook takes e8, the queen on d6 will be hanging. So he couldn't take on g6, which means that white simply won a second pawn. Still can't take on g6 because the same move, rook e8 check, right?
It's just chilling there.
Oof, oof,
yeah.
oof, oof.
Nordbeck had to close the e-file, but that gives the knight a chance to engineer its escape back to f5. And at this point, Ding is up 2 pawns. He's got a totally devastating attack on black's king, and Nordbeck resigned shortly thereafter, since he's also losing the knight on f6, or he gets mated, your choice. And that is not a choice that he wanted to make. Ding Liren wins in brilliant style. He saves the game after that, and goes past Nordbeck Abdusattorov to stay in the loser's bracket. And that was our Coinbase critical recap for day 2.
Yeah, what a game that was. Ding Liren, the number 2 rated player on the planet. He will be facing off against Jan Nepomniachtchi for the World Chess Championship because Magnus Carlsen is stepping aside. But Ding Liren, just what a miniature that was. And he moves on. And tomorrow, he faces Parham Magsudlu. So if we look down in the losers bracket over here, we have Parham Magsudlu versus Ding Liren and Dmitry Andreikin against Fabiano Caruana. That is, a treat for us and a slugfest for them.
And the winner of Maksudlu Ding and Draken Caruana. Your choice. You're facing Vladimir Fedoseev, angry after his loss to Nepo, or you're facing Wesley So, who has demonstrated incredible form. A little blip on the radar with that unfortunate game against Hikaru, but Wesley is going to be thirsty for another crack at Hikaru Nakamura in the grand final. It's going to be a slugfest, as you're saying. Can't wait for the start of the weekend.
Yes, and I think that Fabi Caruana, who won that second game, the bounce back game against Alexis Serrano, I mean, that was unreal. And then he crushed him in the Armageddon. So all of a sudden, Caruana, kind of with a bit of an inside track, with all respect meant to Fedoseev. I mean, you know, if you look at the pairings across the board here, Fabiano, he's got a good shot. And the other side of things, Parham Maksutlu playing over the board chess in the Turkish league, beating grandmasters in classical chess, then beating super grandmasters in rapid chess. Maybe he should not be underestimated against Ding Liren.
He certainly should not be. He'll be warmed up. He'll be confident. We know how fast he is. This is an amazing time control. For fast players like Parham Maksudlu and Jan Nepomniachtchi, we know how dangerous they are. But I'm very excited to watch Fabi. I mean, he's got a new lease on life after that amazing match against Alexis Serrano, and he's going to try to make it count. We see that time and time again. These top players, when they get Kaisa to look their way, when fortune smiles at them, they want to make sure that they make that tournament count. So that is all coming your way tomorrow.
And of course, last but certainly not least in the winners final will be Hikaru Nakamura against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But those players, they have 2 lives. They're the lucky ones, and they face off there. And I actually think that's a complete toss-up. The way Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing right now, I don't know how anyone beats him. Like, even when he makes a mistake, it feels like he goes from an advantage to equal. And same with Hikaru, right? Today, his first game with that knight takes f7, piece sack for a couple pawns against Wesley, and then the way he beat him in the second game soundly. I mean, both of these players are in tip-top shape.
These are 2 players in amazing form, and we saw that, what you mentioned, in the candidates tournament as well. It's not that Jan didn't have any bad positions. He did. In fact, he was losing against Hikaru Nakamura. He was losing against Fabiano Caruana, but every time he's losing, he doesn't tilt. He simply redoubles his efforts. He finds amazing practical continuations. He puts his opponent into time pressure. So Hikaru Nakamura will, for the second day in a row, have to bring his absolute A game to this winner's final match.
And there's still other players trying to claw their way back from that one match loss. They still have a chance. We just showed you the bracket on their side of things as well. So we are in for more tomorrow here at the Rapid Chess Championship Finals presented by Coinbase. For now, we say goodbye on behalf of myself, Grandmaster Robert Hess, and my good friend, my co-commentator here, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We'll see you then. You will not want to miss any of this weekend's action as the players vie for a $30,000 first place prize. Thank you to Coinbase again for sponsoring this event. It's an absolute blast.
For 5 hours, maybe even, of intense, amazing action.
Grishuk down to his remaining 5 seconds. Doesn't matter. He's too good at blitz. He's a 3-time world blitz champion.
He's down to 1 second. Is it rook a8?
It is.
No,
it's not.
He gives up the pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And now he's worse. Oh, he's down a pawn. He's going to lose.
No way. Commentator's curse. I jinxed him.
What a disaster. This is over.
Gosh, no, it's completely over.
Holy smokes, what a game. 23 moves.
I'm just going to go ahead and crush one of the hottest players on the planet in Nodirbek Abusatov. That guy had a blazing path towards Olympiad gold. Ding Liren said, not so fast, young fella. What in the world are we looking at?
No, exactly.
Is this real?
I've never seen this position in my life, and it's 5 moves in.
I love it.
Knight takes g3, then queen takes g3, and the pressure on g7 from 3 different sources. No, this is crushing.
This is just absolutely brutal for Ding Liren. Look at him. Like, you can see it on his face.
Like, I hate my position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa! He blundered 92, and knight takes d4.
Oh, no.
Oh, my lands.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I'm afraid Fabi's going to lose the thread here.
Okay, but rook a8. I'm just taking
b7. Queen b7. Queen c6. That's not the right move.
Just take a7.
But he loses e6 in the end.
I don't think that's so important because his king is actually safe now.
And the d3 pawn is a monster. Bang.
Rook a3, queen
e2, queen d3.
That's got to be a win. He's like, I can't believe I just won this game.
He's shaking his head. He's incredulous. And Alexei,
oh my gosh,
Oh my lands, what a game. You just can't give a position like this to Hikaru and hope to survive. I think Wesley's days here are numbered. To squash Wesley like a bug with black and 20 moves? Only Hikaru can do that.
We wanted you all to guess what he was sitting on, and we do have the answer for you. The answer was B, a chair.
Oh, so it is a chair. Okay.
I mean, he's sitting on a chair, but look at Jan Nepomniachtchi's chair. He's not seated just yet. He's got a couch in the background, but he's got this chair there. That looks very comfortable.
There's certain people like that. You don't know if their internet is down or they're just not moving.
Right. And it's like, oh no.
Oh,
No!
no,
Vladimir,
no,
come back!
No, where are you?
Look at Jan, 8 minutes and 4 seconds.
Oh, whoa.
Sad move.
Knight
Sad.
C8? What?
And that move is surprising.
Sag, yeah.